Hello everyone, welcome back. So let's start building a resume builder and parser application from scratch. So I'm just opening the terminal, okay, and here I'm just going to create a new application. So here I'm just going to name this as resume builder parser. Okay, so by default I'm just going to accept all recommendations, okay, and let's wait for the application to install. Fine, okay, it's installing, so it's almost done. So first, once it is installed, we'll focus on the home page, okay. So that was a simple page, okay. So yeah, so here I'm just going to open here. I've just opened this in VS Code, okay, and have this terminal, and I'm just going to run this and see the initial output. Okay, so okay, it's running on 3000. So let's go here and I'm just going to refresh. So yeah, this is the default application. Okay, so now what we will do is let's go here. Here first thing, the layout thing, I wanted to add here the firstly the navbar, so which is going to be a common. So for this, let's build new component. For that, I'm going to inside this app, let's define a new folder called components, and I'm just going to define a file called top navbar. Okay, so navbar, okay, and here in this like we did in the previous projects, I wanted to have a helper which is going to help us merge the multiple styling classes. Okay, so same way like we did, I'm just going to create here the new folder called library, and let's create here the new file. So I'm just going to name this as cx.ts. Okay, and here quickly I'm just going to create one helper function which is going to merge the multiple styling classes. Okay, so here this is going to have the classes as an input. So this is going to be a array of type string or boolean or undefined, so it can be any of this. So I'm just going to mention them here, and here let's have this new classes inside one list. Okay, and let's iterate through this the input that we received, and here I'm just going to check if type of C is equals to string, then only I'll be pushing into this array. Okay, by trimming it, and then finally I'm just going to join all of them. So here new classes join, and I'm just going to join by empty space. So this is the helper. So now let's go back here, and I'm just going to create one component here. Okay, so let's mention this as use client. Okay, and this component name, it's going to be the top navbar. Okay, so here top navbar, and here let me first thing, let's get this path name. So based on that, if it's a path name, I wanted to display a background dot. Okay, so basically just the image which is going to look good with the that image. Okay, so here I'm just going to confirm whether it's a home page or not. So here let's have this boolean variable home page. So here if this path name is equals to slash, okay, this is going to be home page. And now let's wrap everything inside this header, and here area label, I'm just going to give this as something like site header. Okay, and styling, so let's use this cx. Okay, and display, let's make it as a flex, and height, I'm going to so first let's define some standard css variables which is going to have this navbar, right, and those things inside this global.css. so let me go to this css file. So here whatever we have by default, I'm just going to remove them. So here let me remove everything. So I'm just going to remove these things. So in this I'm going to mention some theme variables. Okay, it's going to be quick. So theme purple, and here this color is going to be the 5d 52 d9. Okay, so this is purple, and then the theme color which is a blue color. Okay, so here I'm just going to give the exa code for that, 4fc5eb. okay, fine. And then the now the navbar weight. So here I'm just going to top navbar height. So this is going to be something like 3.5 rems. Okay, and then the this resume control bar height. So here I'm going to mention this 3 rems. Okay, and also this padding for this resume. So I'm just going to mention here 1.5 rems. Okay, these are the simple variables inside this root. And also let's apply some styling to the button we were showcasing in the home page. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to layer. So the components, I will have this button primary. So here I'm just going to apply this background to be primary, and outline I'm just going to have this theme purple. Okay, and inline block, I want this to be rounded full. Okay, and padding in the x direction, let's apply 6, and y direction 2. Font type, I just want it to be semi bold, and the shadow small. Okay, so that's the styling for this button primary. So same way I'm going to have for text as well. So here I'm going to have this text primary, same way apply, and background, let's have this gradient to R. Okay, and here the color, it's going to be the variable that we have just created, which is the theme purple. Okay, and here to the color is going to be the theme blue. Okay, so blue, and I'm just going to have here the background clip text, and text transparent, and I just want it to be applied. So I'm just going to pass the important. Okay, so that's for the text primary. Same way we'll have for background primary as well. So I'm just going to have this background primary, same so it's going to be almost same. I'm just going to take this and use this here. Okay, fine, and let's have this focus visible. I'm just going to have this outline effect, and the same for focus visible, let's have this outline to be 2, and offset, and also the color for that. So let's set this outline offset, this one, and then the color for this. So okay, so here again this color, I'm just going to have this purple color. So I'm just going to do it the same way we have applied this variable theme purple. Okay, and I'm just going to close this. Okay, this is for the background primary, and then the okay, let's do one thing. So I think, yeah, here I just want the text to be white color, and this and all I'm just going to apply this to outline theme purple. So I think yeah, just a second, I'm just going to remove that. And now the outline theme purple, so I'm just going to apply the hover effect. So here we'll just have this opacity set to 80. Okay, and hover, let's have this outline color set to theme purple. So I'm just going to take this. Okay, and then the focus this thing, so I'm just going to not needed in this, so I'm just going to remove this, whatever we have set for this background primary. So I'm just going to remove that and use it here. Okay, fine. So that was the outline theme purple. Same way we'll have for the blue. So I'm just going to take this and just change theme to purple. Okay, so here it's going to be blue. Okay, so then rest of the things it's going to remain the same, and also at the end it's going to be blue. Fine, and then finally last thing, so it is going to be within itself. What is the theme? I'm just going to have this purple theme. So let's have this focus within outline. Okay, and outline 2. So I'm just going to have this styling. Okay, and offset, let's apply this. Okay, and then the color setting to the focus within, I'm just going to use this theme purple. So let's use this. Okay, so theme purple, and hovering, I'm just going to have this opacity set to 80. Okay, and hover the color, it's going to be purple. Okay, so this is the just the styling we want. Okay, fine, and now let's go back to this navbar. Okay, and now I'm just going to use this navbar height I have defined. Okay, so this is going to be this variable of the top navbar height. Okay, so fine, now this is going to apply here, and let's center them. So I'm just going to center this and have this border at the bottom. So let's say 2. Okay, and the border, I just want it to be gray color, so lighter gray. So I'm just going to apply 100, and in the padding x direction, I just want it to be 3, and if it's the larger screen, let's have more padding in x direction, so something like 12. Fine, and finally here, if is it home page, okay, then I wanted here to apply background dot. So now, as of now, this is not going to apply, so we'll have to change in the Tailwind config. So there I'll have to add this. Let me add that. So fine, so first let me close this. Okay, so now let's go to this Tailwind config. So basically here I just have to add this theme. I just have to, in this background image, I have to add here the dot here, and for this, so for now I don't have the image, so for now let's leave it. So once we have this, I'm just going to pass in here the actual location of that svg file, then it's going to look good. Okay, but ideally this is where we'll have to add, and then we'll have to refer to bgi phone dot, which is going to work. Okay, fine. And now let's go back to this place. Now inside this header, so first thing is let's have a div where we'll have the div to showcase the title of our application. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this inside this div. Let's make this as a flex. Okay, and height let's set it to 10, and width let's occupy full, and items center, and justify I just want it to be between. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap inside this link component href. It's going to be home page. Okay, and now here I'll have this the title. So basically let's have this title. So I'm just going to, for now let's have it in this which is the resume parser. Okay, resume builder and parser. Okay, and here let me apply this text size to be Excel, and also text primary, which we have applied it. Okay, and yeah, for now let's leave it this. Okay, then after this I just wanted to have this nav, and which is going to have the two buttons for helping us to navigate to builder and parser page respectively. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap them inside this nav. Okay, and apply this area label. Okay, so this is going to say something like site nav bar. Okay, and styling. Okay, so let's make this flex, and items centered. I want to have some gap, so gap of 2. Text size let it be small, and font type let's make it as a medium. Okay, fine. So here let's have this 2 arrays. So I'm just going to have this the which is going to be the pages which we will eventually build. Okay, so this is going to be the builder, and then the then this parser. So I'm just going to have this parser. Okay, and I'm just going to this is going to be array of arrays. Okay, so okay, and here I'm just going to iterate through this. Okay, and get the href along with the text. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to wrap this inside this link component. So key, it's going to be the text, and the styling, so I'm just wanted to be having the rounded corners and padding in x direction. Let's have 1.5, and in y direction let's make it 2. Text color, let's have this as a gray. I'm just going to apply 500 gray, and hover, let's make the background color to be gray. Okay, lighter gray color. And focus visible, I'm just going to focus visible, let me have this background color to be something gray, lighter gray, and larger padding x direction I'm just going to have 4. Okay, fine. And then finally the href, it's going to be the href. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to showcase this text. Okay, so this is the simple top nav bar. Okay, so now we'll have to use this here. So I'm just going to use this here and see how is it going to look. Top nav bar. Okay, so fine, and here there is some issue. Okay, so what I'll do for now, I'm just going to remove this. Let me comment this. Okay, and now let's have a look. Okay, there is this header, and let's remove this whatever we have in this page. So I'm completely going to remove this whatever we have in this main section of the page. Okay, fine, and here the text but the nav is fine, and the links, which is going to help us to navigate to builder and parser. This I will have a look at it. Yeah, so now the nav bar is ready. So let's focus next on the hero section. Basically this is the left side, where I'll have to showcase some 2 lines of what is our application, and the button to create the get started kind of thing. Okay, and right side we had this the resume output, which is kind of typing resume. Okay, so let's focus first on this part, and then we'll come back to this. So let's go back. First thing is let's change this title. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this div inside this. So let me have this div, and I'm just going to make this as a flex, and items I'm just going to center them, and justify as well. Let me center, and I'm just going to have this gap of 1. First thing, I'll just have some image here. Okay, so here the source, I'm just going to use this image from next image. Okay, source here, uh, I'm just going to mention here the asset hot svg. Okay, I have just added the assets and the fonts to this public folder. So I will have attached this link in the description, so no need to worry about that. So those are just the svgs required for this application. So I have just added this inside this public folder. Okay, fine. Here we have this assets, fonts, and those things. I'll share that link in the description. Okay, fine, and let me add this height and width to something like 60, and here name I'm just going to have here I'm just going to mention this as something like logo. Okay, fine, and here let's give this height as 8, and width I'm just going to make full. Okay, and this is going to be priority. Okay, fine, and here we will have this header. So let me copy this. Okay, and I'm just going to use this here. Okay, and let me make this as h1. Okay, and I want it to be in the so I'm just going to apply white space, no wrap. I want this to be in the single line. Okay, okay, fine, and yeah, let's make it as short. Okay, fine. Now let's have a look. Hopefully at least we should see something. Okay, let's go. I am just going to refresh this. Okay, this icon is visible, not the text. Okay, so with this, whatever the text primary I'm applying, it's not working. So for now I'm just going to take this completely, and whatever I have here I'm just going to apply here to this. Later I'll worry about why it's not working, the color I'm trying to apply. So okay, so now at least let's have a look. Okay, it's not working. What is the mistake? Okay, so basically it's not working now, so I'm just going to remove this. we'll check this. It's just the styling, so let's not worry about that. So I'm just going to for now apply this black color. Okay, so let me remove this and apply this white space no wrap. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to make this as a bold. Yeah, so I'll worry about this styling. I don't know why it's not working. So this is the nav bar, and now let's focus on this hero section. So for that I'm just going to create here new file called hero. Okay, so what I'm going to do here inside this whatever is needed for the home section, I'm just going to create a folder for that, and just going to create a new file inside that. So this is going to be hero.tsx. Okay, so here this is I'm just going to name this component as hero. Okay, and here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this section, and styling for if it is a large, let's make this as a flex, and again if it's a larger screen height, I'm going to have it as 825 pixel. Okay, and the same thing justify, I'm just going to justify this enter. Okay, and to add a space between the divs, we'll have a small component. Okay, I'm just going to name that as flexbox spacer. So it will be ideal, rather than writing it in everywhere, just as a component and make use of that. So I'm just going to create a new component here inside this components folder. So let me create this. I'm just going to name this as flexbox spacer dot tsx. Okay, so here this export const flex box spacer. So here this is going to receive the max width, which is of type number, as an input parameter, and then the minimum width, which is again the number. So here I'm going to make this as an optional. Okay, and then the class name. So here the class name, again this is going to be optional, which is going to be string. So now I'm just going to here take this which is the uh, max width and minimum width. Okay, so here I'm just going to set it to 0, and then the class name, I'm just going to set this to empty string by default. Okay, and here let's now wrap everything inside this div, and styling, so I'm just going to make this to be invisible and apply this shrink of let's say. Okay, fine, and have this grow effect, and then apply whatever the stylings we receive as the input param for this. And the style, I'm just going to apply this maximum width. Okay, so here maximum width, it's going to be whatever we receive as the value inside this max width variable. So apply this pixel, and the same applies to minimum width. Okay, so here minimum width pixel. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to close this div. So this is simple flexbox spacer component. So now let's go back to this hero component. So here I'm just going to first use this flexbox spacer, and max width I'm just going to provide here the 75, and min width I'm just going to pass the 0, and styling, let's hide this, and only will make it as visible if it's a larger screen. Okay, fine, and now the div where we are going to showcase the actual content. Okay, so here styling for this, I'll have margin x auto, and maximum width, let's say xl, and padding at the top so that there'll be some space. Okay, and text, I want it to be centered. So fine, and if it's larger screen, I don't want any margin in x direction. And also here have this grow in the large screen, and then padding top, let's say 32. Okay, and then if it's larger screen, I want text to be left. Fine. So first thing is the header, so which is going to say something like, create a professional resume easily. Okay, for that here text, I'm just going to have this primary. Okay, and that is not working, I don't know why, we'll check that. Okay, and text to be for excel kind of large. Okay, and font type I want to be bold, and if it's larger, I just want it to be 5 times excel. Okay, so first thing, the text is create a uh, something like, professional, and have this line break. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to say this as a resume easily. Okay, fine, this is the header. Then after this, just the in the paragraph tag, we'll just say like, with this powerful resume builder, something like that. So here this will have some margin at the top. Okay, and text to be something like large, and I'm just going to have a more margin if it's a larger screen, and again this is going to be extra large if it's a larger screen. And here I'm just going to have this text. Okay, so let's say like, with this powerful resume builder. Okay, fine. And now we'll have this after this a button which is going to help us navigate to resume import page. Okay, that's where we'll get started, either using the existing resume or creating resume from scratch. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this link, and href, it's going to be resume import, which we don't have it. I'm just going to create. Okay, and here I'm just going to apply button primary. Okay, and margin top 6, and if it's a larger screen, let's have the twice of that, kind of 14. And here I'm just going to have this text of this going to say it as create resume. Okay, fine. And then just beneath this, inside the p tag, just to highlight that no sign up required and all. So let's have margin left 6, and top again I'm just going to have 3, and text to this I want it to be small, so I'm just going to apply small, and make text color to be gray, so something like medium gray color. And here we're just going to say something like, no sign up required. Fine. And beneath this again, if you have already have a resume, we kind of help them to navigate to our resume parser page. Okay, so this is that for this. Okay, so basically again have some margin at the top, and again text to be I want to be smaller, and same thing, text gray color. Okay, let's 600. Okay, and if it's a bigger screen, let's have more margin 36. First thing, like, already have a resume, so I'm just going to then say it is test its ATS readability with the resume parser. Okay, so I'm just going to have some space here, and here we're going to wrap that text inside this link component. So here, even this page we don't have, which we are going to create eventually. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this underline, and also I'll have this underline offset of 2 something. Okay, and here the text, it's going to be the resume parser. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's this div. And after this div, I'll have again the flexbox spacer, and here max width I'm just going to apply 100, and minimum width 50. Okay, and here 50. Okay, and the styling for this, I'm just going to have the same thing hidden, and if it's a larger screen, I'm just going to have this as a block. Okay, fine. And so that's the flexbox spacer. And now the div for the right part, So again, I'm going to have some margin at the top and make this as a flex and justify. Let's center, and again, if it's a big screen, let's have margin top somewhat less 4, and again display to be block and to grow. Okay, and here this is where we will have this the auto typing resume. So I'm just going to have this something like this. So we will create this component eventually, but not now. So this is the okay, what's the issue here? Hmm. Okay, here I'll have to use inside this return. Okay, that was the issue. Okay, fine. So this is the hero component. So now what we'll do inside this main page, okay, we will try to use this hero component, see how it's going to look. Okay, so here inside this I'm just going to change this on the styling for this main. Okay, so what we'll do, let's have margin x auto, and width I want it to occupy something 2 times extra large. Okay, and I want the background to be dot, we don't have it. Okay, and padding x direction, and also padding bottom, let's say 32, and the text color I want it to be gray, something like 900. And again, if it's a larger screen, I just want padding x to be more. Okay, and now let's use this hero component. So this is the hero component. Okay, and yeah, let's have a look and see how it's going to look. Okay, fine. So I don't know why this that styling is not working. Let me have a look. Okay, so basically whatever the styling I have applied, it isn't working on this, I think. So let's me have a look at that. So okay, here in globals.css, if you see, we have two uh, duplicates, a theme purple and a theme purple, so it has to be blue. That is the reason we see issue with the stylings not being applied in our pages. So now let's go and have a look at the output. Hopefully it should have this styles restored. Okay, so this was the issue. So now let's go back to the output. Yeah, so now you see it's looking good. So this is the hero section left part, the styling, so whatever we want it's applying. And here this, then the powerful resume builder, and then the button, and then here not required, and then going helping us to go to the resume parser. Okay, and also here I'm just going to apply this text primary for that. So here inside this now navbar, okay, here I'm just going to apply this primary, and let's go. Yep, okay, fine, now it's looking good. And yeah, I'll come back to this. So next I wanted to have quickly the steps component, where it's going to showcase the simple 3 steps that user has to follow through this application. Okay, so here going I'm just going to create a new component inside this home folder. Okay, so let me name this as steps dot tsx. Okay, fine. So here let's have a list called steps. So here it's going to be a list of 3 objects. This is going to have this the title. Okay, so title for the first thing, it's going to be something like an add a resume pdf, and the text of this, it's going to be something like an or create from scratch. Okay, so okay, fine. And then the other object with the title as preview design, then the text with the and something like and make edits. Final object, so with the title, it's going to be download new resume. Okay, and the text it's going to be, and apply something like confidence. Okay, so this is the steps list. Now let's have the component to render this list. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a steps. Here let's wrap everything inside the section. Okay, and styling, let's have this margin X auto, and at the top let's add margin 8. Okay, and let's make this rounded to extra large. And background color, I'm just going to have this sky 50. Okay, and this dot, okay, this I'm just going to add this. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do that, let's go do this here, and I added this in the asset, so I'm just going to uncomment this, and this is going to be now the asset slash this dots.svg. so I'm just going to give this dots.svg. okay, so this is the dot. Okay, now it will be applied to the place wherever we were referring. After this, I'm just going to have a padding X direction 8. Okay, and in the bottom let's have slightly more 12, and top let's have 10, and if it's a larger screen I just want margin to be less. Okay, fine. First thing, for the header, which is going to say something like 3 simple steps. Okay, so let's center the text, and size, let's make this something like 3 times XL, and the font type I'm just going to make this as a bold. So here this is going to be something like 3 simple steps. That's the header. And then the div, where we are going to iterate through the list and showcase each object. Okay, so here on this div I'm just going to add this margin at the top 8. Okay, and make this flex and justify center. And now this div, okay, so here I'm just going to make this as a flex, and direction, let's make this as a column, and in the gap I wanted to have something like 10, and here let's make this flex to be row, larger screen, and the same way with a larger screen I just want justify to be centered, and gap in the X direction, let's say something like 20. Okay, fine. And now let's iterate through this list, so which is steps dot map, and I'm just going to destructure the title and text. Okay, and also the index of that. So here let's wrap everything inside this div. Let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to apply this self start, and padding left, let's say 14. Okay, and the key, I'm just going to attach the index of this step. Okay, so fine. And now inside this I'm just going to add the divs where we'll be showcasing the actual text and the index. Okay, so let's write the divs for that. Let me make this div as a description list. Okay, and accordingly we'll have the conjectured dt and dd tags accordingly for the index as well as the text. Okay, so now inside this I'm just going to wrap everything inside this dt, and here let's make this text size to be large, and then a font type, let's make this as a bold. So this is the now inside this I'm just going to wrap multiple divs to showcase the index for this respective step. So first let's have this div where I'm just going to apply this background color primary, and then make this as absolute, and the left position I'm just going to apply 0, and top let's apply 1, and make this display as a flex, and height and width I'm just going to restrict it to 10, and select, I just don't want any, none, and items, let's center them, and also justify, let's center. So let's center, and then let's make this a circle, okay, rounded full, and padding, let's have something like 3.5 pixel in all directions, okay, and I'm just going to add this opacity set to 80. Fine. Now inside this div, let's have the one more div, so where we are going to make this as a flex, and height and width I'm just going to set it to full, and items center, justify, let me center this, and again this will have this rounded full, okay, and the background color I'm just going to set this to white. Then finally the index, I'm just going to have this div for that. So here let's make this color of this to be primary, and I'm just going to have negative margin of at the top 0.5, and text size, let's make this to be 2 times extra large, and here the index, it's going to be index plus 1, okay, fine. And after this div, I'm just going to showcase here the title, okay, and then after this inside this dd tag, let's showcase the text. So yep, so this is the component to showcase the steps. So now we'll just use this inside this page, okay. So right after this I'm just going to use this steps, okay. So let me add this, and now let's have a look at the output. Okay, so fine, yeah. So this, and you see the background dots are added. Now you see the effect, the svg for background dot is added, and now this is the simple steps component we have created. So this is for the index that we're showcasing, and then the title, and then the text. So even the steps component is looking good. So this has to be created. I'll come back to this where it's a bit a lot of work, we have to have multiple components for that, so I'll come back to this. So before even going there, I wanted to go to the have the state management library utilities to be ready. So basically we are going to use the regex toolkit for this. So for that to be ready, I'm just going to have the slices, for assuming we need to have slices for resume and for the settings, okay. And since we'll be using we'll be taking the resume PDF as an input, we'll have to have somehow to store in the form of a local storage. So these kind of helpers, we'll have to make things ready. Then I'll come back to these components and the pages, okay. So let's go back to this. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to create here the new folder exclusively for state regex, okay. So inside this I will have first the types required for this states that we wanted. So first thing, we need an interface for resume profile, then for each section, and same thing for work experience, education, project, then featured skill, and a resume skills, custom thing, okay. And or finally the resume object or interface. So let's firstly have those interfaces for them. So I'm going to quickly have this, so which is the resume profile. So this is going to have this name, which is going to be string, then the email, so again this is going to be string, phone number, this is again string, url, so this is string, and then the summary, I'm just going to make this to be a string, okay. Location, the location string. So this is the interface as of now for the main profile of the resume, okay. Then for the same thing we'll have for each section. So next is the resume work experience. So here work experience, so this is the going to have this company, okay, and then the job title. So here I'm just going, this is again going to be string, date, for the duration he was serving there. Okay, and then the descriptions. Okay, so descriptions is going to be a list of strings. So this is the interface for work experience, and next goes for the education. So here resume education. So I'm just going to have here for this the school. Okay, so here it's going to be string, and then the degree. So here it's going to be string, and then the date, again this is going to be string, then the GPA whatever he has scored, and finally then the description. So again this is going to be string array. Next is going to be for the project. So here I'm just going to name this as the resume project. Okay, so here, so I think I misspelled it. Okay, fine. So this is going to have a project, so which is going to be of type string, and then the date. Okay, fine, and finally the description. So again this is going to be a string array. Then the featured skill. So here I'm just going to have this featured skill. So this is going to have the skill which is going to be of type string, and then the rating. So what is its expertise level in this skill. Okay, and the resume skill. So basically this would have so here resume skills. Okay, this would have the featured skill subject. So basically it's going to be list of the above featured skill array. Okay, and then the description. So here this is going to be a string array. Okay, this is the resume skills interface. And then finally the for the custom again, which is going to have the description. So here I'm just going to have this type for custom thing. This is going to have simply the descriptions list. Okay, so this is going to be a string array, and then finally the interface for all resume. Okay, so just it's going to have the property for each of the things. So that is profile. This is going to be of type resume profile. Okay, and then the work experience. So this is going to be the resume work experience list. Okay, and then the education. So I mean, let's make this as a plural, work experiences, and then the educations. Again this is going to be list of resume education projects, which is going to be a resume project list, and then the skills, which is the resume skills. Okay, and then finally the custom. So here it's going to be the resume custom type. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to export this type which is going to be resume key. So this is going to be key of resume. Okay, so these are the types required for our state thing. And then next what we will have is the first the store. Okay, so for that let me first install the dependencies needed for Redux and Redux toolkit. So here I'm just going to add the dependencies for that. So one is first the Redux.js toolkit. Okay, so I'm just going to have this toolkit. Okay, and then the React Redux. Okay, so if you just see here I've just added Redux toolkit. Okay, the same way I will add the main things, the React Redux and the Redux thing. Okay, so I'll have to add here. Okay, so these are the main core dependencies for using the regex state management in our application. So now let's go back to this. Here I'm just going to create here the new file called store.ts. Okay, so here, which is going to be a main store for our application. So fine, and first thing is let's export this store. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this configure store from regex toolkit, and here this is going to have this reducer. So here each is going to have the reducer. For now I'm just going to leave this as empty. Eventually this will have two reducers, one for the resume and one for the settings thing, and I'm just going to export the root state. So here root state, so this is going to be a written type of store dot get state. Okay, and then the dispatch thing. So here app dispatch, so this is going to be the type of store dot dispatch. Okay, fine, and now let's have the slices for each of them. So first thing, I'll go for the settings. Let's go for resume slice thing, or else we can go for setting slices. So I'll just have first the slice for settings. Okay, so here let's define one file. So I'm just going to name this as settings slice dot ts. Okay, fine. So first thing, let's have the interface for the settings. So basically this is nothing but the theme color, the font family, font size, what is the document size, and what to show, kind of forms to show, which sections to show. If he presses on the toggle of the high icon, we don't have to show. So for that to show, and again heading, and then what is the order of the forms, okay, and then should we show bullet points for the multiple sections. So this is going to help us remember those selections of the user. Okay, so that's the purpose of this setting slice. Okay, for that let's have the interface so that it makes clear for us. So what is it going to have this? Okay, I'm just going to have interface for settings. First thing, the theme color. So what theme color the user has selected, so that is to maintain this. And then the font family, again this is going to be of type string. Then the font size. Okay, and then the document size, so is it the A4 or the letter. Okay, and then the form to show, so this is going to be object. So basically each section it's going to be having a work experiences. Again this is going to be of type boolean. Same way for all the sections. So I'm going to quickly have for projects skills, which is again the boolean, and then the custom. So this is again boolean. Okay, so that is the forms to show, and then the again form to heading. So here I'm just going to have again the same thing. So what is the heading of each of the things? So by default we'll have one thing for this, but in case if he wants to change, he can just modify this, and we are going to store that modifications in this respective variables. Okay, so the project, so which is going to be again of type string. Then the skills, this is going to be a string. Then the custom, finally this is going to be string. So fine, and then we have forms to maintain the forms order. So this is going to be a forms order, and here this is going to be of type show form array. So this is going to be of type show form. So I'm just going to define that type here. So let me have that type here. So basically this is going to be a show form, so which we are going to get it from the settings of the form to show. Okay, so here I can just mention the type to be list of that show form. Okay, so basically this is going to be the key of this thing. Okay, fine. And then after this, the show bullet points. So for which sections should we show the bullet points? So this is for that. So first thing, this is the education. So quickly I'm just going to have this bullet points configured for this sections. Boolean, again projects, and then the skills. Okay, so skills, and this is going to be again the custom, going to be of type boolean. So this is the interface kind of an object for the setting. So fine. And now here let's have the type for same form with bullet points and general setting. So I'm just going to quickly have the types for that, so as to not to avoid TypeScript errors. Okay, so this I'm just going to form with bullet points. So this is going to be a key of the settings of this show bullet points. Okay, and then the type for general setting. So here I'm just going to exclude the key of settings. Okay, and then the form to okay. And so basically I'm just going to exclude this form to show. Okay, and form to heading, and then the forms order. Okay, and finally the show bullet points. Okay, this is the general setting for the type. Okay, and let's have the default values for theme, font family, font size, and font color. So I'm just going to have this constant for each of them. So let's have the default values for each of them. So first thing, for the theme color, I just want it to be sky 400. So this is going to be 38 BD F8. Okay, fine. And then the default value for font family, so I'm just going to have here the Roberto as the default font family, and then the default font size. So here let's have default font size set to 11. Okay, and then the default font color, so I'm just going to set it to text neutral. So fine, default font color, so this is going to be just 171717. Okay, fine. So these are the default values for respective things. And now let's have the initial settings object defined, so that we can pass this as the initial state for the slice. Okay, so here initial settings, so this is going to be of type settings. So the theme color, I'm just going to pass here default theme color. Okay, and then the font family, so it's going to be default font family. So I'm just, this is the default font family. Okay, so, and then the font size, default font size, document size, so it's going to be a letter by default. Okay, and then the form to show, I'm just going to set all of them to true. Okay, so here it's going to be true, projects to true, skills to true, then the custom set to true. Okay, so fine. And now the form to heading, so here we will have for work experience, I'm just going to have here the standard values, the work experience, and then the education. So here stream, I'm just going to have everything inside this capital letters. Okay, and then the projects, it's going to be project, then the skills. Okay, and then the custom, this is going to be a custom section. Okay, so fine, so this is the heading for each of the section. Okay, and then forms order, I'm just going to here have this for work experiences, then the education, and then the projects. Okay, and then the skills, then the custom. Okay, that's how if we wanted to reorder, we'll be using this to reorder the section in our form. Okay, and then show bullet points, I'm just going to set everything to true. Okay, fine, and then the projects, let's set this to true, skills to true, and then the custom, I'm just going to set this to true. So the initial state required for our slice is ready. Okay, fine, I'm just going to define the slice now. So let's name this as setting slice. Okay, so here setting slice, so let's use this create slice from Redux toolkit. Okay, so the name of this, it's going to be settings, so I'm just going to mention this as settings, and initial state, it's going to be the initial settings we have defined above, and then the reducer. So first thing, to change the settings, we'll have this reducer. So here change settings. Okay, this would have the inputs of type kind of a draft, and then the action, so which is going to be of type payload action. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this, so payload action. So here this is going to have this field which is going to be of type general setting, and then the value which is going to be a string. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to let me import this payload action. So basically this is going to be from this toolkit itself, so payload action. Okay, fine, so here action is going to be payload action with the field of type general setting and value which is going to be string. Okay, so here I'm going to destructure this field and the value from the payload. Okay, this is nothing but action dot payload, and for the respective field, I'm just going to set this value. Okay, this is how we're going to change the settings, and same way we'll have for changing the show form, formatting, form order, show bullet points, and set settings. Okay, so for that, let's have the reducers for each of them. So here after this, it's going to be change show form. Okay, so here it's going to be the same for everything, so I'm just going to draft. Okay, and then the action which is going to be, let me copy this. Okay, so it's going to be just the value type, it's going to change. Okay, so here, okay, fine, here I just have to, yeah, fine, so here now the field is going to be the show form of type show form, and this is value, it's going to be of type boolean. Okay, fine, and yeah, so inside this same thing, I'm just going to get this destructure those field and value from the payload, and here draft dot form to or show for that field, I'm just going to set this value. Okay, so that's how we change the show form value for a particular field. Okay, then the change form heading. So I'm just going to let's do one thing. I'm just going to completely copy this, and here let me change this name to form heading. Okay, and now it's going to be a value, it's going to be of type string. Okay, and here we'll have to change to form to heading. Okay, so yep, so fine, this is how we change the heading value for each section. Okay, and then the changing next changing the form order. So here this is going to be either up or down. So basically this is going to be type. So here I'm just going to mention here either up or down. So this can be a value of either up or down. So here let's and I'm just going to change this to form. So and let's destructure them here from form and type. So once we have those types, okay, first thing I'm going to get the last index. So hints to one variable last index. So it is going to be draft dot forms order dot length -1. So this is going to give us the last index, and now the position. So basically draft dot forms order dot index of the form. So I'm going to get the current position. So on the new position, it's going to be if the type is equals to up. Okay, so this is going to be a position -1, else it's going to be a position +1. Okay, so fine, and then we'll have to swap form order. So for that I'm just going to have one function basically swapping here. So let's have this swap form order. So here index 1, so which is going to be number, simple function to swap the values inside the array. Okay, and this is again the number, and here let's have the temporary variable to store the value. So fine, so this is going to be draft dot forms order of index 1. Okay, and inside this I know forms order of index 1, I'm just going to store this value present at index 2. So forms order of index 2, and then again into the index 2 I'm just going to put whatever we have in this inside this temporary variable. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to, after this, if the new if new position is greater than or equals to 0, and again a new position is less than or equals to last index, then we are going to perform the swap for on this both the indexes. Okay, fine, so this is how we are going to update the order of our sections inside the form. So this is the function which is going to help us update the order of our each section. Okay, then after this to change showcasing of the bullet points or not, we need to have the function for that too. So here change show bullet points. Okay, so again this will have this draft and action, which is going to be payload action of the object field. So here field, it's going to be the form with bullet points. Okay, and value, it's going to be of type boolean. Okay, fine, and so here yeah, now inside this just get the field and value from payload, and for that respective show bullet points field we are going to set whatever value we receive. Okay, so here field value, I'm just going to get it from the action dot payload. Okay, and here for the bullet points of that field I'm just going to set this value. Okay, simple. This is how we change the showcasing of bullet points for the sections that we want. Okay, and finally to just set the settings. Okay, so the function to set settings. Okay, again this is going to have this draft and action, so which is going to be again the payload action of the settings. Okay, so here I'm just going to, this is going to be settings. Okay, and fine, and here I'm just going to return this action dot payload. Okay, so what's the issue? Okay, did I misspell here settings? Okay, fine, I'm just going to change this to settings. I just misspelled, so let's change this to correct. Okay, fine. So yeah, so these are the reducers needed for us to update these setting, state regarding the settings, whatever changing the form, showcasing of the form, formatting title and the order of the form, and to show bullet points or not, and finally the function to set the settings. Okay, so after this I'm just going to export all of this. So basically from this settings slice dot actions. Okay, so the actions is going to be the same, the changing of settings. Okay, and okay, sorry, export const. Okay, fine, and this change show form, change formatting, change form order, change show bullet points, and then the set settings. Okay, so these are the actions. I'm just going to export from this setting slice, and then the then for selecting each part of the things like settings, theme color, and everything, for that I'm just going to export each of them separately here. So that is export const select settings. Okay, so here this is going to be of type root state, so I'm just going to import this. Okay, and I'm just going to provide this. So root state, yeah, okay, fine, yep. So here it's going to be state dot settings. Okay, so same way for each of them I'm just going to export in the same way. So export const to get the specific value of the property. Okay, so here select theme color, this is going to be again root state. So theme color, export const select form to show, this is going to be again the state dot settings dot form to show. Okay, and select show by form. So select show by form, so this is going to be function. So basically I will have this here form which is going to be of type show form. Okay, so here root state, so I'm just going to state dot settings dot form to show of this form. Okay, fine, and then the select form to heading. Okay, so here select form to heading. So this is going to be state dot settings dot form to heading. Okay, and then the selecting heading by form. So here select heading by form, show form. Okay, so here again the state, which is going to be of type root state, state dot settings dot form to heading of this form. Okay, fine. Now the forms order, so export const, select forms order. Here settings dot forms order. Okay, and then select is first form. So basically the I'm going to get which is the first form. So here select is first form. Okay, so here the show form state, which is going to be root state. Okay, state dot settings dot forms order if this is equals to form. Okay, just to know whether this is the first form or not. Okay, and then same way for the last form. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and change the index. Okay, so here select is last form. Okay, and now here instead of 0 it's going to be state dot settings dot forms order dot length minus 1. Okay, and finally for selecting the showing the bullet points, so basically select show bullet points. So here this is going to be of type form with bullet points. Okay, here state root state. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this show bullet points by passing in this form. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to export this default setting slice dot reducer. So this is the slice for maintaining the state or the selection of the user for settings. Okay, same way we will have the slice for resume slice. Okay, let me create that file. So here I'm just going to name this as resume slice. So here same way for the like we did for setting slice, for each section we should have the default initial state. So let's define the initial state for each of them. So first now initial profile, so it's going to be of type resume profile. Okay, so this is going to name, I'm just going to have everything as an empty string, the summary, then the email, the phone value, location, and finally the URL. Okay, so this is the initial value for the profile. So likewise for other things. Okay, so for the initial something which is the work experience, so this is going to be of type resume work experience. Okay, and here company empty. Okay, I'm just going to give all the empty values, date. Okay, and then the description, the empty array. Okay, then for the education, so here for the education, so this is going to be the resume education. So I'm just going to, yep, Fine. And this again, the school, the empty value, and the degree. So all I'm just going to set there the empty values. Okay, then the GPA empty, and then description the empty array. Fine. Then finally for a project, so initial project, so this is going to be of type resume project. Okay, so here project is empty string, date empty string, and then description empty array. Fine. So now initial values for all of the section is ready, and finally even for the featured skills we should have. Okay, so basically export const initial featured skill. I'm just going to have here, so this is going to be again of type featured skill. So here skill it's going to be empty, and rating let's say something like 4. Okay, and now the list of featured skills. Okay, so initial featured skills. Okay, this is going to be array of featured skill, and here I'm just going to 6 by default. I'm just going to have in here the value we have in the initial featured skill. Okay, fine. And then the same like initial skills we should have, and also for the custom. Okay, so those two are left. So here the initial skills, this is going to be of type resume skills. Okay, so here the featured skill is going to be the initial featured skills, and descriptions the empty array, and finally the initial custom. So I'm just going to have here the empty description list for that. So descriptions. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is the thing. And finally let's have the initial overall resume state. Okay, so this is going to be nothing but culmination of our states. Okay, so initial resume state, so this is going to be of type resume, and here the profile initial profile, and the next the work experiences, and it's going to be initial work experience, education initial education, projects initial project, skills again this is going to be initial skills, custom initial custom. Okay, so this is the initial resume state. Okay, and now let's have the state slice for resume slice. Okay, so here straight away let's have this resume slice, which is I'm just going to use this create slice. Okay, and the name it's going to be the resume. Okay, and initial state just pass in this initial resume state. Okay, and now the reducers. Okay, fine. So this will have many reducers. One is to first to change this profile. Okay, profile, so again this is going to have this draft. Okay, and action it's going to be of type payload action. Payload action which is going to have this field, which is nothing but the key of this resume profile. Okay, and the value it's going to be the string. Okay, and I'm just going to let me import this payload action. Okay, yeah, fine. And here let me first get those destructure those field and value. Okay, so here action dot payload. So for that profile field, I'm just going to update this value. So fine, this is how we are going to change this profile values. Okay, fine, so that is for this. And after this, changing the work experience. Okay, and okay, fine, so here change work experience. Okay, so again this will have this draft action. This is going to be payload of payload action. This is going to be of type I'm just going to define the type for this. It's going to be a little different. Okay, so here let's have this type. For this, I'm just going to name this as create. Okay, create change action with the description. Okay, so basically you will understand what is and make this as a generic. Okay, and here this would have this index number. Okay, and I'm just going to here if fine this field, which I'm just going to whatever from T, I'm just going to exclude this descriptions. Okay, and value which is going to be of type string. And here again one more object with the field the descriptions, and value it's going to be a string array. Okay, and fine, yeah, so this is the create change action with the descriptions. Okay, now I'm just going to wrap this here, create change action with description. So here I'm just going to have this resume work experience. Okay, past the T. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to okay, so here what we are going to do is get the index field and value from the payload. So that is first let me get the index field and the value. Okay, so from the payload, so action dot payload, and get the work experience now based upon the index. Okay, so from this work experiences array, and just update this field with whatever value we got. Okay, so fine, so this is how we change the work experience section. Okay, next the education. Okay, so change educations. So I'm just going to do one thing. So let me copy this, use this, and I'm just going to change this name. So here it's going to be educations, and now this type it's going to be resume education. Okay, so okay, and here same way I'm just going to rename this to education, and this is going to be educations list. And here let's update that education field. Okay, same way like we did for work experience applies to the educations as well. fine. And now the changing the skills. Okay, so for changing the skills, draft. Okay, so and here the action, it's going to be of type payload, of type payload action. So here it's going to be object with the field descriptions. Okay, and the value where it's going to be a string array, or it can be featured skills. Okay, and here this will have the index skill. Okay, so here index is type of type number, then skill which is of type string, then the rating which is of type number. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to here, based on the payload I get, I'm going to perform action inside this reducer. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to get the field value from the payload, so which is the action dot payload. Okay, here if field if field is equals to descriptions, okay, then I'm just going to get the value, so which is going to be nothing but from the payload, and update that skills dot descriptions with whatever value we have. Else if it's a featured skill, I'm going to destructure all the values, which is nothing but the index skill, and then the rating. Okay, from the action dot payload, and get the featured skill. So basically I'm going to get the featured skill using this draft dot skills dot featured skills by using this index. Okay, and for that respective item, so that is, I'm just going to update this skill with whatever value we have received in the payload. Sorry, it has to be okay, and it is going to be featured skill. Okay, so this is going to be skill. Okay, so same way the rating, the rating we are just going to update with whatever value we received in the payload. So this is how we are going to change the skills depending upon the field type. If it's a description, this is how we update it. If it's the featured skills, so this is how we do update. Okay, then the changing the custom. Okay, so after this, the function to change the reducer to change the custom. Okay, so again this is draft. Okay, and then the action, so which is going to be payload action with the field which is here the descriptions, and the value which is going to be a string array. Okay, so here I'm just going to so let's get the value first. Okay, so action dot payload. Okay, and I'm just going to set this descriptions to whatever value we receive. Okay, so that's how we change the custom. Okay, and then we have to add section in form. So basically if if he chooses to add multiple work experience educations or projects, so we'll have to have an option to push that into respective array. So if it is work experience, we'll have to push that to work experience and educations and projects respectively. So for that I'm going to have one function, so let's name that as an add a section in form. add a section in form. Okay, so here this is going to be to add the dynamic list for work experiences, educations and projects respectively. So this is going to be a payload action of form. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this show form. Okay, so here in this I think I have to import this. Yeah, fine. And let's get the form from the payload. Okay, so action dot payload, and I'm just going to use the switch, so based on the form value. So if it is work experiences, then I'm going to push into our work experiences list. Okay, so here let's use this structured clone, and I'm just going to push whatever we had in this initial work experiences. Okay, and then I'm just going to return the draft from this. Okay, and the same way we will apply for the educations. Okay, and then the projects. Okay, so draft dot educations dot push the the initial education value. Okay, and then return the draft. Okay, finally for the project, so here I'm just going to the projects. Let's push this value. Okay, so which is the initial project. Okay, and return this draft. So this is how we had the section in each of this section. Okay, fine. And after this for now moving the section inside the form. Okay, so here moving section in form. Okay, here again the draft action, so this is going to be a payload action with the object. Okay, so form, so which is going to be a show form. Okay, and then the index, which is the number. Okay, number, and the direction, so is it the up or down? So down. Okay, and I'm just going to here first get the those respective values, form, index, and then the direction from the payload. Okay, so here if form is not equals to skills, and form is not equals to custom. Okay, and again if the index is equals to 0, and direction is equals to up. Okay, or let's have multiple conditions, so I'm just going to add here. Okay, or if the index is equals to the last length. Okay, so here last index, and direction is equals to down, so we're not going to do anything, so I'm straight away going to return this draft. Okay, else. Okay, first let's get the section, so here it's going to be draft form of that index. Okay, so yeah, this index, what is the issue? Okay, fine. And if here the direction, if this direction is equals to up, I'm going to for this form of index, I'm just going to have this value or previous value assigned, so which is this one. Okay, and here this is going to be whatever value we had in this section. What's wrong here? Okay, it has to be number. Okay, fine. Yep, and yeah, so this is how we swap it. Okay, and now for the direction down, so here then draft of form of idx would be just the +1 value, so that is +1, and then now in that place will be whatever we have in that section. Okay, so here fine, so this is how we move a section inside the form. Okay, fine, and then finally delete a section in form by index. Okay, so here let's have the function for that section. Okay, so that is delete section in form by index. Okay, so here the draft and then action, which is going to be a payload action with the object of show form, and the index to delete. Okay, so here I'm just going to first get the form and index from the payload. Okay, so form index action dot payload. Okay, here we'll first check if form is not equals to skills, and form is not equals to custom. Okay, then I'm just going to splice from that index by 1. Okay, fine, so this is how we are going to remove, and finally the function to set the resume. So here the resume, the draft along with the action, so which is going to be payload action of the resume. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this action dot payload. Fine, so this is the slice for the resume. So now let's export those actions and selectors respectively for each specific properties. Okay, so here from resume slice dot actions, so I'm just going to first the change custom, so whatever, change education, change profile, change skills, change work experience. Okay, and then the add section in form, move section in form, delete things, and set resume. Okay, yeah, and yeah, so these are the actions. Fine, and now the selector thing, so quickly let's have those selectors. Select resume, so state root state. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this state dot resume, then selecting the profile, so this is going to be again state dot resume dot profile. Then next it's going to be selecting the work experiences, so here simply it's going to be state dot resume dot work experiences, then the educations, so here state root state, so here it's going to be state dot resume dot educations. Okay, so and next it's going to be for the projects. Okay, so select projects, state the root state dot resume dot projects, and then selecting the skills. Okay, so again this is going to be state dot resume dot skills. Okay, and finally the custom, so I'm just going to have this select custom, so where we are just going to select this state dot resume dot custom. Okay, and finally I'm just going to export this slice reducer, so here export as a default, which is the resume slice dot reducer. Okay, so now we have the reducers needed for resume and settings. So here I'm just going to have this reducer set, so which is going to be nothing but the resume. So here I'm just going to have this no, so let me import that. So here basically I'm just going to import this resume reducer. So we had this default exports. Okay, so basically here, so here I'm just going to get this from resume slice, and the same thing for the settings. So settings reducer from this setting slice. Okay, so here it's going to be a resume reducer, and for settings it's going to be settings reducer. So now the store we want for resume and settings is ready. Okay, so what's the issue here? Okay, for selecting theme color. Okay, what's the issue? Okay, sorry, it is going to be settings dot theme color. Okay, fine. So now the overall store required for application is ready. Cool. So this is the state required store required for storing the selections of the user for resume sections, and then the settings options for a particular resume. Okay, fine. This is good. So what if we wanted to even not erase the state even on refresh of the browser? So it would be good if you use the store that state in local storage and use that after refreshing. So for that I'm just going to have a new file here inside this regex itself, kind of so using this as a local storage dot ts. Okay, so here what we'll have the function to store save the state to local storage. Okay, so let's have this function save state to local storage. Okay, so okay, fine, and this is going to receive the state as the input parameter, so which is going to be a root state. Okay, and here inside this try catch block, okay, first I'm just going to get the stringified state, so I'm going to name this as something like stringified state. So let's stringify the state that we receive. Okay, and I'm just going to set this local storage dot set item, and the key, let's define one constant here. So I'm just going to name this constant as local storage key. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as something like resume builder parser state. Okay, and I'm just going to for this key we are going to store this stringified state. Okay, fine, and here in the cat section, so I'm just going to leave as it is for now, but we can add something if you wanted to handle in this catch. Okay, so again now one more function to load state from local storage. So here load state from local storage. Okay, So here this let's handle this also inside try catch block. First let's get the stringified state. Okay, so it's going to be from the local storage dot get item and pass in this local storage key. Okay, if there is no stringified state, I'm just going to define this undefined, else I'm just going to parse using this json dot parse, and by passing in this stringified stage and return this. Okay, if not, if there is any error, I'm just going to handle here inside this catch. For now I'm just going to return any undefined. Okay, so this is the way we are going to save the state to local storage, and same way we are going to load state from local storage if there is any. Okay, just I wanted to have one boolean variable to know at least if the has been this app has been used before or not in the particular browser. Okay, so let's name this as something like get as used app something like before. Okay, so here this is just going to be a boolean of load state from local storage. Okay, so fine. So this is the local storage that is going to help us help us store the state into local storage, and vice versa get the state from the local storage as well, so that we will not lose the value of the user selection even on browser refresh. Okay, so mostly this is the thing for our maintaining the state management in our application. So finally to just expose this as an hooks for us to consume in the components of the pages, it would be better if you have the hooks. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to create here inside this hooks file, where we will have multiple hooks related to the just to hooks which is going to help us save state to the local storage on change, and also setting the initial store setup for the state. Okay, so let's define this. So basically first I'm going to have the hook which is going to say something like use save state to local storage on change. Okay, so local storage on change. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this use effect. Okay, so here inside this okay, first thing let's have the function subscribe. So I will import the store. Okay, so basically okay fine, let me import store from our library. Okay, so yep, yeah, so here I'll have one function. So basically I'm just going to name this as something like and subscribe. So here store dot subscribe. Okay, so here I'm just going to call this save state to local storage with the whatever we get from the store dot store dot get state. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to return this unsubscribe, and this is going to okay fine, I made a mistake here. Okay, fine, yep, and yeah, so no dependencies for this. So basically this is a hook to save a store to local storage on a store change. Okay, so simple. If the store is changing, then that values will be stored to our local storage. Okay, fine. So now this setting the initial store. Okay, so I will have one more hook which I'm going to call this as use set initial store. Okay, so which is going to help us prepare the initial state of our application. So here first let me get this dispatch object using the use app dispatch. So here I'm going to import dispatch. Okay, so basically let's do one thing. Let me prepare the const for use app dispatch. So here use app dispatch, this is going to be a function. Okay, so here the app dispatch. Okay, and I'm going to use this dispatch from the react regex. Okay, same way for selector, so use app selector. Okay, so this is going to be typed use selector hook from react regex. Okay, and this is going to be of type now root state, so which is going to be from our store, and I'm just going to use this use selector from react regex. So this is how we prepare the use app dispatch. Okay, so which is going to be app dispatch, and we're going to use the use dispatch from and the use selector from react regex. Okay, fine. So here once I have this, I'm just going to prepare this dispatcher. So dispatch, and now inside this use effect. Okay, so here first let me get the state, so that is from load state from a local storage. Okay, and if there is no state, I'm just going to return from here. Okay, if there is the state dot resume exists. Okay, so what if there is a resume state, then what we're going to do, we merge the initial state with the stored state to ensure backward compatibility. There will be like a new fields might be added to the initial state over time, so that is why we are going to merge this. So for this, we'll have a little helper which is going to help us merge those existing thing with the new fields. So for that, I'm just going to define a new file. So I'm just going to name that as something like deep merge. Okay, so here inside this library, I'm just going to create here a new file. I'm just going to name this as a deep merge. Okay, so here let me have this function named the deep merge. Okay, so deep merge, and this is going to have the input target, which is going to be object, and also the source. This is again going to be of type object. Okay, and then the level. So here by default I'm going to set it to 0. Okay, first let's get the copy target. So first thing, copy target. So if the level is equals to 0, then I'm just going to get the clone structured clone of the target. Okay, if not, I'm just going to get the target value. Okay, fine. And now let's iterate this source. So for const key in source, let me get this source value. So here it's going to be nothing but source of key. And now let's have one object to just to confirm whether it's object or not. So I'm just going to name this as an is object. So this is going to receive the item. For now, let's give the type as any. Okay, and it's going to return the item is object or not. Okay, so here return item. Okay, and the type of item is equals to object, and this I'm just going to have this array dot is array by passing in this item, making sure it's not an array. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going to assign this source value to copy target. So this is how, like, if this is not object, so this source value. Okay, then I'm just going to assign to this copy targets of key with the whatever the value we have in this source value. Okay, fine. And else I'm going to again check if it's object of copy target of key. Okay, then I'm just going to set for this key the empty object. Okay, and here recursively we'll call the copy merge deep merge function, okay, by passing in this copy target key and source value with incrementing the level. Okay, what's the issue here? Okay, fine. Here I'm just going to mention here the type of the object. So let's mention this type of the object to be object with the key can be of any string and the value can be any. Okay, fine. Now the issue is gone. So this is the function which is going to help us merge, and finally I'm just going to return from this the copy target. Okay, fine. So this is going to help us merge the previous state along with the new fields that are coming in. Okay, so now going to our hooks file. So here I'm just going to use that deep merge now. So here let's call this as something like merged resume state. Okay, so I'm just going to use this deep merge and pass in this initial resume state. Okay, and then the state dot resume. Okay, and I'm just going to typecast this to resume. So here resume, fine. And after this I'm just going to dispatch to the using the set resume reducer and pass this merged resume state, so that it's going to set the resume state to this. Okay, fine. And now for the settings same way. So if if state dot settings. Okay, so same way I'm just going to get the merged settings state. Okay, and using this deep merge by passing in this initial settings. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this state dot settings and typecast this to settings. Okay, settings. Okay, and I'm just going to set the state so that is set settings by passing in this merged setting state. Okay, fine. And here the empty dependency. Okay, fine. So this is the hook which is going to help us set the initial store. Okay, by taking into consideration if we have any from our local storage. So these are the hooks. So finally almost the state that we wanted to maintain using the regex is done. So now let's go to the section that we wanted to. First I wanted to focus on the, maybe I can go to resume importer. So that's the page where we try to take the resume as a PDF as the input if there is any existing resume from the user, or we can just have the option to get started from scratch, which is going to help us navigate to resume builder page. So first I'm going to look at that. So let's create a new page. For that I'm going to create a new inside this app section itself. Okay, so here I'm just going to create a new folder. So let me name this as resume import. Okay, so here resume import, and inside this I will have here new file called page.tsx. Let's first mention this as a client component. Okay, fine, page. Okay, fine. And the function for the importing the resume, so I'm just going to name this as import resume. Fine. So here I'll have two state variables, one to know whether this has been used before or not, and other to know whether the resume was added before or not. Okay, so here let's have this, which is as used app before. So again the callback to update that, so set as used app before. Okay, initially I'm just going to set the value to false. Okay, again one more for the as added resume. So even this I'm just going to set the default value to false. So here let me set this to false, and here we'll have one function. Basically on file URL change, we'll have to update the whether the resume was added or not. So just the function, this is going to happen when the user is trying to select the file from his local folders, and then time this function will be called. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as all on file URL change. Okay, and this is going to receive file URL which is of type as an input param for this function, and here I'm just going to set to this a boolean of file URL. Okay, fine. And now inside this use effect I'm going to use this hook we had, which is nothing but set as used app before with the function we had get as used app before inside our local storage. Okay, so this is going to help us know whether it has been used before or not. Okay, fine. And now here it's going to be just the at the mounting stage of this component. Fine. Now let's focus on the UI part. So let's wrap everything inside this main and the div. So here let me have this margin x auto, and the top let's say 14. Okay, and the max width I'm going to have 3 times XL, and the rounded MD have this border, and the border color I want it to be gray, something like 200, and then padding in x direction let's have 10, and in y direction let's say 10. Okay, and the text to be centered, and I just want some shadow effects or medium. Okay, fine. So here first thing, if this has not been used before, then I'm going to have this fragment rendered. So basically this is going to be the first have the header which is going to say what is it's about. So let's make this text to be larger, and the font type let's make this semi bold, and text color I want it to be gray. Okay, so here 900 something. Okay, fine. So here it's going to be import data from an existing resume. So basically if he has not used app before, this is going to help him import the data from existing resume in his local files. Okay, and after this we'll have here the resume drop zone, so which we don't have it. We will so once we have, we'll use that component here. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this resume drop zone component. Okay, fine. And here after this here again if this resume was not added, okay, then I'm just going to have this inside this fragment, the divider, and then just the section where we'll be showcasing the heading and the button which is going to say like create from scratch, and the heading is going to say like you don't have resume yet. Okay, for that I think it's better you don't have to clumps here, so I can just have separate component here. I'm going to define quickly the separate component here for divider and the section. So here let's first have this divider. So here let's wrap everything inside this div. Okay, margin x I'm going to have something let's say 2.5 rems, and display let's make this as a flex, and items centered, and padding at the bottom be 6, at the top also let be 8. Okay, yeah, and I'm just going to apply this area addend to true. Okay, fine. Now inside this just the div which is going to have a border at the top and border color. Okay, so I'm just going to have this flex grow, and a border at the top and border color let's say something like 200. okay, and after this the span for hard text. Okay, so here let's have margin in the x direction 2, and at the top I'm just going to have -2 pixel. Okay, and I have this flex shrink text. I want it to be larger, and the text color, let's make it gray, so let's say 400. Okay, fine, and the text it's going to be then beneath this it's going to be the same as the above component, so I'm just going to use this, this div. Okay, so this is the our divider or component, and quickly let me have this component for section. So this has to be caps. Okay, yep, and here the component section with heading and create button. So here I'm just going to have this. Okay, this is going to have two properties as the input props. Okay, which is the heading, so this is going to be a string, and then the button text. So here I'm just going to, this is also going to be string. So here let's get this heading and then the button text. Okay, so here let's focus on the UI rendering. Okay, so here inside this fragment let's have the p tag first. Okay, some styling for this. So just the font type, I'm just going to give the semi bold, and the text color let's make gray, so something like 900. And here I'm just going to have this heading. Fine, so that's for heading, and this div for creating the button, creating the resume from scratch. Okay, so basically I have some margin at the top. Okay, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this link component. So href, here we'll be navigating to resume builder, which we don't have it. We will eventually, so once we have, we'll be directly navigating to resume builder page. And the styling for this, okay, I want no outline, so sorry, I want outline to be a theme blue. Okay, and rounded, so it has to be rounded completely full. Okay, and the background, let's say some sky color 500. Okay, and let's have padding in the x direction 6, in the bottom let's say 2. Okay, and at the top something like in 1.5, and I want text to be base, and font type, let's make this to be something like semi bold, and the text color let's make this as white. Okay, fine, and inside this I'm just going to showcase this button text. So this is the component to showcase the text of the button. So we have both the components ready, so I'm just going to use this here. So basically here first we are going to use this or divider. So then after this I'm just going to have this section with the create button. Okay, and the heading, it's going to be don't have a resume at something like this. Okay, and button text. Okay, so here I'm going to say something like create from scratch. Fine, and let me close this. Okay, and yeah, then after this, if it has been used before, what is the issue here? Okay, sorry, I have to use this. Yep, so if it has been used before, so this would be rendered. So here it's again first thing I will have a check with the if the resume has added or not. Okay, if not added, so so basically if it's added, so what we're going to showcase here is the section with the title saying that you have data saved in browser from previous session, so continue where you left off, something like that. Okay, So that is this section. So here heading, I'm just going to say something like you have a data saved in browser from prior session. Okay, fine. And here the button text, it's going to say something like continue where I left off. Okay, so and then we'll close this, and after this we'll have the divider. Okay, so here, okay, so that is this. Okay, if not, we'll have this just the heading which is going to say something like override data with a new resume. So here, and the text color, I'm just going to say gray color. Okay, something like 900. And here, so here I'm just going to have something like override data with a new resume. And then here will be the resume drop zone component. Okay, so which we will create eventually, resume drop zone component. Okay, so fine. So this is the resume import page. So at least let's have a look now. So going to the end output. So here, this is the home page. So if I click on this, it's going to take us to the okay, so this is the import page for now. So here ideally here, once this component comes, it's going to look better, but as of now we don't have this. So that's why it's looking in this way. So now the core focus of us should be here. Basically here, if we wanted to create the resume drop zone component, we will have to have all the code related to parsing the PDF because once we upload this PDF, it's not just about the reading the file and saving that file, but also trying to extract each section from that PDF. That is, we'll have to set whatever we receive to the properties present in our resume slice. That is, we'll have to set whatever we extract from this PDF to work experiences, projects, skills, education, those things. So that is why all way of the 4 steps where we'll have to identify each section, that whole part should be completed. So we'll do one thing. Let's completely focus on parser code first, and then once it's completed, I'll come back to this resume drop zone and we'll add that component here. Okay, so let's go back and focus on whatever the code is required to parse the PDF, and then the code required to parse each section of the PDF. So let's go back. So what we'll do now is let's create separate folder kind of which is going to have all the code related to parsing resume from PDF. Okay, so inside this library itself, I'm just going to create here a new file, a folder. So let's create this as parse resume from PDF. Okay, so first thing, simple straightforward thing, we'll have the types. Basically what is it that we are trying to identify from PDF. Okay, so for that I'm just going to define types for that. So here types.ts. so first thing is the text item. So here I'm going to have the interface for text item. So basically this is going to give us the what is the text in that, and what is the x and y coordinate for that text. Okay, and so here, and then the width along with the height, so which is again a number, and then the font name, which is string, and then whether this as end of line. Okay, so here, so this is the boolean. So this is the definition for the text item. Okay, so and let's have the type for a list of the text items. Okay, so here text items, so this is going to be text item array. Okay, and now the line. So here line, it's going to be the list of the text item array. Okay, and lines, it's going to be just the plural of this lines list. Okay, fine. And now the same subsection. So whatever I need, I'm just going to define the types for that in this file. Okay, subsections, again this is going to be lines array. Okay, this array. Okay, and then resume section to lines, so I'll have this type. Okay, so here section to lines. Okay, so this is going to be object with the section name in. So I'm just going to import the resume key. So let's import this resume key. So I will import here the resume key. Okay, fine. And this is going to be optional. Okay, and here this value, it's going to be lines. Okay, and here and it's going to be other section name, which is going to be a string, and then value, it's the lines. Okay, so that's this. Okay, it has to be object. Okay, so yep, so this is the type for resume section to lines. Okay, and for the text score now, so I'll just have the interface for text score as well. So text score, so this will be having a type text property, which is of type string, then the score, which is of type number, and then the match. Okay, so what is the is it match or not? So this is again a boolean. Okay, and let's have the list of the text score. So I'm just going to name this as text scores. Okay, this is going to be text score array. Okay, fine. And same way, I'm just going to have a type for feature score, just the values, what is I mean here. Let's have the type for feature score, the values. Okay, it can be -4, -3, -2, -1. Okay, or 0, 1, or 2, or 3, or 4. Okay, it's fine. And now the type for feature, return matching text only. So here just return matching text only. So this is going to be a boolean. Okay, and then the finally the type for a feature set. So I'm just going to have here the item. Okay, so it's going to be text item. So, and it's going to return boolean along with the feature score. Okay, fine. Or it can be with the text item, and it's going to return a regular expression match array. Okay, or the null. Okay, and feature score, then return matching text only. Okay, so this is the type for a feature set. So these are the types okay, that are needed for our parsing a resume from PDF. Fine. And straight away, let's have the let's try to read the PDF. Okay, so here I'm just going to have a new file which is going to say reading the PDF. Okay, so for this we need to install from Mozilla PDF.js dist dependency. Okay, to read PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to install this PDF JS dist. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to import that and write a function called read PDF, which is going to given a URL of a file, it's going to give us the text present in that PDF. Okay, so straight away what I'm going to do, I'm just going to define here one function, so which is going to be read PDF and make this as a asynchronous, and here we are expecting the file URL as the input parameter for this function. Okay, and then this is going to return the promise of the type text items. Okay, so here first thing of the PDF file, so I'm going to use this PDF JS, so let me import that. So here I'm just going to import PDF JS from PDF JS dist. Now let's call the get document function on this PDF JS. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in the file URL and here get the promise. Okay, so this is going to give us the PDF file, and let's have the array for storing the text items. So this is going to be of type text items, and initially I'm just going to have this as an empty array. Okay, let's iterate through this PDF file pages. Okay, so here I'm just going to iterate till the number of pages and keep incrementing the index. Okay, so first is we'll parse each page into text content. So that is, first let's get the page into variable page, and here I'm just going to call this get page function by passing in this index. So this is going to give us the page. So once we get the page, we'll get the text content present in that page, that is text content. I'm just going to call this page dot get text content function. Okay, so this is going to give us the text present in that page. So after this, let's wait for the font data to be loaded. So that is, we'll just call this page dot get operators list function. Okay, and then let's get the common objects present in that page. So we'll just store inside this common objects variable. So this is going to be page dot common objects. Fine. Now we will convert each text item type to new text item type. Okay, so here let's get store them in this page text items. Okay, so this is going to be the text content dot I'm just going to iterate through each item. Okay, and get this individual item and then create into new text item type. Okay, so basically this is what I'm talking about. So here I'm just going to, from this item which is going to be a PDF JS text item type. Okay, so here I'm just going to typecast this. I think I'll just import this. Okay, so I'll import this. Fine. Okay, so what we are going to destructure is first the string. Okay, so I'm just going to rename this to text. Okay, and then the direction. Okay, fine, and then the transform. Finally the font name. Okay, I'm just going to rename this to a PDF font name, and the other props. Okay, whatever we have inside this, and let me import this type PDF JS text item. So here I'm just going to import type text item. Okay, and I'm just going to rename this to PDF JS text item, because we have the in-house text item type, so as to not confuse that. So types source and display slash API. Okay, so this is going to give us the types. So this is how we make the page text items. Okay, so once we have this, okay, After this, let's get the position of x and y of text item from transform. Okay, so here x, so I'm just going to it's going to be transform of 4, and the y coordinate, it's going to be transform of 5. So this is going to give us the position of x and y coordinate of the text item. Okay, then we will use the common objects to convert font name to original name. Okay, so here let's get this font object. Okay, so here common objects, dot get. I'm just going to pass this PDF font name, and I can get this font name here using the name property in the font object. Okay, so here I'm just going to store this inside this font object dot name. So this is the font name. That is how we get using the common object. Okay, and now we will just replace the some double hyphens with the single hyphen. Okay, this is going to read the single hyphen to double hyphen, so I'm just going to replace that using this text dot no, replace wherever we have this double hyphens with the single hyphen. So I'm just going to replace this. Okay, fine, and finally we'll have this new item constructed, and then we'll return that from this. So whatever we have this other props, I'm just going to keep them, and font name and text, it's going to be the new text, and the coordinates for text, which is going to be x and y, and we are going to just return this new item. So that's how we are going to have each item transformed and created. Okay, and after this I'm just going to push this into our list. Okay, so this is going to be text items dot push, and whatever we have in this page text item, so this will be list. Okay, so that will be pushing into our text items. Okay, so that is how we had the text items of each page to total. Okay, and so this is the this is how we read the PDF using this PDF JS. Okay, there is some issue. Okay, yep, and here, okay, fine, after this we'll have to return this text item. So basically now I'm just going to filter out empty space text item. Okay, if there is any. So let's have this first the empty space. So here it's going to be empty space, so just the function, it will take the text item as an input. Okay, so here text item. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this text item dot if this doesn't have any end of line, and I'm just going to trim the text. Okay, so here then this is going to give us the empty space, so I'm just going to apply to each text items. Okay, so text items dot filter, and for each text item we will just pass this to above function. So basically here is empty space, and I'm just going to pass this text item. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return this text items. Okay, so this is the read PDF function, which is going to read the content from the PDF and return the list of text items present in our file. Fine, so now what we'll do, I'm just going to create here the new file here called index.ts. Okay, so this is a place where we will have the main function called the parse resume from PDF. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a parse resume from PDF. Okay, and make this as asynchronous, and we are expecting the file URL as an input for this function. Okay, and here step 1, so as mentioned, so step 1 is to read a PDF. Okay, resume file. into text items, which we have just had this file read PDF. Okay, I mean to prepare for processing. Okay, so I'm just going to write here so that it will be clear for us. Okay, so here let's get those text items again. So here I will just use this read PDF function which we have written and pass the file URL for this. So this was the first step. So what is the next second step? The second step is we'll have to group our text items into lines. Okay, so this is the second step. So I'm just going to mention that step here, that is group text items into lines. So here we have to use the text items we got from the step 1 and then group those text item into lines. So for that I will have one more file which is going to deal with that functionality. So let me name this file as group text items into lines. Okay, so here now in this we will have the function, so let's write the function for that, so which is the group text items into lines. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to this is going to expect the text items as the input from step 1. So this is going to be of type text items, and it's going to return the lines. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to first thing have this lines list, so that is where we'll store the end output of this function. Okay, first thing is we'll try to group text items into lines based on it has the end of line, that is COL. Okay, so here line, so this is going to be of type line, and I'm just going to have the initially empty array. So let's iterate through this text items that we got as the input for this. So okay, so text items, first thing, if the item has EOL, okay, then we'll add this current line to lines, and we'll start a new empty line. Okay, so here if this item dot text dot trim is not equals to empty string, then I'm just going to push this to this line. Okay, so here I'm just going to push this item. Okay, and here let's push this to our lines list, the above line. So I'm just going to push this, and here let's create the new empty line. Okay, else I'm just going to add this item to current line, not to have a new line for that. Okay, so here in the else, if item dot text dot trim is not equals to thing, I'm just going to push it to this existing line. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to add last line if there is item in the last line. Okay, so here if this line dot length is greater than 0, I'm just going to push this to our lines list. Okay, so fine. So this is how we identify the lines, I mean group text items into lines based on whether it has the end of line or not. Okay, fine. Now see, many PDF docs will not be well formatted. Okay, due to it might be because of a lot of conversions from other types, be it docs or whatever it is. Okay, so that adds a lot of disturbances in the while we are trying to parse, where single text item is divided into multiple text items and like that. Okay, so now what we will do is we will try to have a step where we'll try to merge the adjacent text items if their distance is very small than the typical character width, to just to not miss those kind of things. Okay, So for that I'm just going to have one function which is going to give me the what is the typical character width. Okay, so here just below this let me have this function. I'm just going to name this as get typical character width. So here, yep, and again this is going to have the text item as the input, and the return type it's just going to be the number. Okay, fine. So first thing, we'll exclude the empty space in the text items. Okay, text items. So I'm just going to filter each text item. Okay, so if the item dot text dot trim is not equals to, so we are only considering the item which isn't empty space. Okay, fine. Now let's have the objects for height to count. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this height to count. So this is going to be object with the key as the height, which is of type number, and value which is going to be value. And initially I'm just going to set this to sorry, it has to be type, right? So yeah, so this is the object to count, height to count, and I have this variable to store this common height. Okay, so initially I'm just going to set it to 0, and then the what is the height max count, I'm just going to set this also to 0. Okay, same way for the font name to count, so I'll just have the same thing. Okay, so here font name, again this is going to be an object with the key font name which is going to be a string, and return type it's going to be value, it's going to be number. Okay, and here again let me have this common font name. So default it's going to, I'm just going to set this to be empty string, and here again a font name max count, so let's have this set it to 0. Now let's iterate through the text items. So I'm just going to iterate through this for loop. So let me get this each item, so which is the text items, and first let me destructure the text height and the font name from the item. Okay, so here I'm just going to get these values from item, and I'm just going to process the height. So that is if there is no value in this height to count for this key, I'm just going to set that to 0. So here let me set this to 0, and if there is, I'm just going to increment for that key. I'm just going to increment the value for that key. Okay, so now if the height to count of this height, this key is greater than the height of the maximum count, I'm just going to have this common height set to whatever the value we have in this height. Okay, and max height is going to be the value present in this respective key. Okay, so here the height max count, it's going to be the whatever we have value at this key. Okay, so same thing, we'll process the font name as well. So here if font name to count of font name isn't present, I'm just going to initialize that value to 0. So here fine, if there is, we'll just increment the value for that. So that is here I'm just going to increment whatever the length of the text is. So I'm just going to do it in this way, and now we'll check for the font name max count. Okay, so if this value present on this key is greater than the font name max count, we are just going to set the common font name. So it's going to be font name, and then what is the count. Okay, so here it's going to be the value present at this key. So here I'm just going to just pass this value into this variable. Okay, so this is how we process the font and we process the height. Okay, fine, and after this we will try to find the text items that match common font, family and height. Okay, so basically let's store that inside this common text items. Okay, so I'm just going to store here, so that is text items. Let's apply the filter and use this filter on each condition on this each item, that is item dot font name is matching to the common font name, and this item dot height is matching to a common height. Okay, so this is going to give us the common text items. Now what we will do, we will aggregate total width and number of characters of all common text items. Okay, so basically this is what I'm trying to say. So let's have this total width and the number of characters, so using this common text items. Okay, so I'm just going to use this and reduce this. Okay, so basically accumulator and the current value. So here first thing is the I'm just going to get the previous width. Okay, and previous characters from the accumulator. Okay, and here I'm just going to add the whatever we have in the previous value to the current value, so that is current dot width, and the same way previous characters plus current current dot text dot length. Okay, so this is okay, so this is going to give us the total width and total number of characters, and initially we'll just have the values, default values to be 0 and 0. Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, okay, fine, I just have to use this here. Okay, fine, so this is how we accumulate the total width and number of characters. And finally I'm just going to character width, it's going to be nothing but total width by total number of characters. Okay, so here typical I'm just going to have this something like typical character width. So this is going to be the total width by number of characters, and we'll just return this value from this function. So this is the function which is going to get the typical character width, and now we'll make use of this value in the here in the above function. So here after this I'm just going to get those typical character width first. So here typical character width, so we will just pass this text items to this lines. I'm just going to pass this lines dot flat to this typical character width function. Okay, so once we have let's now iterate through this each line. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to iterate through each lines. Okay, so first thing I'm just going to start from the end of the line to make things easier to merge and delete. Okay, so what we will do is let me start from the end of the line. Okay, so here line dot length -1. Okay, and so basically I'm just coming from backwards. Okay, so it will make us easier to merge and delete. First thing is the current item. So current item is nothing but whatever value is present at that index. And what is the left item? So it will be nothing but the index -1 value. Okay, and the what is the left item xn? So just the coordinate. So I'm just going to have this end. So here this is nothing but it's going to be the left item dot x plus the left item dot width. Okay, and now the distance. So here the distance, it's going to be the current item dot x minus whatever the left item xn. Okay, so this is where we calculate if the distance is less than or equal to a typical character width, then I'm just going to add this into our lines. Okay, so first thing, just to decide whether should we add a space between text or not, so let me quickly have one helper function to which is going to give me should I add a space between those two text items or not. Okay, so for that I'm just going to have this function should add a space between text. So here nothing but it's going to expect the left text and the right text simple which is of type string. So right text and left text. So first thing, what is the left text end? So here left text end, it's going to be nothing but the last value. So here length -1, and then the right text start value, which is going to be the first value present at that right text. Okay, yep. And here let's have the condition. So basically if there is comma or is to or any or dot or any bullet points is there in the left text end, and and right text start is not the space, and also left text end is not empty space, and again here in the right text start if there is any bullet points or the normal har character, maybe that's the ideal conditions that we should add the space between the left text and right text. Okay, so you will understand here once I write this condition. So it's going to be straightforward. So first thing is if it is the is to, okay, or there is a comma, okay, or there is this r, or there is a dot, okay, and the bullet points. So here I'm just going to create one constant list called bullet points, and I will make use of that. So for now just let's just not worry about that. So once I have the list of the various types of bullet points, I'm just going to add that into this list, so it's not a big deal. So if includes in the left text end, okay, and the right text start is not equals to empty space, okay, fine. And the next condition for the left text end, if this is not equals to empty space, and this includes in the right text start, okay, so fine. So these are the conditions, okay, just a list of the conditions. So finally what we are going to do, I'm just going to return this conditions. If at least it matches, I'm just going to add the space to this left and right text. Okay, so here, yep, so this is the thing. So now we'll just make use of here, inside this if. So here if should add space between text, this left item dot text comma this current item dot text, okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to add this space to this left item, okay, fine. And then after this I'm just going to add the current item text to this left item. So here this way, now we'll update the left item width to include the current item after merging the current item text. Okay, so here now the current item x, and it's going to be the current item dot x plus the current item dot width. And now the this left item width, it's going to be the current item x and minus the left item dot x. And yep, then after this I'm just going to splice at this, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. So this is how we return the lines. Okay, so finally I'm just going to return lines. So this is how this function is going to help us group text items into lines. Okay, so now we have this. We'll go back to this index file, and here let's use this function. So here this is going to give us the lines. So I'm just going to call this, group text items into lines by passing in the above text items that we received from the step 1. So that was the step 2. Now the step 3. So what is the step 3? So step 3 is we'll have to take the lines from the step 2 and now group them into sections. Okay, like the project section, work section, education section, those things. Okay, that should be the main motto of this step. Okay, so here I'm just going to group this lines into sections. So same way like we had the helper function for grouping text items into lines, we will have the same for this too. So I'm just going to create here the new file. So here I'm just going to name this as group lines into sections. So here group lines into sections. Okay, so yep, now here let's have a function for that. So I'm just going to name this as group lines into sections. Okay, and this is going to expect the lines as the input parameter for this function. Okay, now first thing, the sections. So let's have the object for that. So this is going to be nothing but the resume section 2 line. So I'm just going to make this as an empty object initially. Okay, and then the section name, so let's have the constant for that. So I'm just going to define one constant for that. So let's name that as something like profile section. Okay, so here this is going to be of type resume key. Okay, and here by default I'm just going to have this value to be profile. Okay, and let's create an object for that section name, and this is going to be of type string. Default I'm just going to set it to profile section. Then the section lines. Okay, this this is going to be empty array. Okay, fine. Now let's iterate through this the lines we got as the input. So basically let's iterate till the length of the lines. Okay, fine. First let's get this line, so using this index. Okay, and then the text present in that line, so which is the line of 0. Okay, and it can be text dot, I'm just going to trim if there is any space. Okay, fine. So here we'll first see whether it's a section title or not. So basically I will have one helper, so which is going to give me the value of whether it is a section title or not. So basically, is it the title of kind of like work experience or education or projects? So to just give me confirmation for me that whether it's matching to any of these keywords or not. So it's better if we handle that logic inside some separate function. So here I'm just going to have this function. I'm just going to name this which is the apt title. So which is the, is it the section title or not? Okay, so this is going to receive the line along with the line number as the input for this function. Okay, and here first thing we will have one boolean variables first to know whether is it the first two lines. Okay, so this is simple. So it's going to be whether if the line number is less than 2, so this is going to know whether it's the first two lines or not. Okay, and to know whether there is more than one item in line. Okay, that we will know using the length of the line. Okay, so that also I'm going to store in separate variable. So as more than one item in line. Okay, so here line dot length greater than 1. So this is going to give us whether true or false value depending on the line's length. Okay, and whether it has the item in line or not. So again, this is going to be true if the line length is 0. Okay, so here has no item in line. Okay, so this line dot length, if it is 0, this would be true. Now here, if is first two lines or has more than one item in line or has no item in line, I am straight away going to return false. Okay, yep. Now let's get the text item. So I'm just going to have this text item into one variable. So this is going to be line of 0. First thing is we will identify whether is it bold or it has a letter and it's all uppercase. So for that, let's just have one function. So basically I'm just going to have here one function to just know confirm whether it's a bold or not. So is bold. So here the input would be text item. Okay, and here I'm just going to here confirm this. Let's have this is a text item bold or not. So here is text item bold. Okay, so here I will be expecting the font name as an input param, and here font name dot, I'm just going to convert this to lowercase and just check for if it is having the bold in it or not. Okay, fine. And here now I will just pass this text item to this text item bold. Okay, so here the item dot font name, so this is going to give me whether it's a bold or not. And now the function whether it has the letter and it's all uppercase or not. Okay, so here after this I'm just going to have the same thing. So as a letter, so here this is again going to receive the text item as the input parameter, and it's going to be straightforward. So basically capital small a to z and capital A to z. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to use the text on this item dot text. Okay, fine. And now the for the let's have the function which is going to confirm me whether this as a letter and is all uppercase. Okay, so here is all uppercase. So again this is going to receive the text item as the input, and now we'll make use of this as letter, and we'll just pass this item. And also I'm just going to check whether this, I'm just going to check with to this to uppercase, and if this is matching to the item text or not. Okay, so this is going to confirm me whether this is the letter and all are the uppercase. Okay, so once we have this, and I'm just going to use this here, first thing in the if condition I'm going to check if it is bold by passing in this text item. Okay, and this as letter and is all uppercase to this text item, then I will know that this is the section title. Okay, so I'm just going to straight away return true from this function. Okay, fine. And then if it's not, I'm just going to try to check with the keywords to just identify if that's the section title or not. Okay, this is the kind of like keyword match. Okay, so here let me get this text first. So I'm just going to trim this first. Okay, and let's have confirmation if text has at most 2 words or not. Okay, so here text has at most 2 words. Okay, so I'm just going to split this. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to apply this filter here. If yes is not equals to ampersand and the length is less than or equals to 2, so this is just going to give me confirmation that it's not exceeding more than 2 words. Okay, fine. And let's also test whether if this is starting with the capital letter or not. So here starts with capital letter. Okay, so here again so it's going to be simple, so capital A to Z. Okay, and I'm just going to test this by just passing in this first character. Okay, fine. Now if is going to match these conditions, I'm just going to return true. If not, I'm just going to return false. So if text has at most 2 words, okay, and it's having starts with capital letter. Okay, and also we will have some keywords. Okay, so I'm just going to define a constant list for that. So I'm just going to have this section constants for section key title keyword. So I'm just going to name this section title primary keywords. Okay, so this is going to be the experience. Okay, fine. And the education, projects, and the skill. Okay, so here project. Okay, fine. So this is going to be primary keywords for section titles. Okay, and there might be secondary keywords as well, so I'm just going to have those list as well here. So I'm just going to name this accordingly: section title secondary keywords. Okay, so this can be this can be job, course. Okay, then it can be extracurricular. Okay, so it can be extracurricular. Okay, and the objective, or it can be the summary. Okay, fine. The it can be award. So just the some keywords. Okay, there can be many. I'm just going to limit to this keywords. Okay, so this is the list of the secondary keywords. Fine. And I'm just going to use this now. Use these keywords to check that. So basically here and if the section title keyword, so basically let's combine them into one list. Okay, I'm just going to spread them. Okay, so here section title keywords. Okay, keywords, and let me combine them. So here section title primary keywords, section title secondary keywords. Okay, so now let's use that list and have a check. Okay, so basically what we will check is section title keywords. I'm just going to check if it's matching to at least any of the keyword, then this we are going to return true. Okay, keyword text dot to lowercase, and I'm just going to see if it's including this keyword or not. Okay, fine. And also just to check whether it has only letters, spaces, ampersands. So in that case also it's going to be true. Okay, so I'm just going to add that check here is itself. So here export const, I'm just going to have this as only letters, spaces, ampersands. Okay, so this is going to be again straightforward the regular expression check. So here any. Okay, so let me use this okay, so here yep, and it can start with the any capital A or capital Z or small characters. Okay, and ampersand. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to just test this the input that we receive, so which is the item dot text. Okay, so even if this is true, I'm just going to return, I mean this all has to be true, to make sure that this is the section title. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in here after this, which is has only letters, spaces, ampersands. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in this text item. So if these are all matching, so straight away I'm just going to return true. Okay, so here I'm just going to return true. Okay, if not, I'm just going to return false, saying that this is not a section title. So we have this helper ready, is section title, and now I'm just going to use this here. So basically after this I'm just going to use this section title, and by passing this line and the index. Okay, if it is so, I'm just going to set to this section name the section lines. Okay, fine. And okay, what's the issue? Okay, it's just the type. Okay, and here the section name, I'm just going to set it to text, whatever it is there in the text variable. And now the section lines I'm just going to set back to empty lines. Okay, so here let me just mention this to be any. Okay, fine. So fine, else if it's not section title, I'm just going to push into this section lines. Okay, this line. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to and after this I'm just going to see if the section lines length is greater than 0, then I'm just going to for this section name I'm just going to set this section lines value. And finally I'm just going to return these sections. Okay, so this is how we try to group the lines into sections, kind of these sections: experience, education, project, skill. Okay, fine. Now let's go back here. This is going to be third step, so I'm just going to import that and collect these sections. Okay, here I'm just going to get these sections. So here it's going to be group lines into sections by I'm just going to pass in this lines as an input to this helper function. Okay, so now finally we'll have to extract a resume from sections. Okay, so basically now it's going to be very crucial step. This is where we'll try to extract the content from each section, that is the education, work experience, project, skills, so which is going to be quite bigger thing to handle. So I'm just going to mention this step. So here this step 4, this is where we perform the extracting the actual content present in this resume from each section. So here extract resume from sections. Okay, so this is going to be a lot of work. Okay, so here what we need is we need a lot of helper functions. So basically we need a utility functions which is going to help us extract content from each part of the sections. Okay, so we need to customize logic for a skills project, because skills will have the bullet points, and the project also it will be having a description in the bullet points, and work experiences will have to identify the date and everything. So for that it's better if we have separate I'm just going to create here a separate folder inside this called extract resume from section, so which is the apt title. So here extract resume from sections. Okay, so in this we will create the helper function for each thing, that is extracting the profile part, extracting the education, extracting work experience, project and skills respectively. Okay, fine. So first thing we will focus on extracting the profile. Okay, let me create here inside this, I'm just going to create a new file called extract profile. So see, for a while from now we will not focus on any UI component and seeing the output. So once this is ready, it's going to be straightforward and quick. I already showcased you the home page, then a few components we have built, and also the resume import page where we still have to design the resume drop zone component, but the other section, the button to create from scratch, which is going to help us navigate to resume builder, that's cool. So once this is ready, we will go back and complete that resume drop zone, and we'll have that page ready. And parallelly we will work on two more pages, which is the builder page and parser page. Okay, so fine. And this is the place I will focus on extracting the specific parts from the profile, that is we'll have to identify phone number, city and state, email, and also his name. Okay, so and URL. Okay, so it's going to be quite interesting in this section. So let's focus on this function here. Okay, let's define the function for extracting the profile. So here I'm just going to name this as extract profile, and this is going to receive these sections as the input parameter. So here it's going to be resume section 2 lines of type. Okay, so here I'm going to get the lines. So here it's going to be sections dot profile or the empty array, and then the text items. Okay, so text items, it's going to be, I'm just going to flat all of them lines. Okay, so this is the text items. First we'll try to get the name, following by email, phone, location, URLs, and any summary. Okay, so first to get the name and name scores, we'll need to have the regular expression identification functions to identify each part, so that is name, email, and all. So for that I'm just going to have here the functions basically with the regular expressions which is going to give me the each part. Okay, so first for the name, I'm just going to here name this as match only letter space. Okay, or the period. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is going to receive the text item as the input. Okay, so this is going to receive text item as the input, and now here we will match with the text present with the regular expression, so where it can be any capital or the small characters. Okay, so here fine, and it can have the space and it can have the dot. Okay, and so this is the regular expression to match only letter, space, or period, so which is going to give us the name present in that particular section. Okay, now for the email, so email, so I'm just going to write this function called match email. Okay, so this is again the item which is going to be of type text item. So here I'm just going to match this text dot match this anything, anything not space. Okay, so basically I'm just going to check for at the rate here, and also just it can be anything, and after this dot, and then again anything. So here, so this is the expression to check like anything, then at the rate, then anything but not space, then dot, and then any text again. Okay, so that is this expression, and also have this helper to just know whether there is an heart present in that text item or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to check. It's going to be straightforward, so I'm just going to check whether if it's including the at the rate or not. Okay, fine. So that was for email. Now for the phone number. Okay, so here export const, okay, match phone. So here it's going to be the same, so it's going to receive the text item as the input, and then we will use this item dot text dot match. And now the regex expression, it's going to be I'm going to check in this format. So basically let me have that. Okay, so this is the format I'm going to check first. This is, I'm just going to make this as optional. Okay, and it is going to have 3 digits. Okay, and okay, fine, and I'm just going to make this as optional, and then the again this is optional, then after which we will have this again expect the 3 characters, 3 numbers. Okay, and then this again the hyphen, then now expect the 4 characters. Okay, so 4 numbers. Fine, so this is the expression which is going to check for basically expecting the 10 digit number. Okay, fine, and first 3 digits inside the brackets. Okay, fine. Now again to know whether this has a parenthesis or not, like we did for the at, I'm just going to have this function. So here has parenthesis. Okay, so item text item, so it's going to be simple. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this 0 to 9. Okay, and I'm just going to test with the text. Okay, so this is going to confirm me whether there was a parenthesis or not. Now for the location, so I'm just going to mention for the location. So here it's going to be simple location. I'll be checking for a city comma separated by the state or country. Okay, so here match city and state. I'm just going to have this. Okay, here text item dot text dot match, and here I'm just going to check for this. Okay, the characters, it can be any capital or small. Okay, and after this I'm expecting the comma, and then the A to Z. So here let's say 2 characters only. Okay, fine. So this is the regex expression to identify the location in this particular profile section. Okay, and next for the URL. So here let's have this match URL. So here the text item dot text dot match, So this is going to be the simple, just I'm expecting the some name dot, again some name slash some name. Okay, so that is this, I'm just going to have this. Okay, and here I'm just going to fine. So this is the regex for matching the URL. And also let's have a separate check again for HTTP and www present in that URL or not, just a kind of fallback. So I'm just going to have name in the same way. So here match URL HTTP fallback. So here fallback, and again this is going to receive the text item. Okay, so I'm just going to match here this starting with this HTTPS. Okay, and after this the pretty straightforward the normal two slashes, and then the text dot text. Okay, so I'm just going to have this and then dot and again text. Okay, fine. So this is the matching for HTTP. Okay, same way let's check for the www2. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this www fallback. Okay, so again it's going to be same text item. So here it's going to be the same. So let's just I'm just going to check for beginning www. Okay, and then the dot again some text dot some text. Okay, so here okay, and dot and then some text. Okay, fine. So this is the regex for this matching www in our URL. Okay, fine. And then same way I'm just going to have this to check whether there is at least slash in this URL or not. Okay, so item text item, so item dot text dot includes this slash. Okay, so fine. And again for the summary now, finally to just check if it is having more than four or more words. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as 4. Okay, or the more words. Okay, so more words, again this is going to be the same like we did for the above things. So here I'm just going to split this text by space and check if the length is greater than 4 or not. Okay, so here greater than or equal to 4. Fine. So this is going to confirm if the summary is having more than 4 or equal to 4 words. Okay, fine. And now we will have to have feature sets for each thing. I mean because we need to identify the name or the email or anything based on the highest score of this sets. Okay, so for that you'll understand once I'm passing that to a utility function where we'll try to calculate the feature score and get the name with the highest score. Okay, for that this list is very important. So first for the name, so I'm just going to mention this as a feature sets. So most of the part now it's going to be logic and the way we are trying to parse and the flow that we have decided to parse each section from the resume. So after a while we'll move on to the UI. Okay, so this is going to be a feature set array. Okay, so first thing I'm going to, this is going to be for the name exclusively we have written for the name, and here I'm going to pass the score as 3 and match. I need this to be true. Okay, fine. same way is bold, and the score I'm going to pass it to. Okay, and has letter and is all uppercase. Okay, so this is again 2. Okay, now the other least things again, if it is having hurt, I'm just going for the email, actually this is, but I'm just going to give the least score for worst case, so it can not have that, so that's the reason. Okay, and as a number, so okay, for phone, so I'm just going to have the number as well. So here let me have this just here I will have the function for to know whether it is just the number or not. Okay, so has number, this item which is of type text item. Okay, straightforward, so I'm just going to check for the numbers. Okay, and I'm just going to test this with the item dot text. Okay, fine, so here now let's use that, which is the number. Okay, so as number, even here I'm just going to give the least score for this, and as parentheses for all of these things, just to, in the worst case, if either of them is as slash. Okay, so above thing is not identified, then this is the worst case that will be fallbacking to. Okay, and as 4 or more words, this I'm just going to set 2. Okay, and also check for the comma 2, I mean kind of location things over here. I'm just going to yeah, let's do one thing. Yeah, I'm just going to have here this function to just know if there is a comma. Okay, so item, text item, so this is going to be straightforward, so just the item dot text includes the comma. Okay, so I'm just going to use this here in this name thing. So basically let's provide the score for that also 4. Okay, so I'm just going to as comma -4. Okay, fine, and there is, so this is the name feature set. So let's perform on one thing so you'll understand. So first thing is the name. So as I mentioned again, we would need here the helper which is going to get the text with highest feature score with the list we are passing, which is nothing but the name featured sets. So this function is going to receive the text items and the feature sets as the input, and accordingly it will calculate the text with the highest feature score and give us back. Okay, so that I am going to create inside here. Inside this I'm just going to create here one folder called library, so it will be better with like whichever is common to all of extracting. I'll just put it out in this part. Okay, so let's name this as something like feature scoring system dot ts. Okay, fine, so here let's have the function for that. So I'm just going to name this as, so basically I'm going to give you the high overview of what it's going to do. It runs each text item through all feature sets and sums up matching feature scores, and then it returns the text item with the highest computed feature score. Okay, so that's the gist of this function. Okay, so here I am just going to name this as get a text with the highest feature score. Okay, so this is going to receive text items as the input, so it is going to be text items, okay, and then the feature sets. So here it's going to be feature set array, and then a return empty string if highest score is not positive. Okay, so here by default I'm just going to set it to true. Return empty string if highest score is not positive. Okay, so here, got it, that's why we are passing the scores for email, the other things in the name feature set which we doesn't want to be a negative score. Okay, fine. And then one more parameter which is the return concatenated string for text with the same highest score. By default let's set it to false. Okay, so here I'm just return concatenated string for text with the same highest score. So I'm just going to by default set it to false. Okay, and here this is the function now. So now we will pass this text items and feature sets to a function where it's going to give us the computed feature scores. Okay, so I'm just going to define here the function here, so that I don't want to make this function very big. Okay, so here let's have this as a compute feature scores. Okay, so here this is going to, as I mentioned, this is going to receive the text items and the feature sets. Okay, so this is going to be feature set array, and this is going to return the text scores. Okay, so now first thing, let's prepare the text scores list. Okay, so here text scores, I'm going to iterate through this each text items. Okay, and get the individual item, and then I'm just going to prepare the object. So that is the text, it's going to be nothing but the item dot text, okay, and the score, so it's going to be 0, and the match I'm just going to set it to false. This is going to give us the text scores list, and now let's iterate through this text items, each of them. So here basically let I equals to 0, text items dot length. Okay, and increment the high. Okay, standard for loop, and now get the text item. This is going to be nothing but the text items at that index. Let's iterate through each features set. Okay, so that is for const feature, okay, feature set of feature sets. Okay, so I'm just going to destructure those values, that is the as feature, which is the function. Okay, basically, and then the score and return matching test. Okay, so here from this feature set. Okay, and here the result, let's call this as feature by passing in this text item. Okay, so if the result is not null, okay, so let's get the text. So here text, it's going to be text item dot text if the return matching text is true, and the type of result is equals to object. So I'm just going to have the text set it to result of 0. Okay, and the text score, so basically the test score is going to be now the text scores whatever we have in this index. Okay, and if the text item dot text is equals to the text present in this thing. If it's matching, so I'm just going to add the score for this. So here let me add this score. Fine, okay. And after this, inside this, if it's matching, I'm just going to set the text score dot match to true. Fine. Else what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push into this text scores list. So here I'm just going to push this text score along with the match. I'm just going to set it to true. So fine, this is how we are going to return the text scores by iterating through each feature set and calculating the aggregating the score. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to return this return text scores. So now we have this function ready, which is going to compute the feature scores, and now we'll use this inside this. So basically here, first thing, I'll get the text scores here by passing the text items and the feature sets to this function. And now let's have the string array, which is going to collect the text with the highest feature score, and also one variable for the highest score. By default we'll set it to the negative infinity value. Okay, so here let text with the highest feature score. So here let me store this to be a string array. So by default I'm going to set it to empty array, and as I mentioned again, the highest score variable. So here I'm just going to set it to negative infinity. Now let's iterate through this text scores, and I'm just going to destructure the text and score, because those are the two values we would be needing from this text scores. If this score is greater than or equals to the highest score, so we'll update the highest score. So basically here then the text with the highest feature score, it's going to be empty. Okay, and I'm just going to push this to this list, the text, and then highest score, it's going to be the score. Okay, so fine. And after this so here I have to include this inside. Okay, here, yep. Okay, and here again inside this, if score is greater than highest score, I'm just going to initialize this. Okay, now it makes sense. Fine. And yeah, then after this let's see here, if return the parameters, return empty string if highest score is not positive, and then highest score is less than or equals to 0. I'm just going to return this empty text with the text scores as the const. Okay, fine. So this is what will be returning in case if the highest score is less than 0. Okay, and this is set to true. Okay, fine. If not, we will first get the text. So that is, this should be written concatenated with high score should not be true. Then if it's not true, I'm just going to get the text with the highest feature score first value. Okay, and if not, the empty thing. And here the other, if that is true, so whatever we have here, I'm just going to map through each of them and join join each of them. So join each of them. So here, fine. And finally I'm just going to return that text. Okay, so here I'm just going to return that text along with this text scores as constant. Okay, so this is the helper function which is going to give us the name with the highest feature score. Okay, maybe this might be too complex, but once you digest this it will be easier for you. Okay, so now let's go back here. So this is how we'll do for the each part. Okay, so I'm just going to get this the name and the name scores. Okay, so here let's just use this guest text with the highest score, and I'm just going to pass in this text items and then the name feature sets. Okay, so this is how we are going to get the name and the name scores. Same way we'll have to do it for the email, phone, location, URL and summary. So once we have that, then whatever the details needed for us in the profile section, that is name, email, phone, location, URL and summary along with the scores, will be ready. Yeah, so let's do for the email now. Same way, let's have the feature sets for the email and other parts. Okay, so I'm going to quickly create the list for each of them. So here for the email feature sets, okay, this is going to be again feature set array. Okay, so here match mail, and I'm going to provide here score to be 4 and match should be true. Okay, and is bold -1. Okay, fine, and then as letter and is all uppercase, this is kind of name. Okay, I'm just going to provide the score -1, and then as parentheses, let's say some score -4 as comma. So I'm just going to quickly add here. Okay, fine, and then the slash, and finally as 4 or more words. So this is the feature sets for email. Same way let's quickly have for a phone, location and other things. Okay, so here phone feature sets. Okay, so here match phone. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this to true. Okay, and has letter, I'm just going to score to be -1. Okay, fine, that's the thing for this phone feature sets. Okay, now for the location feature sets, again this is going to be same like we did. Okay, first thing is the match city and state. So I'm going to give score to be 4 and match should be true. Okay, and is bold, let's set pass the score -1 and has at, I'm just going to for the email part. Okay, and as parentheses for the phone number, and I'm just going to pass this thing, and for the slash -4. Okay, fine, so this is the location of feature sets, and finally we have to have the list for URL and summary. So URL feature sets. Okay, so here I'm just going to match URL. Okay, and pass this to true. Okay, and match HTTP fallback 3, and it is to be match. I'm just going to pass the matched value to be true, and even the same for the www URL, and then the is bold. Okay, for the name part. Okay, and as at the email, so I'm just going to pass the low values for this. Okay, as parentheses for the phone number. Okay, and has comma -4 for the location. Okay, and as 4 or more words low score for the summary. Okay, fine. So this is the feature sets for URL, and finally for the summary. So here summary feature sets, this is going to be list of feature set. Okay, and first thing here is as 4 or more words. Okay, 4, I'm just going to pass this. Okay, and he's bold -1, and then as at, I'm just going to pass this low score, and as parentheses. Okay, and finally this match city and state. Okay, I'm just going to fine. So this is the feature set for summary. So now we have all the feature sets, so let's quickly get their respective value and the scores for each of them. So here I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and change the names accordingly. Okay, so here it's going to be email, and I'm just going to change this to email, and let's pass here email feature sets. Okay, so that was for email, and now for the phone. So I'm just going to change this to phone. Okay, and here the phone feature sets. Okay, so now this is for location, so I'm just going to change here to location, and this is going to be location. Okay, and same way for the URL and summary thing. Okay, so here URL, and it's going to be URL scores. Okay, and here URL feature sets, and let me copy this, and now it's for the summary. So we'll just have the summary and summary scores. Okay, so here I'll have to pass this summary feature sets. Okay, so and also here I'm just going to pass in this undefined and to true. Okay, so that's the that's how we get the each value. Okay, so once we get so for the summary lines. Okay, so I'm just going to get the section lines by keywords. Okay, so here we'll try to get the section lines, be it it can be summary or objective. So for that let's just have a helper function. So I'm just going to define here inside this library folder. So here I'm just going to define this as section lines. This quickly, let's define this function. So I'm just going to name this as same way, get section lines by keywords. Okay, so this is going to expect the sections as the input, so which is going to be section to lines, and then the keywords, it's going to be a string array. And let's loop through the section. So here I'm just going to get the section name in the sections, and let's check whether this has a keyword or not. So keyword, so here I'm just going to see at least if the keyword is present in this section name. Okay, so to lowercase includes this keyword. Okay, fine. And now once after this, if the keyword is present, I'm just going to return sections of that section name. Okay, else I'm just going to return this empty array. So this is the just the function which is going to help us give the section lines by keywords. Okay, so going here for this summary lines. Okay, so I'm just going to use this function now, get section lines by keywords, and I'm just going to pass in here the sections, and the keyword here it's going to be the summary. Okay, fine. And now the summary section. So summary section, summary lines, I'm just going to flat this and map each text item. Okay, and get the text of that and join it. Okay, fine. So this is going to be a summary section. Same way for objective lines also, I'm going to do it the same way. So let's copy this, and I'm just going to change this to objective lines, and here the keyword it's going to be objective, and here again it's going to be the objective section and the objective lines. Okay, fine. And this is going to give the objective sections. And finally I'm just going to return the profile object from this function. So here the profile, where we'll attach the name, email, phone details, and location, URL, and then the summary. So here it can be a summary section or the objective section or the summary. So I'm just going to attach this, and the scores as well. We'll not use it anywhere, just for but I'm just going to pass this profile scores. So here name scores. Okay, email email scores, and I'm just going to attach these scores for each of them. So phone scores, location location scores. Okay, URL scores, and then the summary, which is the summary scores. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us the details from our profile section. Okay, fine. Same way we'll have to have the function to extract the work experience, skills, project, education, and those things. So next I'm just going to create here inside this for the extracting the work experience. Okay, so here I'm just going to write this file for extracting the work experience. Okay, again this also will have some keywords like we did for the profile part. Okay, so here let's write this function. I'm just going to name this as extract work experience. Okay, so this is going to receive sections as the input param, which is going to be same resume section to lines. Okay, so here let's have the list of the work experiences. So here this is going to be of type resume work experience list. Default I'm just going to set it to empty list. And for this course, okay, so work experiences scores. Okay, and now to get the section lines by keyword. So here for the work experience keywords we will create one list. Okay, so I'm just going to create here one const object for that. So let's name this as work experience keywords lowercase. Okay, so it will be work experience employment or the history, or it can be job. Okay, this is the keywords for now we are having in our list. Okay, and so for the job titles also will have the list. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this job titles. Okay, so it can be analyst, okay, and agent, administrator or admin. So I'm just going to give the full name administrator, then the architect. Okay, so architect, then the assistant. Okay, associate, associate, it can be, you know, a lot of things, you know, biologist, bookkeeper, bio, carpenter, many things. I'm just going to for now add a few of them. So let's leave this to, yeah, I'm just going to add the CTO. Okay, for now I'm just going to add, there are a lot of things in this, but let's restrict to this list for now. Okay, so fine, and now here I'm just going to first get the lines by passing this to our helper function, which is the get section lines by keywords. Here I'm just going to pass in the sections, and keywords, it's going to be work experience keywords, lowercase. Okay, and now here is the complex part in this section will have the subsections. So this is where it's important for us to divide this section into subsections provided the above this lines value. So here what we will do is I will try to divide this section into subsections. So for this let's have the same helper function in this library. So let's create here a new file called subsections. Okay, so here let's have the function for that. I'm just going to name this as something like, you know, divide section into subsections. Okay, fine, and this is going to receive the lines as the input, which is going to be of type lines, and it's going to return this subsections. Okay, fine, and now we will first, the heuristic is to determine the subsection is to check if its vertical line gap is larger than the typical line gap. Okay, so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the is line a new subsection by line gap or not. Again, for that I know it's better if we have the helper function for me. So here just below this let's create one function which is going to be named as like, you know, create is line new subsection by line gap or not. Okay, so new subsection by line gap. Okay, so here it is going to receive the lines as the input. Okay, and the return type here it's going to be is line new subsection. So here I'm just going to create a type for that. So just above this, okay, let me name this as his line new subsection. Okay, so this is going to take the line and the previous line as the input. Okay, and it's going to return the boolean. So I'm just going to return this from this function. Okay, fine, and here first thing is I will extract the common typical line gap. Okay, so here the line gap to count it's going to be just the object with the key of it's going to be line gap, which is of type number, and value it's going to be number. So let me set the default value to be this empty object. Okay, and sorry, it has to be object. Okay, fine. Now the lines y. Okay, so here let me get them. So lines dot map, I'm just going to get the each line and get that y coordinate values. Okay, so once I have that, let me have this variable which is going to store the line gap with most count. Okay, so here line gap with most count, this is going to be of type number. Initially I'm just going to set it to 0, and what is the max count? So again, for that, let's have this set it to 0. Now let's iterate to this for loop. Okay, so here I'm just going to iterate through this lines y dot length. Okay, and here first thing is, let's get the line gap. Okay, so here line gap, it's going to be this math dot round off this lines y of minus I minus 1 by subtracting to this current value. So this is going to give us the line gap. Okay, so now if this line gap to count, okay, is not having this value, I'm just going to initialize that. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the value to 0. Okay, else I'm going to increment the value for that respective key. Okay, fine. And now if this line gap to count, this line gap is greater than the max count, we are just going to update the max count to this value. So here line gap with most count, it's going to be this line gap, and max count, it's going to be line gap to count of this particular key value. Okay, fine. And after this we'll use the common line gap to set a subsection threshold. Okay, so here I'm just going to name have this stored in this variable subsection line gap threshold. Okay, so here this we are going to get it using the line gap with most count multiplied by 1.4. Okay, fine. So this is what, and finally I'm just going to have this function. So is line new subsection with the line as the input param along with the previous line, which is again of type line. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this by rounding the previous line y value subtracted with the current line y value. Okay, if that is greater than this subsection line gap threshold. Okay, and finally I'm just going to return this thing, which is line new subsection. Okay, so this is going to help us know is this new line subsection by line gap or the margin we are setting. Okay, so let's use this now. So here I'm just going to inside this. So first thing is let me get that, so which is nothing but is line new subsection by line gap. So I'm just going to use the output from this by passing in this lines as the input. Okay, and now this let subsections, here let's create a subsections using the lines and using the output from this is line new subsection by line gap. Okay, so this also will try to write a separate function so as to not overpopulate this function. So here I'm just going to create, below this one more function called create subsections. Okay, so this is going to receive the lines which has the input. Okay, along with the is line new subsection. Okay, so here this is going to be of type is line new subsection. So here I'm just going to and it is going to return this subsections as the output from this function. Okay, so let's create this object of the subsections. Okay, so I'm just going to create an empty array of that subsections, and here the each subsection, so this is going to be of type lines, and default let's set it to empty array. Okay, now let's iterate through this lines length. Okay, so here for let I equals to 0, I less than lines dot length, and just the I plus plus. Okay, fine. Now let's get the line, so using the current index lines of I, and here if the I is equals to 0, so I is equals to 0, then I'm just going to push this line to this subsection, and then I'm just going to continue to this next index. Okay, if not, next is line new subsection, I'm just going to pass this line along with the previous line. Okay, so if this is true, I'm going to push this to our the subsections list, the subsection value, and again I'm just going to create a new subsection empty one. Okay, else I'm just going to push this to the subsection, this line. Okay, so this is how we are going to create a subsections. Okay, so here now if subsection dot length is greater than 0, I'm just going to push into the subsections list. Okay, so here fine, and finally let's return this list. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us create the subsections. So now I'm just going to collect the output of that function into this variable. So here create subsections, and I'm just going to pass this lines, and is line new subsection by line gap. Now let's have the fallback heuristic. So if the main heuristic doesn't apply, to check if the text item is bolded. Okay, so I'm just going to check here if the subsections dot length is equals to 1, I'm going to have this his line new subsection by bold. Okay, just we are going to check in case if we wanted to get the subsection by above logic doesn't work. Okay, here again this will receive the line, and previous line as the input for this function. So here if is bold. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this previous line first character, and then the current line first character. Okay, and also here we'll have to ignore bullet points. So for that we still don't have a list. I'll create that. So once I create, I'll come back here. Okay, so basically now if this is the case, I'm just going to return this as a true. Okay, else I'm just going to return false from this. So here, and now I'm just going to have that here. So basically subsections, it's going to be, now I'm just going to pass this function. So here is line new subsection by bold, and finally I'm just going to return this subsections from this function. So this is how we divide the section into subsections. Okay, fine. Now let's go back to this work experience. Okay, so here now we'll make use of that here to get the subsections. So here after this I'm just going to get this subsections using this divide section into subsections by passing in this lines. Okay, and now let's iterate through this each subsections. So for const subsection lines of subsections. Okay, so here I'm going to get the descriptions index, so descriptions line index. Okay, so this is going to be again to get the specific description line index, we will have to again have the kind of logic which is going to check if the description has the bullet point or not. Okay, and again see if the bullet point logic doesn't work, we'll have to check if the line has at least 8 words, then we will know that is the description of this subsection. Okay, so it's better, again I'm just going to create first we need to have a function which is going to get the give me the first bullet point line index. Okay, so for that I'm just going to create here a new file. Basically this will have all the things related to identifying the bullet point index, and also identifying the first description line index and all. So it's better if I name this in this way. So bullet points dot ts. So here I'm just first going to have the bullet points list. Okay, so here as a const of like we did for the keywords of the certain sections. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this list. Okay, so fine, and these are the bullet points with that we can expect from the document. Okay, so once we have this list, let's define the function to first get the get first bullet point line index. Okay, so I'm just going to name this function as line index. Okay, so this is going to expect the lines as the input param for this function, and it is going to return either the number or undefined. Okay, fine, and now here let's iterate through these lines. Okay, so lines dot length. Okay, and here let's get the item in each lines. Okay, so here and here I'm going to check with the bullet points list if bullet points list. Okay, I'm going to iterate through whole list, bullet list, and see if the item text includes this bullet or not. Okay, fine, if it includes, then that would be the first index, so I'm just going to return that index. Okay, if not, I'm going to straight away return this undefined. Okay, this is the function which is going to give us the what is the first bullet point line index. Okay, fine, so now using this we will get the descriptions line index. Okay, so here I'm going to have this get description, let's name it as a plural. Okay, descriptions line index. This is going to have this lines as the input. Okay, the same thing, it's be the return type, it's going to be number or undefined. Okay, so first thing I'm going to get the index from the above function, which is the get first bullet point line index by passing in these lines. Okay, fine, if this index is undefined, that means we did not get any response from the above function. Then we'll go on to the second heuristic. So basically this is here I'm just going to iterate through this lines length. Okay, so here as I said, we are going to check if the line has at least 8 words. Okay, so let's get the line. So using this index, and here if line dot length is equals to 1, and here we'll have to check if at least has 8 words. Okay, I'm just going to define here one function for that. So here has at least 8 words. Okay, so here this is going to be function with the text item as the input, and I'm just going to check I mean this item dot text I'm going to split this with this string, okay, this thing, and I'm going to filter this by whether is it word or not. So basically again, to know whether it's a word or not, so let me have this is word. So given a string, I'm just going to oh, it's going to will consider words that doesn't contain numbers. Okay, so for that it's better if I check it in this way. So here 0 to 9, okay, and I'm just going to, yep, so this is the way we check it contains without the numbers, okay, and pass in this str. So here I'm just going to filter with this condition and check if this length is greater than or equals to 8. So this is going to confirm if this has at least 8 words. Okay, now I'm just going to use this here. So if it is having at least 8 words, and by passing in this line, and if it is so, I'm just going to get that and break this from this loop. Okay, fine. So this is how we'll go for the second heuristic in case if this doesn't work. And finally I'm just going to return this index. So now we have this getting the descriptions line index. So let's go back to this. Okay, so here I'm just going to use that function which we have just written. So that is get descriptions line index by passing in this subsections lines. Okay, if not, I'm just going to have this number 2 if it's undefined. Okay, so here subsection info text items now. So let's subsections lines, I'm just going to slice from 0 to this description line index, and flat this. Okay, fine. So that's going to be the subsection info text items. Okay, and now let me get the text with the highest feature score by passing in this for the date. Okay, so here same way I'm going to have here the date feature sets. Okay, so basically again we'll have to look for here months, the month and the season and the present. Okay, so those are the things that we have to look for. So it's better if I just create here the common features section, so that we can add the logic where we wanted to use in multiple files. So I'm just going to create here the common features .ts. Okay, fine. First thing is let me for the date, right? So here it's better if I just highlight this is for date features. Okay, so let's have this first check for as here. Okay, so it's going to be pretty same like we did for the other checks. So here what we're going to check is this, it's going to 19 or 20. Okay, and after this I'm just going to expect 2 characters. Okay, and then yeah, this I'm just going to test. Okay, with this item dot text. So this is going to confirm if this is having year or not. And now the months, so I'm just going to have this list of months in the const variable. So it's going to be a quick, so January, February. Okay, so quickly I'm just going to add all the months. Okay, June, so once we are done with this, we'll make use of this to know whether this has a month or not. Okay, so after this the August, September, November, and finally, I missed the October. Okay, fine. And finally December. Okay, so these are the months list. Okay, so now let's have the function to know whether this has a month or not. So as month, so here this item, text item. Okay, now let's iterate through this month list and see if at least it's having at least one of the value in that list. Okay, in the text. Okay, so here item dot text dot includes this month. Okay, or this item dot just the first four characters or three characters. Okay, so includes, I'm just going to slice this first three characters. Okay, fine. And if this is true, then we'll know that there is a month in that. Okay, and now for the season, so it's going to be 4 seasons, so which is summer, fall, spring, and winter. Okay, so here the same way as season, and I'm just going to have this text item as the input. Okay, and iterate to this season and check if at least one season is included. So here item dot text dot includes this season. Okay, fine. And finally if there is any present, so is working currently there, so just to check if there is a present. Okay, as present again, so it's a straightforward. I'm just going to look for the word present. Okay, so includes present. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to export this date feature sets. Okay, so this is going to be of type feature set array. Okay, so first thing as here the score 1. Okay, then for the month score, I'm just going to pass this 1. Okay, season again, then finally for the present. Okay, as comma, I'm just going to pass in this negative score. So now the date feature sets is ready. So going back to this work experience. Okay, so now I'm just going to get that date and date score. Okay, so here let me get that date. Okay, and date scores. So let's use this get text with is to scores. Just the things we are passing would be different. So here subsection info text items, and I'm just going to pass in this date feature sets. Okay, the same way we'll have to get the job title and job title scores, and also the company and company scores. Okay, so for this here I'm just going to have this so we have this constants defined here for the job titles. So straight away I'm just going to have this check of whether there is a job title. If there is that function, I'm just going to pass to this feature set. Okay, so basically as job title. Okay, so it's going to be straightforward like we did for many things now. Okay, so here let's iterate to this job titles and get that job title. I've just included some, maybe later we can add many. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to split here thing and check if the sum of this word is matching to this job title. Okay, fine. So that's the function which is going to confirm if this is having the job title or not. And again, just to again to go deeper, I'm just going to have whether to look for the more than for 5 words. Okay, so here I'm just going to look for more than 5 words, and here text item, this is going to be straightforward text dot split dot length, okay, is greater than 5. Okay, now let's prepare this job title feature list. Okay, so job title feature list. Okay, so this is going to be a feature set array. So first thing is the as job title, so I'm just going to pass the highest score for this 4. Okay, and the has number, let's say some -4. Okay, and as more than 5 words, I'm just going to pass this. Okay, this is the job title of features list. So now we'll make use of this and get the job title and job score. Okay, so here job title, job title scores. Okay, so here let's get the text with a score by passing in this subsection text items and the job title features list. Okay, so next is the company feature set. Okay, so I'm straight away I'm just going to prepare here company feature set. Okay, so this is going to be simple. I'm just going to have in here just is bold and pass in here the score for this 2, and here I will have this get as text. Okay, so basically let's define here. I'm just going to define that const here, so maybe I will define in this comment section. Okay, so at the top fine, I'm just going to define here fine. So basically the to just know whether this has a text or not. Okay, so it's going to be the item which is text item. Okay, here it's the straightforward text dot includes this okay, so basically let's make this as a string. So since we wanted to just check for it's having text or not. Okay, and it's going to be written type is that. So let me add this here item text item. Okay, fine, now it looks good. So here for the company feature list, I'm just going to use that this get as text. Okay, so here I'm just going to use get as text and pass this date and just the lowest score possible for that, and same for the job title. Okay, fine. So this is the company feature set, and let's get this company and the company score. Company and then the company scores by passing to this get text with I score the subsection info items, and then the company feature set, and this I'm just going to pass the false for the third parameter. Okay, fine. So this is how we get the date, job title, and company. Okay, and now this let's let's get the subsection description lines. So this is going to be a simple okay, so basically subsection description lines. Now so we have the main things that we want: the date, title and company. Now the description, what he has done in that role or the company. Okay, so here this is going to be subsections dot slice to whatever the descriptions index. From that onwards it's going to be that. Okay, and now the descriptions. Okay, so actual text, the descriptions. Okay, here we'll have to, this would be, we are expecting it to be in the bullet points. Okay, so we will pass this to one more helper function kind of, which is going to help which is going to help us get the bullet points from these lines. Okay, by passing in this above subsection description lines. So same this function I'm just going to write in this bullet points file which we have just written. So here let me have this function created. So this is going to help us convert the bullet points lines into string array kind of for the descriptions. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as get a bullet points from lines. Okay, and this is going to expect the lines as the input param, and we are just going to return the list of string array. Okay, so here first thing I'm going to simply return all lines with the text item joined together if there is no bullet point. Okay, so first let's try to look for first bullet point line index, so that it's going to make our work easier. So bullet line index, so by using this get first bullet line index by passing in this lines. Okay, so here if this first line index is undefined, so it's going to make our work a lot easier. So I'm just going to map through this each line, and I'm just going to again map through this each word in this line, this item. Okay, and join this text. Okay, so here I'm just going to join this and return that. So as simple as that. If not, we'll have to process and remove bullet points and combine all lines into single string. Okay, so here let's have this line string. Okay, fine. So we'll have to iterate through this each lines. I'm just going to flat this. Okay, fine, and let's get the text, so which is going to be this item dot text, and we are going to make sure the space is added between two words. So that is, if this line str ends with the empty space, or this text starts with this thing, so I'm just going to add this space between words. Okay, and I'm just going to add the text into this line string. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to get the most common bullet point. Okay, again for this it's better if we have it as a separate function, so that we don't have to clumsy here. Okay, so for that let me write here function below. I'm just going to name this as get most common bullet point present in that description. Okay, so here, okay, so string, and it's going to return the string for us. Okay, so here just to bullet to count, so there can be many bullet types, just I have showcased the list above. So we're going to maintain the count for each type and get the highest number as a most common used. Okay, so here this is going to have this bullet which is string, and the number how many are associated. So initially I'm just going to have this accumulator, so this is going to be the object with the key bullet which is of type string, and then number, okay, and then the current value. So here I'm just going to set this current value to 0 and then return this accumulator, and finally the initial value it's going to be the empty. Okay, so that is the bullet to count. Okay, so now let's have this variables again, standard bullet with the most count and what is the bullet max count. Okay, so here bullet with the most count, I'm just going to set it to the first value of that list. Okay, and the bullet max count, let's set it to 0. Okay, so I'm just setting it to 0. Now let's iterate to this string character of string. If this bullet to count dot as own property, so basically this character, okay, then I'm just going to increment uh, that character value. So here in this way, okay, if this bullet to count of that character value is greater than this bullet max count, I'm just going to update the max count to this bullet with the most count to this character. Okay, fine, and at the end I'm just going to return this bullet with most count. So this is the function. Basically, given the list of the bullet points, what is the most bullet point used in the description. Okay, so here, okay, this is going to be return type. Okay, so fine, and now let's use this here in these things. Okay, so I'm just going to use this here. Basically, after this let's get the common bullet point, so which is going to be I'm just going to use this get most common bullet point by passing in this string. Okay, so once I get that, I'm just going to start the line string from the beginning of the first bullet point. Okay, so here first bullet point index. Okay, so here line str dot index of this common bullet point. Okay, so here if this first point bullet point index is not equals to -1, then I'm just going to slice this from that value. Okay, fine, and let's just divide the single string using a bullet point as a divider. Okay, so I'm just going to return this line str, split this by this common bullet point. Okay, and get that text, and I'm just going to trim if there is any, and I'm just going to filter this using this text. Okay, so this is going to give us the bullet points from lines. Okay, so that's the function. So now let's go back here to this work experience. So I'm just going to get this description using this function, so that is get bullet points from lines. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this subsection description lines as an input. Okay, finally to this work experiences, I'm just going to push the values, which is nothing but the company, job title, the date, and then the description. So this is how we are going to collect the information about the work experiences, and I'm just going to push the scores as well. So here the company scores, and then the job title scores, and then the date scores, and finally I'm just going to return those two as the output of this function, so as an object. So work experiences and work experiences scores. So this is how we are going to extract the work experiences from the section of the resume, and also clearly divide the section into subsections if there are many. Okay, fine. So now we are done with the work experiences. Same way we'll have to do it for the education project and other stuff. Okay, so for education also, I'm just going to create here the new file here uh, called the extract education.ts. So here quickly let's write the function for the education as well, kind of extracting the education part. Okay, so export const extract education. Okay, so here it's going to be same, the input which is going to be resume section 2 lines type. Okay, and here let's have this education list. That's where we'll store our result. Okay, so this is going to be of type resume education. Okay, array, and here, yep, and then the education scores. This is going to be empty array again, and here we'll get the section lines by keywords. Here the keyword that I'll pass is the education. Okay, so basically this is what I'm talking about. As I mentioned again before, just again for a while we will focus on the core logic required for extracting the content from the document, I mean PDF, after which we'll focus on the UI components. Okay, that's why there's no preview for these sections till we complete this. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this and pass in here the sections, and here the keywords. It's going to be this education. Okay, so this is going to give us the lines pertaining to this, and then the subsections. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this divide section into subsections by passing in this lines. Fine, so once we get the subsections, I'm just going to iterate through this subsection lines. Okay, so here subsections, first let's get the text items. Okay, so text items, it's going to be the subsections lines dot I'm just going to call the flat function, and like we did for the work experience and profile, here we'll have to extract the kind of a college or university kind of, let's make it a generalized one, school name, and the degree and GPA and the date thing. So same way here also we should have feature sets for them, and also the constant list of the those keywords for school and those things. Okay, so here I'm just going to write about this function. Let's have the constants list for them, and then the feature sets prepared for each of the thing. Okay, so first the school. So this I'm going to add here quickly few of the values. Okay, it can be university, college, institute. Okay, then the normal school or the academy. Okay, then the, yeah, so yep, I'm just going to leave this. Okay, and then the regex, to check whether this has the school or not. Okay, so same, it's going to be a simple straightforward thing. So let me, here we're just going to go through this schools list and check if at least it's matching to one of the schools present in that list. Okay, so that is if item dot text dot includes the school. Okay, so this is going to confirm if there is at least one keyword present in that list. Okay, then the degree. So here I'm just going to have this degree list. Here let's have this as a bachelor. Okay, bachelor, then master, PhD. Okay, and let's have this in this way too. So yep, for now these are the things. I'll later on will add a lot of things. Okay, and here again the regex to check this I mean function to check this not regular expression. Okay, fine. And here now we'll use this degree. So just check the in this degrees list. Okay, so which is item dot text dot includes this degree. Okay, so that's the way we check for the degrees. Okay, and after this for the I mean either it can be this or it can we now we will use this regex. Okay, so it can be anything starting with this B, M for masters, bachelors and associates. Okay, and then it can have any thing between A to Z. Okay, and then some dots. Okay, and yeah, I'm just adding this just to include the broader things. Okay, so fine, so it can be either this. And now let's go for the GPA thing. So the function to just the match the GPA, so I'm just going to have this here the function with the text item as the input, and here I'm just going to match this with the just first four followed by two numbers. Okay, so here 0 to 4, and then here I'm just going to yep, so this is the regex pattern for matching the GPA, and then the match grade. Okay, so here again just the function to match the grade. Okay, so here let me get this grade by just first converting into float the whatever text we have in the item, and here if number dot is finite this grade value. Okay, and grade is less than or equals to 110, then I'm just going to return this string. Okay, so here I'm just going to convert this to string as regex regular expression match array. Okay, fine, and or else I'm just going to return. So these are the helper functions for identifying the each section for schools, degrees and the GPA. And now let's have the feature sets for each of them. So it's going to be straightforward. So school feature sets, so this is going to be a list of this feature set, and here quickly I'm just going to use this the above thing as a school, and here I'm just going to pass this highest score, and as degree let's pass the least score for this, and number. Okay, so fine, and here yep, so this is the features sets for the school, and the same way I'm just going to have for degree. Okay, here same way here the just the order matter is okay. So first here I'm just going to pass in the as degree, and then the as school. Okay, and here, and then finally this as a number. Okay, fine, and lastly for the GPA, so I'm just going to have this GPA feature sets, which is going to be again of feature set array. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this match GPA with the 4, and this has to be matched to true. Okay, and match grade, I'm just going to pass in this thing. Okay, and then the as comma. Okay, so here let's pass the least -3, and here I missed the comma. Okay, and finally for the as letter, here again the least score for this. Okay, so these are the feature sets for 3 parts: school, degree, and GPA. Now we'll make use of that and extract the degree score, school score, and GPA scores, each thing. Okay, so that is let's get the school scores. Okay, I'm going to use this get text with highest feature score, and here I'm just going to pass in this text items along with this feature sets. Okay, now for the degree, so I'm just going to degree score get text with highest feature score, and I'm just going to pass in this text items along with the respective feature sets. Okay, so let's do the same for GPA. So here GPA scores, and we'll just pass in for this function the text items and the GPA feature sets. Okay, and after this the date also. So there we already have the feature set, so that's the reason we have not written here. Okay, so here the date scores, here we are just going to pass this text items and date feature sets. So this is how we are going to get the school value, degree, GPA, date, and the respective scores. Okay, so once we have this, I'm just going to first get the descriptions. Okay, so here after this, let's have this descriptions list. Okay, so initially let's set it to empty thing. Okay, and here we'll get the descriptions line index. Okay, so descriptions line index, so we'll use this get description line index function, and by passing this subsections lines. Okay, okay, fine. And once we got this descriptions line index, I'm going to check this whether if descriptions line index is not equals to undefined. So if it's not undefined, then we will get the description line. So that is let's store in this variable description lines by slicing from this index onwards. Okay, that is description line index. Okay, and here finally the descriptions, it's going to be this. I'm just going to get this bullet points from lines by passing in this description lines. So this is going to give us the descriptions. Okay, fine. And after this, I'm just going to push into our education's list and education scores list. Okay, so here school, degree, GPA, date, and then finally the descriptions. Okay, and then the scores also I'm just going to push the respective score, which is the school scores, then the degree score, GPA scores, and then finally the date scores. Okay, so this is how we are going to fill in the education's list and education scores list. And finally after this, I'm just going to return them. And also here, if the education's list is not equals to 0, then I'm just going to get the course lines here. So here I'm just going to get the section lines by keywords by passing in the course keyword. Okay, so fine. So if I get any of this, so that is if course lines dot length is not equals to 0, then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to push for this first index to this descriptions. Okay, I'm just going to push this as a courses. Okay, so courses, here I'm just going to add this course lines, just flat this, and then I'm just going to get the each item text. Okay, so that is text, and I'm just going to join all of them by space. Okay, fine, this is how we'll be adding courses in case we get by this keyword. Okay, fine, and after this it will return this educations and education scores. Okay, so this is how we extract the education part from our resume. Okay, fine, and now let's go to the resume project section. So straight away I'm just going to create here new file, and I'm just going to name this as extract project dot ts. Okay, so here let's quickly get done with this function. So I'm just going to name this as extract project. Okay, so here the input is going to be same resume sections 2 lines. Okay, and here same way like we did, I'm just going to prepare the list to store the end results projects and the project scores. Okay, and then the we'll get the lines by passing into this get section lines by keywords, and here I'm just going to pass this section, and the keyword it's here, it's going to be project, and then the subsections in present in this project by calling this divide section into subsections and passing these lines. So once we have this subsection, so it's going to be standard. I'm just going to go through the subsection lines of this subsections. Okay, and get the description line index. Okay, by making use of this get description line index and passing in the subsection lines. If not, I'm just going to pass in the first index. Okay, so here once I get that, I'm just going to get the text items. Okay, so here subsection info or text items, it's going to be subsection lines dot, I'm just going to slice from 0 to this description index, and I'm just going to flat them. Okay, fine, and now let's get the date. Okay, so by using the date feature sets. Okay, so here get text with highest feature score, and here I'm just going to pass in this subsection info text items and along with this date feature sets. Okay, so this is going to help us give the date of the project. Okay, and then the now we should get the project and project scores. Okay, so let's quickly prepare the feature set for that here straight away. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as project feature set. So this is going to be a feature set array. Okay, fine, and here it's going to be simple is bold. I'm just going to check, and the score I'm just going to give 2, and here get as text, I'm here just going to pass in this date and the least score. Okay, so this is the feature set for project, and now let's get the project. Okay, by passing into this get text with highest feature score. Okay, so here project and the project score, so get text with the highest score, I'm just going to pass in this subsection info text items, then the project feature set, and for this I'm just going to pass in the false. Okay, fine, and after this let's get the descriptions, and then we'll push into our projects and project scores list. Okay, so it's going to be pretty straightforward like we did for the previous things. Description lines, subsection lines dot slice from this description line index. Okay, and here now I'm just going to get the actual description by passing this to get bullet points from lines, and here I'm just going to pass in this description lines, and finally we will push into our projects array. So here the project date and then the descriptions, okay, and the project scores, project score, and then the date scores, okay. So it's going to be scores, and let me make this plural. Yep. What is the problem here? Project scores. Okay, it's the same name. Okay, I'm just going to make this project score. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to get the project details and the respective project scores. Okay, fine. And finally we have this skill section, so let's get done with that too. So here I'm just going to create here the new file for extracting the skill part. So okay, so here I'm just going to have this extract skills function, so it's going to be same. So I'm just going to resume section to lines. Okay, so here let me get these lines by passing this so here let me make this as sections. Okay, and by passing this sections along with this the keyword to get that skill. Okay, and straight away I'm just going to get this description line index by passing these lines to description lines index function. If not, I'm just going to have this 0 as the index. Okay, and then the description lines. So here I'm just going to slice from the whatever value we get from the previous step. Okay, and then the descriptions. Here we will just pass this to get the bullet points from lines, the description line. So this is going to give us the descriptions. Okay, and then the featured skills. Here I'm just going to get the clone of the initial featured skills. Okay, so just to clone this I'm just going to have the helper. Okay, so here I'm just going to create inside this maybe yeah, let me create this here in this section. So I'm just, it's going to be simple just to clone that by passing and stringifying it. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as a deep clone.ts, and it's going to be just a straightforward function. Okay, and let's make this a generic, and it's going to extend the object with the key which is of type string, and value can be any. Okay, and here again the object, it's of type t. Okay, so and I'm just going to parse this stringified object. Okay, so stringify this object and typecast this to t. So this is the just the cloning that. Okay, so now I will use this here. So let me import that. So I'm just going to deep clone of this initial featured skills. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. Now once I have this, and first let's check for if the description line index is not equals to 0, then we found some index. Okay, so for that let's get this featured skill line. So that is the featured skill lines will be, I'm just going to slice from just 0 to the description line index. So after which it will be lines of that featured skills. And now let's get the text items of that. So which is the, I'm just going to name this as featured skills text items. Okay, so here I'm just going to flat them and filter this. I mean, I don't want to be empty, so I'm just going to trim this text, and then I'm just going to get only the first file. Okay, fine. So once I have this text items, and let's now iterate through this list. Okay, so here featured skill text items dot length, I'm just going to iterate, and for each feature skills skill property, I'm just going to set this value, so which is the text items dot text. So this is how we fill in the skill value for each feature skill. Okay, and finally I'm just going to create this skills object and return this. Okay, so this is going to be of type resume skills. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this feature skills and descriptions, and then return this as an object as a skills. Okay, so these are the helper functions which is going to help us extract the respective part: education, profile, project, skill, and work experience. Now we have all in place. It's time to create an index file and make use of all of this, and then go back to our this step, that is where extracting resume from sections. So here I'm just going to create here the new file called index.ts. Okay, so basically this is where we will get the all parts from the each helper function, and use that, and we'll make use of that here. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is, let me create here the new file called the index.ts. Okay, and here I'm just going to name this as extract resume from sections. Okay, so here again this is going to receive the same thing, sections, resume section to lines as the input. Okay, and we are going to return the resume as the output of this function. So let's get the each thing. So I'm just going to use this extract profile, and I'm just going to pass this respective sections. Okay, then the educations by passing it to the extract education, the sections. Okay, then the work experiences, extract work experience, then the projects, and followed by skills. Finally the skills. Okay, so here I'm just going to extract that skills. Okay, by passing in these sections. So now we will have this all 5 parts. Okay, so once we have, I'm just going to straight away return this respective profile, the educations, work experiences, projects, skills. Okay, and here in the custom I'm just going to attach the empty descriptions list. Okay, fine. So this is how we extract the resume from all of the sections. So now we have this ready. So here the fourth step, I'm just going to use the function we have just created and use it here. So here the resume, so I'm just going to call this extract resume from sections and pass in the output of the third step, which is the sections as input to this function, and finally return this resume. Okay, so now almost whatever we wanted to parse each section to whatever assumptions we have made is ready. So now let's go to our the resume drop down component, and I mean this import resume import page, and here I'll have to create this drop down component. So now I'll create this, and use it here, and let's have a look at the output of the UI. Okay, so here what we will do is let's create a new component for this resume drop zone. In the component sections, I'm just going to create the new file called resume drop zone. So that's where we'll handle the logic related to taking the file as a input from the users. Okay, so I'm just going to create here resume drop zone dot tsx. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to have this function resume drop zone. Okay, so here this would have the parameters props as the input for this. First is the all on file URL change, the callback function. What should we do after this? Okay, so here this is going to have this file URL as the input. Okay, and return type the void, fine, and then the class name. So here if any stylings, this is for the class name, and playground view. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is going to be just the boolean value. So here this is going to be optional as well. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this on file URL change, then the class name, and finally the playground view. Okay, so here I'm just going to defaultly set it to false. Fine, here this is the function now. So we'll have the state variable to keep track of the file details, and also to know whether is it hovered on this drop zone or not. Okay, and also there is a chance that apart from PDF file, other would be trying to be uploaded. So to keep track of non-PDF file also, I'll just have one state variable. Okay, so here the file, so set file, and I'm just going to use this use state, and the default, let's have this object. Okay, I'm just going to define here. So let me name this as something like, default file state. So this would have this name, which is the empty string, then the size, I'm just going to set it to 0, and then file URL, this also I'm just going to set it to empty string, and here I'll just pass that as the default of file state. Okay, and next for the is it hovered on this drop zone or not. So is hovered on drop zone. Okay, so here set is hovered on drop zone. So here I'm just going to pass in this default value as a false, and then as I said for a non-PDF file check. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this boolean value for this too. So here non-PDF file, so set as non-PDF file, so default let's set it this to false. Okay, fine, and just to have this as a file, I'm just going to have this basically the boolean value, so based on this file dot name. Okay, fine, and yeah, so here let's now have the component div. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this div here wrapped everything inside this div. Here the styling, first thing is I'm going to make this display to be a flex. Okay, and also justify, let's center this and have this rounded corners. Okay, and I want the border and also the border should be dashed. Okay, so yep, and color, let's say some gray color, I'm just going to apply some 300, and padding in the x direction some 6. Okay, fine, And here now, based on the conditions, if it's hovered, I wanted the border color to be something like different, so I'm just going to add this some sky color, let's say some 400. Okay, this will be applied only if the it's hovered. Okay, and then if it's a playground view, I want the padding bottom to be applied something 6 and also top some 4. Okay, fine. If not, I will just have in the y direction some 12 padding. Okay, fine. And whatever the class name we get, we'll just apply this to this. Now here we'll have to handle the events like, on drag over, on drop or on drag leave. Here this is where we'll have to set this variable, that is an is forward on a drop zone to true. Okay, so here I'm just going to write this so it will be clear. On drag hover, so here let's get the event, and I'm just going to prevent this default action on this event. So here I'm going to set this is forward on drop zone value to true. Okay, so that's how we toggle the value of this is forward on drop zone. Okay, and same thing here on drag leave, I'm just going to set back that value to false. So here, yep, yeah. And also on dropping, we should handle that, that is like we should take the file and update our variables. So it's better here I'm just going to have this on drop. So it's better if I have the function here above. Okay, I'm just going to write the same function, and I'm just going to name the same on drop. So this is going to be event of type drag event. Okay, so which is going to be of type HTML div element. Okay, so here I'm just going to prevent the default event. Okay, and here let's get the new file now. So new file will be having inside this event dot data I mean it will be in the data transfer dot files list. So this will be first value. Okay, and here if the new file dot name ends with a PDF, then we are going to set this values is non PDF file. I'm going to set this to false, and then the properties of this new file will have to set, that is set the file. So here I'm just going to pass in this new file. Okay, and else I'm just going to set this as non PDF file to true. Okay, and finally set his hovered on drop zone, and I'll set back this to false. Okay, so here this for setting the new file. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's get the properties that we want, that is the name, size and file URL. So it's better if you have this one function. So I'm just going to name this as set new file, and this is going to expect the file type as the input. Okay, here if the file dot file URL is present, then I'm just going to revoke that object URL from this file dot file URL. Okay, and get this name and the size from this new file. Okay, so here from this new file and the file URL. So here it's going to be just the I'm just going to create this object URL by passing in this new file. Okay, and finally I'm just going to update our file value with the name, size and the file URL, the things we wanted. And I'm just going to trigger this all file change URL change callback function by passing in this file URL. Okay, so now here I'm just going to change this to a new file. So this is going to give us the details that we want. So that's the on drop, and I'm just going to apply this on drop here. and let me close this this div. So inside this div we will have this based on if there is a playground. I'm just going to display some div, and if not some image. Okay, and if there is no file, kind of the helper for them, like browse a PDF file or drop it here, and some helper text, letting them know we take the PDF as an input. Okay, and if it's uploaded, we will showcase the different text and all. Okay, so let's do this. Let's wrap everything inside this div. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to apply some styling for this. That is, I wanted the text to be centered. So here let's wrap inside this cx. Okay, so first thing, as I said, I want it to be centered, and if it's a playground view, okay, then I'm going to apply this a space in the y direction 2. Okay, if not, I'm just going to have a little bit more space, something 3. Okay, fine. And here, first thing, if there is no playground view, I'm just going to showcase one image. Okay, basically add PDF image. Okay, so here the source, it's going to be this. I'm just going to import from the assets. Okay, so, and I'm just going to import this as something like add PDF source. Okay, so here PDF source from this public. Okay, slash assets add PDF. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to use this here as the source. So add PDF source. Okay, and styling for this, let's have this margin X auto, and height and width I'm going to set it to 14. Fine, and this the halt, let's say something like add PDF, and area then let's set it to true, and just add this priority. Okay, fine, so this is the image. Okay, fine. Now if there is still no file, okay, so here then we'll have to showcase that you can drop a PDF here or browse a PDF file, something like that. So I'll wrap that inside this fragment. Okay, so first let's showcase the text that I was talking about. So this again, let's wrap this inside this cx. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to add padding at the top, and also text color, let me make this as a gray, something like 700. Okay, fine, and now there is, if there is no, okay, here there is a mistake. Fine, yeah, if there is no playground view. Okay, so here then I'm just going to add the text to be a little larger, and also font type I'm just going to apply this semi bold. Okay, so that's the thing, and here I'm just going to close this p tag. Okay, here what's the issue here? Okay, so now inside this p tag, the text I'm just going to say something like browse a PDF file, or something like drop it here. Fine, so that's the text that will be saying. Then after this, we'll again somehow provide other text, something like file data is saved locally, and it will not leave your browser. Kind of, you're storing it in local storage, right? So though they refresh, it will be there. So until unless they clear that, so here I'm going to provide that text here. So basically let's make this flex. Okay, I wanted to display the icon too. Okay, and the text color, let's say something like 500, and here let me use this lock or closed icon. So this I'm going to have this hero icons. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me install that. Hero icons. So once I have that, I will just use the lock closed icon from this. Okay, fine. No, let's use the solid one, so it looks good. Yeah, so for this let's just provide some height and all. Okay, so basically some styling. Let's add the margin right and margin top, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 3. Okay, and the text color I want it to be gray, so lighter gray. Okay, fine. And after this icon, the data, so file data is used locally and never something like, never leaves your browser, something like this. Okay, fine. So this is the, in case if it's not uploaded, this is what we'll be showcasing. Fine. If not, okay, here we will be showcasing the file name and what is it, the size of that, and then the button to remove that file upload. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside this div. Okay, make this a flex, and items, let's center them. Justify to center, I'm going to have this gap of 3 and padding at the top so that there'll be some gap. Okay, I'm just going to close this div. Fine. And inside this div, the file name and the size, as I mentioned, let's have the padding at the left 7, and the font type, let's just emphasize on the thing, and text have this gray color, let's say darker gray, 900. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to close this div. So here I'm going to showcase this file name, and here the file size. Okay, so maybe it is better if I try to showcase in KB and MB if it's exceeding 1024 and all. So let's have this helper function here. I'm just going to create here quickly. So here I'm just going to name this as, get file size string. Okay, so this is going to have this file size. Okay, so here this is going to be in the bytes. Okay, so the number. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this KB just by dividing by 1024. Okay, and here the MB. Okay, so basically if there is MB, okay, so file size KB by 1024. Okay, so just the simple check. So if file size KB is less than 1000, so I'm just going to return whatever the value present in this KB, and let's round to precision, let's say 3. Okay, and I'm just going to append this KB. Okay, else I'm just going to return in the form of the MBs. Okay, so that is if file size I'm just going to precision to 3. Okay, and add in this MB. Okay, so just the helper function to convert it to MB and KB to showcase here. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to use this here. Let me use this get file size string, and I'm just going to pass this file dot size. Okay, fine. So that's how it looks good with the file name and what is its size. And then after this, the button to remove that. Okay, so I'm just going to have, and here type, it's going to be a button. Okay, and styling. Okay, let's say this outline, I'm going to apply this theme blue. We had it custom color. Okay, and let's have this rounded corners and padding 1 in all directions. Text color, I want it to be gray only. Okay, something like 400. And on hover, I'm just going to change the background to a gray color, something like, lighter gray. And even the text color will change it to gray, let's say some medium gray color. Okay, fine. And the title, I'm just going to have this as something like remove file. And here on click we'll have to have a function which is going to help us remove that. So maybe it's better to have a function for that. So it's just nothing. I'm just going to set back the file values to default value, and on file URL change I'm just going to pass in the empty string. Okay, so here the on remove function. Okay, so here I'm going to set this file to a default file state, and on file URL change I'm just going to pass in this empty string and trigger this callback function. Okay, so here now let me pass this on remove function here. Okay, so on remove, and here inside this I will have this into X mark icon from this React icons. Okay, so fine, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 6. So that's the button to remove the PDF in case we don't want. Okay, fine. After this div, here if there is no file, again I'm just going to showcase here the label browse file, and also if there is no PDF file but other file will show the text as well. Only PDF file is supported, so you just have to change that. Okay, so this div is for that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add padding at the top, some 4. Okay, and here if there is no file, okay, so this is for this, and here I'm just going to add. Okay, so first let's complete this. So inside this fragment, as I said, just the label here, so I'm just going to add some styling for this. Okay, so here this is going to be within outline theme purple. Okay, so and the cursor I'm just going to make this as a pointer, and rounded I want it to be full. Okay, so I'm just going to apply this full, and the padding X direction let's say 6, and the bottom I'm going to have this 2.5, and the padding at the top let's say 2. Okay, and font type and shadow effect I'm just going to have. Font type, let's have this semi bold, and the shadow I'm just going to make this smaller shadow. Okay, fine, and now again if there is a playground view, then I'm just going to have this border. Okay, if not I'm just going to have this background color to be a primary color. Okay, fine, and now inside this the label it's going to be the just the browse file. Okay, and after this the input, so I'm just going to have this input. So basically here the type file. Okay, and the class name I'm just going to have this only on the small thing. Okay, and this accept, it's going to accept only .pdf. Okay, and on change on here we'll have to handle this input thing. So basically again we'll have to set the file details, so it's better again like we have for the remove. I'm just going to have this on input change function. Okay, so here let's on this input change. Okay, so here let's make this as asynchronous, and this event, this is going to be exclusively on small devices. Okay, so you don't have to worry much because we'll be mostly handling in the bigger screens. Okay, so here HTML input element. Okay, so fine, and first let's get this file. So this will be events dot target dot files. Okay, and here if there is no files, I'm just going to return from this function. Else let's get the new file. Okay, so new file will be nothing but the value present at the first index. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this as the input to the set new file function, which is going to set the details for the new file and other properties that we want. Okay, so and that I'm just going to pass in here to this on change function, which is the on input change. Okay, so here on input change, and here I'm just going to close this input. Okay, fine, and after this label we will, as I said, for the non PDF file, if it's a non PDF file, I'm just going to showcase this text, okay, saying that we support only PDF, something like that, okay. And here I want it to be red color, okay, something like 400, okay. And I'm just going to say only PDF file is supported, okay, fine. And here after this, here I'm just going to say that some helper text again, saying that just import and continue. And also here it works best on only single column resume, because we have the parser to work better on that, okay. So that's our restriction, okay. So here I'm just going to have this let's wrap everything inside the fragment, okay, fine. And here I'm just going to display this. If no playground view, I'm going to have this button, okay. So it's going to be simple button, okay. So I'm just going to apply this button to be a primary thing, okay. And here on click, so here we'll have to kind of import this on what we'll have to do is kind of when he presses this, this is where we perform actual logic. That is we pass this URL to our parsing resume from PDF, the parser logic function which we have. And then this is where we are going to update our state with whatever we get from each section, that is work experiences, education, projects, skills and custom, which is very important step here. That's the button here, which is going to, once we take the file and once he clicks on this button, we are going to process all of this. So let me have that function here. So I'm just going to name this as on import click, okay, and make this as asynchronous. And here first thing is I'm going to get the resume by passing this to parts resume from PDF. So this is going to be file.file URL, okay. And here the settings, I'm going to get the settings detail, so which is I'm just going to clone this initial settings, okay. So fine. And here now we will set the form to show settings based on the uploaded resume, if the users has used the app before, okay. And also we'll save the state to local storage accordingly, okay. So here if get as used app before, okay, if this is turns out to be true, then I'm just going to get this sections from this settings dot forms to show, okay, fine. And let's have this as a show form array, okay. So fine. And here then the section to form show, then we are going to update this, okay. So here section to form to show, okay. So this is going to be of type record of show form and then the boolean value, okay. First the work experiences, so I'm just going to have this resume dot work experience dot length, if it's greater than 0, so we'll set it this to true, okay. And the educations, so same applies to this as well. This length is greater than 0, fine. And then the other things, quickly I'm just going to get things done. So here the projects length greater than 0, okay. Then for the skills and then the custom, okay. So here the descriptions, okay. So fine. And same for the custom, where we will check if the custom dot descriptions length is greater than 0. Okay, fine. So once we have this, I'm just going to iterate through this sections. Okay, and here I'm just going to settings dot form to show of this section. I'm just going to update this value. So here section to form to show, and I'm just going to pass this value. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to save this things to our local storage. Okay, the resume and the settings. Okay, and after this we'll be navigating to our resume builder page. Okay, so I'm just going to use the use router hook from next navigation. So here let me have this as an object. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this use router. Okay, so here I'm just going to go to this next page, which is the we don't have it, we will create. Okay, so here we will go to this builder page. Okay, so that's what we'll be handling in this on import click. Okay, so now I'm just going to add this on click functionality as that. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this on import click. Okay, and here the text we are going to say it as import and continue. Okay, fine. And after this just the some text we kind of I wanted to show is like it works best on single column resume, just to highlight that. Okay, so I'm just going to add this here. So here let's give the text color to be a gray, some medium gray color. Okay, and if based on it's again not playground give, I'm just going to add this margin at the top. Okay, so 6. Fine. And here I'm just going to add this note here, this import or this parser. Okay, works best on this single column resume. Okay, so that is the text here. Okay, fine. So this is the resume drop zone component. So now we have this resume drop zone component, so we can go ahead and use this in our resume import page and then have a look at this in the output. Okay, so I think you guys are waiting to see the output. Okay, but that was the logic, we had to write it. There's no way to showcase the preview for that, so that's how it is. Okay, so fine. And now this in this import I'm just going to use this resume drop zone. Okay, so here after this here I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and use this resume drop zone component, and here on file url change I'm going to pass this on file url change. Okay, so on file url change function, which is going to set this value to true or false. Okay, fine. And after this just the styling, I just wanted to add some margin at the top 5. Okay, so that's this drop zone. So yep, and now at least let's have a look. Okay, and also here I'll have to add in here to the year, but I'll add so let's at least have a look at that. So okay, so I'm just going to click on this, and it's going to take this to okay, there is some issue. Okay, in this export thing, so let me check this. There is some problem in this resume drop zone component, because if you just see, if I go to this page here, and if I just comment this, and we are able to see the output. Yeah, okay. So but there is, once I start to use this, there is an issue. Okay, that's what we added, right? So obviously that's the issue. So here Let me try to comment this this function, and let's have a look. Yep. Okay, fine. Now it's the UI wise it's working good. So this is the thing: import data from existing resume, and here where this add PDF SVG icon, and then browse a PDF file, I drop it here, and then the helper text, and then the button to browse file. But there is severe issue with this function. Okay, so here let me uncomment all of this, and just comment this. Okay, let me comment this, and even I'm going to comment this. Let's check where is the actual error. Okay, fine. So definitely there is an issue with this. So here I'm going to comment this. So fine, let's go to this parse resume thing. Okay, so I'm just going to go to that file. Here okay, in this read PDF. Okay, here is the issue. We'll have to assign the worker to this PDF.js. Okay, so for that I'll have to install this PDF.js first. Okay, so sorry, it is PDF.js, and after which I just have to assign this worker to this. Okay, so basically here I'm just going to import this worker. Okay, so from this PDF.js dist build, and I just have to from this worker dot entry. Okay, and then I'm just going to for global worker options dot source, I just have to assign this worker. Okay, but there is an issue with this. Let's check at least for now. I know the issue is still there, but okay, let's go to this resume drop zone, and here I'm just going to uncomment this. Yeah, there is an issue with this. Okay, fine, let me check this. So what I'll do is, we are not able to find this file. Okay, in this it's better I will try to downgrade this PDF.js and PDF.js dist version. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is, let me downgrade this to 2.5.0, and this I'm just going to change this to 3.7. Okay, fine, and here after this I'm just going to install this. Okay, so once I'm done, so here now let's try to see now. Okay, now we have this, so I'm just going to use this, and now let's have a look at the output, and also I'm just have this uncommented. Okay, fine, yeah, now let's look. Okay, now at least it's not with respect to that component error. There is some issue with the webpack loaders. Okay, so yeah, for the canvas thing, so what we'll do, since we are using this we have an issue for sure with this PDF.js dist. Okay, so but it's causing us to module parts failed for the canvas node. So what I'm going to do is we will disable the canvas package for this webpack, since this pdf.js this we are using only on client side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in this next config js, so here output I'm just going to have this is standalone, and this webpack let's disable this canvas thing. Okay, so here this config dot resolve dot alias dot canvas, I'm just going to set it this to false, and also the encoding also I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, and I'm just going to return this config. Okay, and yep, at least let's now have a check. Okay, hopefully we should see the error gone, but let's hope. Okay, so here, yep, now it's working the way we wanted. So after we change that, I mean we just disable the canvas because there is an issue with pdf.js dist. Okay, so here finally this is working fine. So now let's go ahead and check the import files, and we should be once we let's just browse this file. So we'll take some file here. So once we take this file, what it should do is, once it's the file is imported, it should showcase us the file name and the size of that, and then once we click on the button to get started, that is the import and kind of get started button, that is where the actual parsing thing will happen, the logic of that will happen, and then we will set that accordingly to the state, and then save that state to a local storage, and then we'll be redirecting to our resume builder page, which we don't have. So we will check that first, or else if we just click on this create from scratch, that means we don't have a resume here, but we wanted to create it from scratch, we will directly go to builder page. Okay, so let's test this. Let's import the test file now. So I'm just going to browse this. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this. So as soon as we imported that, you see the file name and it's the size of that, and button to cancel it. And now once we click on this import and continue button, that's where the actual logic is going to happen. And like I mentioned, now the parsing and all will happen, and will be saved that information into our local storage and state, and after that will be redirected to the resume builder page, which we don't have yet. Maybe it's going to throw us the 404 or not found thing, but let's check this. Okay, so yep, this is said not found, but the parsing and all did happen. So you will get a clear of that, and you see now we have already saved this into our local storage. That's where we had this one more UI rendering, that is you have data saved in browser from prior session, and continue where I left off. Okay, or else we can here again we can override data with a new resume. Here I should add this resume drop zone component I will add. So let's go and add this component, and then after which we will focus on parser page. That's where because we did perform all the logic of that, and see how it has been passed, and complete that page, and then we'll go on to the most important thing of application, which is the playground or the builder of resume builder page. Okay, that's going to be a lot of work, because we'll have to have a lot of forms for each section, and the for custom settings, UI, selecting color, font size, and font family, and those things. Okay, so fine, let's go back and just change this and focus on the resume parser page. So here what I'm going to do is first in the resume drop zone, we will have to include this resume drop zone component here. Where is it? I mean in this page, sorry, import page. Okay, so here we'll have to add this. So fine, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this resume drop down component from top. So the same thing, I'm just going to copy this and replace this with this. Okay, fine, and let's save this, and hopefully we should see that now. Yep, now we have this, so we can continue where we left off, or we can again browse the new file. Fine, so that's the thing. Now let's focus on resume parser page. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to here create here the new folder called the resume parser. Okay, and let's have this page. Okay, so here page dot tsx. Okay, fine, so here first thing what we will do, first let's make this as a client component. Okay, so let's have the component defined for this. So I'm just going to export this default function. Let's name this as resume parser. Okay, fine, so here we should have the file URL to showcase the file in the left part of our page. So that is what we showcased in our the first video. Okay, and the in right part, that's where we will show all the text and the options to again input the new file, and just toggling between two files, and then what is the steps we followed and the tables, how it was passed and all. Okay, that would be in the right part. Okay, so first thing, we'll have one state variable to store the file URL. So let me have that. So here I'm just going to name this as file URL. So this is going to be file URL, set file URL, and here initially we'll set one default URL. So for that I'm just going to have just two examples. So let me have this as a list. Okay, resume examples. Okay, and this is going to be list of objects, and this will have this file URL, and this is just going to be this the folder in our public folder, and here I'm just going to have this as file name. Okay, and after this the description. So description, it's going to be, I'm just going to wrap inside this span. Okay, and here I'm just going to say like took from public sources. Okay, fine, and yeah, this is what I'm just going to have this span text. Okay, and then the next object, so same thing, let's have this file URL property. So it's going to be same resume example, and here I just gave this as in-house resume.pdf. Okay, and then the description. So here now inside this span I'm just going to say that created with in-house resume builder. Okay, and here let's give some space, and also after this I'm just going to provide the link, okay, to our builder page, which we don't have it, we will eventually have that. So here builder. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to the text, I'm just going to say this something like link. Okay, that's the examples we'll have, and for default I'm just going to have here one variable for that. So here default file URL, I'm just going to use this resume examples first objects file URL. Okay, fine, now I'm just going to pass this as the default value file for this file URL in our state. Okay, and now the variable to store these text items. Okay, so even for that we need one state variable, so I'm just going to name this as text items, set text items, and this is going to be initially the empty text items. So initially it's going to be empty array. Okay, fine. And now let's get the lines, sections, and resume details. Okay, so here I'm just going to get those details using this group text items into lines by passing in this text items, or it can be just the empty array. Okay, and then the sections, I'm just going to group lines into sections and pass the lines from the above. Okay, and finally the resume, so this is we are going to get it from the extract resume from sections. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in the sections. Fine, so this is going to give us the details for us needed. Now let's focus on the UI slowly. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to wrap everything inside this main, and here let's make this as an height to be full and also width to be full, and overflow let's hide this. Okay, and inside this div, so first I'll focus on the left part. Okay, so here let's make this as a grid, and if it's medium, I want the grid columns to be 6. Okay, so basically off of the screen. Okay, so now inside this let's have the div and apply this flex as a display and a justify to be centered. Okay, let's have padding x2, and the medium let's say they call span, I'm just going to have 3, and height also let me calculate this. So here I'm just going to calculate this using the subtracting the 100 vertical height from the navbar height, so which we have in the variable defined in the global css file. Okay, so which is the top navbar height. Okay, so here I'm just going to subtract this to get the height for that. Okay, and I'm just going to apply this justify to be end if it's the sorry, justify to be end if it's a medium screen. Okay, so let's close this div, and now inside this div I'll have this section for showcasing the PDF view in the left part of the screen. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this section. Okay, and here let's have margin top, some space at the top, and make this as a grow, and I'm just going to have this padding in the x direction 4, and the medium I wanted to restrict the maximum width to be something, let's say 600 pixel, so that it looks good. And if it's a medium, I don't want any padding in the x direction. Okay, and finally the div for showcasing the iframe for the URL. Okay, so here I'm just going to aspect, so here I'll install the plugins for aspect ratio of the Tailwind. So and then I'm just going to specify this aspect height. Okay, so here I'm just going to give this aspect height of 9.5 for this, and width also. So here let's say something like 7. Okay, fine, and here let's provide the source here, the file URL, which is the nothing but the file URL variable. Okay, and I'm just going to provide this nav panes set to 0. Okay, and the styling, just provide the height to be full, and width also I'm just going to set it to full. Okay, so this is the section for the left part. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to have use this flexbox spacer for some space. Okay, maximum width I'm just going to provide 45, and class name let's hide this by default. Okay, and if it's a medium I'm just going to have this a block. So now let's have a look, and After this, just the div for the right part, so I'm not going to. So let's just see how is it going to look the left part. And this is not going to work. I will apply this, but let's just have a look. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this to a parser. Okay, so you see now this is the file. Since I did not install this Tailwind plugin for the aspect ratio, it's not working fine. So once I provide this, it will be looking good in the left part. But you see, this is the resume that we passed as the URLs, and this is how we'll be seeing this. So now let's go back, and I'm just going to install this plugins for the aspect ratio. Okay, so it's going to be I'm just going to install this which is the Tailwind CSS aspect ratio. Okay, and then I'm just going to add this as a plugin inside this Tailwind config file. Okay, so that is inside this plugins list. So I'm just going to provide this aspect ratio. Okay, and here now for the here in the core plugins, I will just set the aspect ratio to be set to false. Okay, fine. And here now hopefully it should work, and let's just go ahead and check it out. Okay, yep, now you see the aspect height and width is applied, and it's looking decent and good. So this is how the left view it's going to be for us, with whatever the URL we provide for the iframe, and I just use the aspect height and width so that it looks good on the left part. Okay, so this is the left part, and now let's focus on the right part, so where we'll showcase the text and the toggling to change the URL, so that we'll have a look at the multiple files. Here we'll go for the two, and also we'll use this here the resume drop zone component, basically in case we wanted to change dynamically from the user input, so that we can see that. So this is, we'll have the option for that, and after which just the list of the steps we did follow while parsing this part. Okay, just to provide the detail info, and also the table component, that's very important, how did we parse and how does the output of the parser is going to look, will showcase in the format of the table. So all those things comes in the right part. So let's focus on one by one. Okay, so going to this output that's the file in the parser. So this is the div for the right part. Okay, so here first thing is, let's style this div. Okay, so let's make this as a flex, and add a padding in the x direction 6. Okay, text, I want the color to be gray color, so let's say something like darker gray 900, and I want the call span to be 3, so that it takes the rest of the screen, that is the half of the screen. And height also, it's going to be same. I'm just going to take here this height. Okay, so let me apply this here. This is the height. Okay, and then the overflow, I want it to be scrolling, so I'm just going to apply this y direction to be scroll. So yep, so this is the styling for this div. So now inside this, let's have first the space again, after which I'll have the heading for saying that there is a playground, and also that, okay, parser playground. Okay, so here space. Okay, I'm just going to add this max width, and the styling for this, and same thing like we did had the above, I can just copy that. Okay, fine. So after this, the section. Okay, so here let's have this maximum width set to 600 pixels, same. So screen will have a max of 200 pixel, so this is nothing but the half of the screen, and I'm just going to apply this grow. So first thing, the heading. Okay, so here the heading, so what we'll do, I'll just have this small component to just say to just wrap the text for the heading. Okay, so that what I'm going to do, kind of inside these components, I'm just going to create new folder. So kind of, let's say, since it's kind of showcasing the test, I'll have this as the kind of documentation. Okay, fine. And here I'm going to create here new component for the to wrap the heading text inside this. So let's name this as heading.tsx. Let's quickly create the component for this. So I'm just going to name this as heading. So here the input params for this will be few, so I'm just going to close this first. Okay, so here we'll have this level, so kind of like header 1, header 2, and so on. Okay, so by default it's going to be optional, and I'm just going to, these are the values it can have. Okay, and then the small margin top. Okay, again this is going to be optional, this is going to be boolean. Okay, and then the children, so what is the thing that will be wrapping inside this component? Okay, so this is going to be a react node. Okay, and then the styling for this. Okay, so here again I'm just going to, this is going to be optional. Okay, so let's get those values here. Level, by default I'm going to set it to 1, and children, and then the class name I'm just going to set it to empty string by default. Okay, fine. And here the, let's have this component. Okay, so I'm just going to have this component. So here this is nothing but the, I'm just h1, h2, or h3, something like that. So here I'm just going to add the level for this. Okay, and let's have this as a const. Fine. And now I'm just going to wrap everything inside this component. Okay, so here let's return. Okay, and here the component and the styling for this. Now I'm just going to wrap inside this utility. Okay, so first let's have the margin top at the top. Okay, something like, 2 ems. Okay, and the text color, I wanted to make this to be a gray color, so let's say a darker gray, 900. Okay, and here based on the heading level I will provide the styling. So it's better if you define const list for that. So I'm just going to have here heading class names. Okay, so here let's have this for one, let's say 2 times extra large, and font type just the size and type. Okay, font type to be bold, and if it's a 2, text to be extra large, and font type to be the same bold. Okay, and here text to be just the large, and font to be semi bold. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide based on the level we have, so that is heading class names of this level. Okay, and whatever in case we receive as a class name stylings for, as an input for this param, we'll pass that. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to pass in the children any we receive. So this is the heading component. So now let's go back to this parser. I'm just going to import this and wrap the text inside this. Okay, so heading, and let's provide some styling. So the color of this, it's going to be primary color, and margin top. Okay, so inside this I'm just going to say something, this resume parser playground. Okay, so this is the text, and let's have a look at the output. Okay, so hopefully it should be good. Yeah, so this is the heading, the resume parser playground, so it's at the right part. Okay, it's looking good. So now let's continue with the other things. Okay, now same way we had for the heading, I'm going to have for paragraph. So that's where just the brief description, kind of what this does. Okay, same I'm just going to create the component for a paragraph. Okay, so let's create this. Inside this I'm just just proper way of structuring the files, that's it. Okay, we can directly write here, but so here I'm just going to name this as paragraph.tsx. okay, so let's create this component which is the paragraph. Okay, again this will receive some params. Okay, so here the same thing, I will just have the small margin top, which is going to be again the optional, which is the boolean. Okay, then the children that we have to wrap inside. Okay, so this is going to be react node. Then the class name, again this I'm going to make this as optional. Okay, so which is going to be string. So let's get those values here, destructure them, and by default let's set this to false, and children, and then class name I'm just going to set this to empty string. Okay, fine. And now inside this straight away we'll just return the small p tag. Okay, and the styling for this. Okay, so let's wrap inside this utility. So here based on this true, I'll just apply this 0.8 ems. Okay, if not I'm just going to have little more, so that is 1.5. yep, fine. And after this I'm going to apply this text to be large, and text color, let's make this as a gray 700. Okay, fine. And then pass in the additional class name stylings. Okay, and inside this we'll just wrap the children. So that's the paragraph component. So now we'll make use of this here. So I'll just import this. So here paragraph, so here let's set the small margin top to true. Now here inside this I'm just going to have this some description, brief text. Okay, this playground showcases the in-house resume parser and its ability, just brief 1 or 2 lines. Okay, to parse information from a PDF, something like that. I'm just going to provide this PDF. Okay, fine. And we'll have beneath this the just the two examples to showcase. So just will to let them know that I'm just going to add this here, something like this. Once we add the below thing, this sentence will make sense, but I'm just going to add this, like click around the PDF examples below to observe the different parsing results. Okay, so okay, so that's the text. Now let's have a look at this. So going the output, yep, so this is the text, so that is the heading, and this is the paragraph thing. Fine. And then after this we'll add this examples to toggle this file URL. Okay, so here going here after this paragraph, let's wrap that inside this div. So I'm just going to have this div and add some margin at the top, so that there will be space between the text above and this component, and make this as a flex, and gap I want it to be 3. Now let's use this resume examples list and map through them, and get the example along with the index. Okay, and after which here I'm just going to wrap inside this article and the key. Let's provide the index. Okay, and the styling now. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this cx util. Okay, and let's make this to be flex 1, and the cursor I want it to be a pointer, and let's have the rounded corners. Okay, and the border 2, and in the padding x direction let's say some 4, and in the y direction I'm just going to add 3. Okay, and add some shadow effect, so let's say some small. Okay, and I don't want any outline, so I'm just going to add this outline none, and some hover effects and for focus effects. However, I'm just going to change this background color to gray, let's say some 50, and focus also, let's say add the same thing. Okay, fine. That's the thing. And now if the example dot file URL is matching to whatever the file URL is currently showcased, so we will just add some border blue colors to just to showcase this has been selected. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this border blue. If not, we'll have this gray color. Okay, so gray, let's say 300. So that's the styling. Okay, fine. And I think so here, yep, now it looks good. Okay, fine. After this, on click, I'm just have to toggle this URL. That means I'll have to set this file URL. So here I'm just going to set this file URL. Okay, fine. And here now on key down, okay, so if enter, I'm just have to set the file URL again. So it's simple. So here I'm just going to have this enter. Okay, and this, and just going to include this the key. So in the key e dot key, then I'm just going to set this file URL. Okay, so to this file URL, fine. And I'm just going to have this tab index set to 0. Fine. So inside this article, now the header, just the to provide the header, the title of this example, and also the description of that, which we have in the description property of that list. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this h1 only. Okay, so first let's make this font type to be a semi bold. Okay, and here I'm just going to say it has something like resume example, and use this index. Okay, to just showcase the number for that. And then the p tag. Okay, let's have margin at the top. Okay, and text size, I want it to be smaller since it's a description, and the gray color, so let's say medium gray color. And here we'll just showcase this description. Okay, so let's have a look. Hopefully it should look good. So let's go here. Yeah, so this is the just the article to just select the example. So now if I change this, now you see automatically it's changing. And here if I change, fine, this is looking good. This is how we toggle this examples seeing, so that we'll see at least the different results for different parsing. Okay, fine. After this, we'll have to have a div. Okay, to just give the option for the user to add their own file now. Okay, to see again option to take the dynamic files as the input. Okay, so after this div, I'm just going to wrap this text inside this paragraph component. So here I'm just going to say that you can also something here, and let's wrap this inside this span and make this to be semi bold. Okay, and I'm just going to say that add your resume below. Okay, so at least let's see. Yeah, so I'll complete this. Okay, fine. And here just some text to access how well your resume would be passed by similar application. Just some tracking system. Okay, just some text, we can provide whatever we want. I'm just going to provide this. Okay, used in applications. Okay, so the more information it can parse out, I'm just going to provide two more sentences. Okay, the better it indicates the resume. Okay, so I think I missed a he. Fine, and after this I'm just going to complete this sentence. It's well formatted and easy to grasp or read, something like this. Okay, and yeah, let's just see this now. Yeah, so this is the brief description. Okay, fine. So after this we'll add this resume drop down component to add the resume. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this div. Okay, I'm just going to have this margin at the top, and here let's use this drop down component here on file URL change. I just have to update this file URL. So here it would be file URL or the default file URL in case something fails. Okay, and playground view, I'm going to set it to true. Okay, fine, and now let's see. Yeah, so now this is the you can upload the PDF. So basically let's okay, so here we are in this. Okay, I'm just going to use this and try to upload. Yeah, you see automatically we have this new URL and we are setting it and it's working fine. So if I just cancel, it's going to back to the default URL. Okay, fine. So that's how we provide option for the user to upload his own resume. Okay, fine. After this div, we will try to showcase the parsing results. Okay, so let's wrap this inside this heading component, and here level I want it to be 2, and some styling. So let's say I want the margin top to be something like 1.2 ems. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to say here resume parsing results. Okay, so if you just see, yep, so this is the text, and now after this we'll have to have the table component where we'll try to showcase the parsing results and also the steps of the steps we did follow to parse it. Okay, so it's better if we write a separate component to showcase the result in the table. Okay, so I'm going to create the new component inside this resume parser folder itself. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as resume table, and we will accomplish the component uh, rendering required in this file. Okay, so this is the file. Let's create the component named the resume table. Okay, so here resume table. Okay, so this is going to expect the resume as the input for this component. Okay, so which is of type the resume. So I'm just going to import this. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, fine. So first thing we'll get the details to be showcased, which is the educations, work experiences, skills, featured skills. Okay, so here let me get this educations, which is nothing but the educations dot if this is equals to 0. Okay, I'm just going to get whatever we have in this initial education. So that is, I'm just going to use this deep clone and get that initial education details. Okay, fine, and here or else I'm just going to get the education details from resume. Okay, fine, and same thing will do for this work experiences. Same thing, resume dot work experience length is equals to 0. We will get this initial work experience. Okay, if not, I'm just going to get this resume dot work experiences. Next, for the skills. Okay, so I'm just going to add in here this skills dot descriptions. Okay, and then the featured skills. Okay, so here featured skills, I'm just going to skills dot featured skills, and let's filter them. So basically I'm just going to get non-empty things. So here this item dot skill dot, I'm just going to trim this. Okay, fine, and then map each of the item, this item dot skill, and then we will just join with the comma separated, and I'm just going to again trim if there is any space. Okay, so this is how we get the featured skills. Okay, and here just if there is featured skills, okay, I'm just going to unshift, I mean to this shift skills list. Okay, this featured skills. Okay, so now let's focus on the rendering part. So here let's wrap everything inside the table tag. Okay, and for this I'm just going to have margin at the top 2 and width, let's say full. Okay, and have this a border, and also text to be extra small. Okay, sorry, let's be small. Okay, and color obviously gray color, so I'm just going to go for 900. And now let's wrap everything inside the body, so that is t body. This we am just going to have this divide in the y direction. Okay, and the text to be left aligned. Okay, and align to be at the top. So first the header, so that's where I'm just going to say it as the profile. Okay, so for that, we'll have the component for that, just for the header and row, so that it will be reusable in for all the places here. So I'm just going to have this component quickly, the small component. So I'm just going to name this as table row header. Okay, so here it's going to receive the children as the input. Okay, and this is going to be the react node, the which is the react node. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap inside this tr. Okay, and apply this divide x. Okay, and background gray color, so let's say 50, and inside this td, sorry, header, sorry, ts, since it's the header. Okay, and let's have the padding in the x direction, and y direction I'm just going to apply to. And font type, it's just the straightforward font type semi bold, and scope I'm just going to have this column group. Okay, and column span, let's say 2. And here I'm just going to wrap in this children. Okay, what's the issue? Okay, here I misspelled it. Okay, so this is the header. So now I'm just going to use this header to provide the heading for each section. So basically your table row header. Okay, and here it's going to be a profile. Okay, did I? Okay, I think here it has to be. Okay, so this is the row header for profile, and then for the row also we'll have the one component, so that we can wrap the text for each section inside that row, so like we did for the header. So I'm just going to have that component, so table row. Okay, so here again this is going to have some params as the input. So first thing, the label, so it's going to be of type string. The value, it can be string or the array, string array. So I'm just going to mention those types here, and then styling if you need. So let me make this as optional, or it can be a string or false. Okay, so here let's get those label, value, and then the class name. Okay, fine. Now inside this we will wrap it has to be okay. So here I'm just going to so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this tr tag. Okay, so first thing, let's apply this divide x, okay, along with the whatever the class name styling we receive. Okay, after this the header, which is nothing but the label. So here same thing, let's have the padding x and padding y, and font type this time it's going to be medium, and the scope I'm just going to have its row, and here we'll wrap the label content inside this th tag, after which the table data. So here let's give the width as a full, and the same add the padding in x and y. Here if the type of value is equal to string, then I'm just going to provide showcase this value. If not, we are going to iterate through this list. Okay, so because it can be a string array, so and get the value on index, and then inside this fragment, okay, I'm just going to attach this key to be the index, and inside this I'm just going to wrap this thing, okay, with this as a bullet points. Fine, so that's the table row. Now here I'm just going to have this. Okay, so here let me have this table row and label. I'm going to provide this as the name. Okay, and value, it's going to be this resume dot profile dot name. Okay, so fine. So assuming this is the completed component, it's not yet, we'll have to add a lot of things. Okay, so we will try to use this in resume parser and then complete the rest of the part by coming back here again. Okay, so here after this heading, I'm just going to use this resume table, and this pass the resume value to this component as a props. Okay, now let's have a look at the output. Okay, yeah, you see now so this is the thing. So we don't have any now, that's why we are not seeing any. So this is how will be showcased. So if I complete this completely, you'll understand how is it going to look. So let's complete for the rest of the things. So here let's go back to this table we did for name. So let's complete for other values and other sections as well. So next it's going to be email. So let me copy this. Next it's going to be for email. Okay, and this is going to be email, and this is the phone. This is going to be the location, and URL, and the summary has to be there. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this summary. Okay, and now here we'll have to change this. This is going to be phone, location, link, and the summary. Okay, so if you see, yeah, we have this thing. Okay, fine. So now let's go for the next header. So it's going to be the education. So I'm just going to provide here the education, okay, fine. Now let's use this educations list and render that inside the fragment. education dot map. I'm just going to get the education object and then the index. Okay, and let's wrap everything inside this fragment. Okay, and the key, it's going to be the index. Okay, and here let's copy this table row, and here I'm just going to have here. Okay, fine. So first thing is the school. So here it's going to be education dot school. So here as well I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, so it's going to be education dot degree, then the GPA. Okay, and then the date. After that it's going to be descriptions. Now let me change the label. So this is going to be school. Okay, and then this is degree. Okay, and this is GPA, and this is the date, and this is descriptions. Okay, fine. And here let's provide some styling for this description. So here I'm just going to have this: if education's length is not equals to 0, I mean, and this index is not equals to this last index, so that is -1, then I just want this border to be applied at the bottom. So fine, so that's the simple styling. So this is the education section. Okay, so let's have a look. Yeah, so the education, the table. Okay, we are seeing it, we're able to see. Okay, fine. Now let's do the same for the work experience. Okay, and then projects, then skills. So after this fragment, I'll just have this header for work experience. Let's change this title to work experience. Okay, so work experience, and here I'm just going to copy this completely and change the list to just the work experiences. Okay, so here it's going to be the work experiences, and here I'm just going to change this to work experience. Okay, and let me change this completely to work experience. Okay, and here now each key will change. First thing is the company. Okay, so here let me change this company, and then the job title, then it's going to be the date. Okay, after which the finally the description. So I can just remove this, and now let's change this value to job title, and here label, it's going to be the date, and this is going to remain same. So fine, I'm just going to remove this space. So let's see this. Yeah, work experience, and then those row values along with the labels. Okay, then after this the if the projects. Okay, so if project's length is greater than 0, then I'm just going to have this projects showcased. Okay, so basically again I'll use this row header and showcase this text, which is the projects. Okay, after which let's just use the same way we did for the above things. I'm just going to use this. Okay, and use this here. And now instead of this work experience, it's going to be resume dot projects dot map, and I'm just going to get the project and showcase the list of the projects. Okay, fine. And here we'll have to change this work experience to project. Okay, and this is going to be a project. Then the so I can just remove this, and date is already there. And here I'll just change the label from company to project. Okay, and yeah, and also here instead of this education's length, okay, here also I did change, it should be work experiences length. Okay, and here as well. Okay, and here I will change this to resume dot projects here as well. Okay, so that's the thing for the projects. And finally we have one thing left for the skills. So I'm just going to have this row header for the skills. Okay, and here I will just show this as a descriptions, because we are all concatenating with the comma as a separator. Okay, so here descriptions and value, it's going to be the skills. So fine, this is the resume table component. Okay, let's see now. Okay, fine. We have this profile, we have education, we have work experience, we have skills. Since we don't have any projects, that's why we are not seeing that. If that is there, we'll be seeing that as well. Okay, so this is the table for showcasing the thing. So after this, we'll have to showcase the list of the steps that we did follow while parsing, just the steps we did mention in this index file. So basically here I mean, so these steps. Okay, so just a brief elaborative steps, I'm just going to mention that, okay, with some examples so that it will be good. So that's the component we are missing inside this after this table. So this is going to be something like, I'm just going to mention here the article parsing algorithm or steps. We'll have to have this component for that. So if you see here, this is where we'll have to add this component, so we will add. So that's the our next task. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to create here a new file. So I'm just going to name that accordingly, that is resume parser algorithm article, something like this. Okay, article.tsx. So here I will have this component. So let's name this as same. This is resume parser algorithm article. Okay, so here okay, let's do one thing. Since this is not of much significance for us, we'll come back to this later, because it's just the showcasing of the steps and the text and example for each step in the form of the table, or just that way. So what I'm going to do is, I'll come back to this later. We'll focus first on the important thing, which is the resume builder. So that's the core of our application. So I'll come back to this later, so just leave it is as it is. Okay, so let's create the new page called the so inside this I'm just going to create the new folder called resume builder. Okay, and let's create here the page .tsx. Okay, fine. So what we'll do here, first let's create the page for this, the component. So here I'm just going to mention this as the client component. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to name this as a create. Okay, so let's name this as a create. And here everything I'm going to wrap inside the provider, since we were maintaining the state using the regex state management. So we'll have to wrap in order to use that. So I'm just going to wrap, and for store I'm just going to provide the store we had created in this library folder. Okay, and inside this let's wrap everything inside this main, and I'm just going to make this as a relative, and height let's make this as a full, and width also let's make full. Overflow let's hide for now, and background color let's make it as a gray, let's say a lighter gray. Okay, fine, that's the main thing. And after this the div, so we'll make this as a grid, so kind of 3 columns. So I'm just going to make here 3 columns, and if it's a medium, let's make it to occupy the off of the screen, so nothing but the 6 columns. Okay, fine. And first div is for the left part, so which is the all the forms. It is the profile form, education form, projects form, all those things will be in the left part. That this div is for that. Okay, so I'm just going to have this column span to occupy 3. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to write here all input forms come here. Okay, fine. Then after this div is to showcase the live preview in the sheet. It can be letter or A4, and this is the live preview whatever we are doing in the left section. Okay, so here this also I'm just going to have this. Okay, and here again I'm just going to add this live preview of our edits. Okay, in resume sheet. Okay, something like this. Fine. So now let's have a look at this page. Okay, so I'm just going to the output. So here let me change this to builder. Okay, fine. So you see now this is where we'll have to put the all the input forms, and this is where we have to put the live preview on the sheet, and its controls and the frame and everything. Okay, so let's go back. So first thing what I will do is I'll try to focus on the this forms part. So first let's focus on the single part. So single, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to focus on profile part first. Let's then we'll add the code for the other forms eventually. Okay, so for that, so let's segregate and have the proper segregation. So for this I'm just going to name this as something like resume form. Okay, so in this I'm just going to create here the file. So let me name this as index.tsx. Okay, so here let's create this component which is the resume form. Okay, so here first thing we will have to use the hooks to initially update our store. Okay, so we have those 2 hooks. Okay, which is nothing but the use set initial store, so that is the hook, and also this use save state to local storage on change. So basically there we have subscribed to store, so whatever changes we are seeing, it will be automatically updating to the local storage. Okay, on state change. Okay, fine. And let's have this one variable to get to know this whether the user is hovering on this section or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to by default set this to false. So now let's focus on this UI. So this is the div for that. So I'm just going to use this cx util for giving the styling. Let's make this as a flex and justify let's center, and also I'm just going to add here scroll bar. So for scroll bar also, like we need to add one plugin, Tailwind plugin. So I'm just going to add that plugin here. So dependency first. So this is going to be Tailwind css slash scroll bar. Okay, so I can just install this Tailwind css scroll bar. Okay, so I'm just installing this, and once it's installed, let's add that inside the plugins section. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this scroll bar. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide this no compatible to true. Okay, so fine, now we can use that. So in this file, so now this works. Okay, so here in this section, after this I'm just going to use the same thing from scroll bar. So track color, I'm just going to apply this gray color. So let's say some lighter gray, 100. Okay, and also scroll bar width, I want it to be 3. Okay, fine. And then the height, okay, so we will calculate the same way we did for using the navbar height. Okay, here I'm just going to calculate this by subtracting 100 vertical height, viewport height. Okay, so with the navbar height. Okay, so navbar height. Okay, so okay, fine. And then this I'm just going to justify hand if it's the medium. Okay, so let me apply this, and also overflow in the y direction. Okay, fine. So after this I'm just going to depending upon his hour, I'm going to have this scroll bar thumb gray color. Okay, so here I'm just going to apply this gray color. So okay, fine. This is the styling, and now just on mouse over we will toggle this his hour value. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this his hour to true if it's hovered. Okay, and here on mouse leave I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, so I'm just going to set this to false, and now let's close this div. So this is just the simple div for our the left mean resume form part. Okay, so now let's wrap all the forms inside this section. Okay, so here I'll have this section. Let's make this as a flex, and the direction obviously it's going to be a column, and max width let's not exceed more than 2 xl. Okay, and have the gap of height between each part. Okay, and padding, I'm going to apply this resume padding. We had already given the variable inside this global css file. So here I'm just going to apply this padding. Okay, fine. So here first thing is the profile form, as I mentioned. So we will focus on profile form, then we'll have to render all the forms, that is the work experience, education, projects and skills, and again after that theme form. Okay, fine. So that should be our focus. So what I'm going to do first, inside our resume builder, I'm just going to remove this completely now, and use this resume form. component. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, there is an issue with the okay, I'll just check. I think there is an issue with this Tailwind config things. Let me have a look. Well, the issue is with this, it is not Tailwind CSS hyphen scroll bar, it is Tailwind scroll bar. So I'm just going to, I will just uninstall this and I'm just going to install that. Scroll bar, and now we should be in a good position. And let's have a look at the output. Let me refresh this. Okay, let me restart this. And let's check now. Yes, now you see here there is a scroll bar here, and this is that section. This is for preview. Okay, fine. And now let's focus on part by part. So first, as I said, we'll go to this resume form, and in this section, first thing, I'm just going to have here profile form first. Okay, so here this place I'm just going to have this profile form. So let's focus on building that form. So inside this I'm just going to create a new file called a profile form. Okay, so here profile form.tsx. okay, so here let's create the component for that. So let's name this as profile form. Okay, so here first thing, let's get the details of our profile using our use app selector and selecting the profile. We have all those inside our regex. Okay, so if you just here this one, so select profile, and I'm just going to get that, and we have this prepared use app selector and use app dispatch. Okay, we'll use that to get the details of that now. So first is the okay, let me bring this down. Yeah, so first is the, let me get those profile details using this use app selector, and I'm just going to pass in this select profile. Okay, and then when we should need a dispatcher to update it whenever the user is entering the values into input form. Okay, fine, and let's destructure them, the name. So here I'm just going to destructure from profile, so name and email, phone, url, summary, location. Okay, so this is the how we destructure from profile. Okay, and now let's focus on the UI part. Okay, so here it's better if we have like kind of wrapper where we will wrap the things needed for a base form, since we are going to have multiple forms here for profile, work, project, skills, everything. So for that it's better if we have this wrapper component where we will wrap the common stylings to our form. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create here a new folder inside this called the form, and let's create here a file index.tsx, and here I'm just going to create a new component called base form. Okay, so here base form, so it's like bare bone form. Okay, just the outline with no title or no control buttons. Okay, so it's just to have the outline for our form. Okay, this is just the bare bone form. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to here, this is going to have the inputs, the children to wrap inside, so which is going to be of type react node. Okay, and the class name, which is the optional, and I'm just going to make this as a string. Okay, let's get this children and then the class name. Fine. So let's wrap everything inside this section, and some styling for this to have the outline. So let's make this as a flex and direction column, and have this a gap of 3, and I want this rounded to have some corners there. Okay, and background to be white, padding 6 in all direction. Okay, and at the top let's add something like 4. Okay, fine, and have this shadow and transition, I want it to be opacity. Okay, and duration, let's say some 200. Okay, and the rest apply the styling we receive as the input param for this component. Okay, so now inside this I'm just going to wrap this children. So this is the bare base form. So now here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this base form. Okay, so here base form. Okay, fine, and inside this let's have this div with multiple inputs for name, objective, email, phone, URL, and location. Okay, so let's make this as a grid, and I'm just going to make this to be having 6 columns. Okay, and a gap of 3, and here we'll have again like we did for the outline form, we'll be having multiple inputs in taking. So for that also it's better if you have the wrapper for input thing as well. So that I'm just going to define inside this same form folder. So I'm just going to name that as something like input group. Okay, so basically whatever is associated with taking inputs from the user, I'm just going to have that code here. Okay, so as I said, I'm just going to have this input component. So let me name this as input. Okay, and here this is going to have this, let me extend this string. Okay, fine, and here the props of this, let's define maybe it's better if I define interface rather than clumsing here. So let me define the props for this input component. So I'm just going to name this as input props, and here let me extend this string, and I'm just going to extend string or the string array. Okay, so now here the label, so this will have this label which is of type string. Okay, and label class name, let's make this as optional, and this is of type string. Okay, and the name is going to be of type k. Okay, and value, which is the optional, this is going to be of type v. Okay, and the placeholder, this is again the of type string. Okay, and finally on change, we'll just have to, and then this provide this name which is of type k and value v. Okay, so this is the definition of the input props. Okay, so here fine, and now we have this. I'm just going to destructure here in this thing. So this is going to be of input props of type k and a string. Okay, here fine, and now let me get those values, which is the first name. Okay, value by default I'm just going to set it to empty string, and then the placeholder on change. Okay, the callback function, and the label and label class name. Okay, fine, and now here inside this let's have the wrapper for this input group. Okay, So basically it wraps the label element around the input children. Okay, so which is the better way of having. Okay, so for that also I'm just going to have it separate component. So here I'm just going to have this as input group wrapper. Okay, so here this is going to have, as I said, label. Okay, label which is string. Okay, and then the class name, this is going to be optional, and then the children to wrap around. So this is again the optional, and this is going to be of type react node. Okay, so here I'm just going to class name, then the children. Okay, fine. So here let's just have the label. Okay, so here the styling, let's apply this text to be base. Okay, and font type I want it to be a medium, and text color, let's make this as a gray color. Okay, so better if I make it a 700 and apply the additional class name. Okay, fine. In here the label and then the children. Okay, fine. So that's this input group wrapper, and now I'm just going to wrap here so basically it's just the label and then the input. Okay, so here then I'm just going to use this and pass the label whatever we receive as the input, and the class name, it's going to be this label class name. Okay, and now let's have this input. So this type is going to be text, and the name I'm just going to pass in this name variable. Value will pass this value variable. Okay, and placeholder I'm just passing, and on change. Okay, so here let's pass this values to our on change callback function. Okay, fine, as a value, and then the class name I'm just going to have here the input class name. So here I'll just define constant for that. So here let me have this as input class name. So basically let's add margin top and also padding in the both the directions. Okay, and make display as a block, and width let's make this as full, and I wanted to have the corners rounded, and have this a border color, let's make the gray color, so something like 300, and text color, let's make this as a gray. Okay, and shadow I'm just going to apply small, and outline I want it to be none. Okay, and font type let's make this normal. Okay, and text I want it to be base. Okay, this is just the input class name, so I'm just going to provide here that value. Okay, fine. So this is the input component. Okay, what's the issue here again? Okay, maybe here I missed again this, and yep, so this is the input component. Okay, so now we have this ready, so now we'll make use of this inside our profile form. Okay, so let's go here, and here again this base form, this is also issue with this brackets. Okay, so fine. Now inside this let's have the inputs for each of them. So here I'm just going to have this inputs. Okay, so the label, it's going to be for name. Okay, and the label class name I'm just going to apply this call span full. Okay, and here the name is going to be this name, and the placeholder I'm just going to have this as your name. Okay, and value will be passing this name present name variable. Okay, and on change here we'll have one callback function which is going to update the details in our profile state. Okay, So here I'm just going to define that. So let's name this as something like handle profile change. Okay, so here field, okay, this is going to be key of our resume profile. Okay, and the value it's going to be of type string. So here I'm just going to dispatch this change profile. So we have this change profile which is going to update a particular property in our profile state. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this field and along with the value, and this is going to take care of updating the correct name or value to this name key. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to use this handle profile change. Okay, and here fine. What is the issue here? Input also. Okay, so here, okay, fine. So this is the profile form. We'll add multiple inputs. Okay, so let's try to use this here. I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and use this profile form. Okay, and now let's have a look. Okay, you see this is the input for the name. Okay, so once I had all of them, it looks good. So let's add quickly for the other inputs. Okay, so we had for the name. So next it's going to be for the objective. So I'm just going to add this label. It's going to be now this objective. Okay, and name I'm just going to have this summary. Okay, and a placeholder something like I'm just going to say entrepreneur. Okay, and innovator. Okay, obsessed, just the some line. Okay, making exceptional products. Okay, fine. And then value here, it's going to be now the summary. Okay, and this is going to remain same. So now if you just have a look, so this is the objective. Okay, and don't worry about this UI, so we will take care of that. Okay, so after this I'm going to have for email. Okay, let me have this label for email, and here I'm just going to apply this call span to take 4. Okay, and here this name is going to be email, and this placeholder it's going to be something like I'm just going to provide this. Okay, and here the email. So this is the email. Okay, fine. And now the phone number. So I'm just going to add in here the phone, and let's say this occupies only 2 columns. Okay, and here the name I'm just going to add the phone, and here some number. Let's say let's add in this format 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Okay, fine. And here the value it's going to be phone variable. So if you just see, yep, this is the phone. Okay, now we have left for URL and the location. Okay, so this is for website, so I'm just going to mention this as a website, and this also, let's say take 4 columns. Okay, and this is going to be URL, and here I'm just going to say something like this your name. Okay, so fine. And here it's going to be value present in this URL. Okay, so yep, that is this URL. And finally the location. So I'm just going to add this label location, and let's say this takes only 2 columns. Okay, and here this name is going to be the location, and here I'm just going to provide your the city state. Okay, fine, and this is going to be location. Okay, so now let's have a look at this. So yeah, so this is the form for adding the profile section. Okay, so like this we'll have to add for the other things as well. So other smaller minute things like styling and all, we'll take care of it later. Okay, but this is the profile form, and since we have one form at least, let's see if we can have this preview one, that is where whenever we're changing the value in this fields, we are seeing the live change in this sheet or not. So this is going to be a bit complex, because we need to have this control panel here down, and also the frame to see, and also for each section we need the updations using our state values. So yeah, let's go back. So here now what we'll have to do is we'll have to worry about so if you just see this resume builder, so this section part now, since we have just at least one form, we'll worry about the other forms later, and custom themes and other sections, fonts, settings, everything. We will see if we can at least have the live visibility for our profile changes. Okay, so now let's focus on this part. Like we did create separate folder for a resume form, I'm just going to create a separate folder for this as well. So I'm just going to name this as resume. Okay, and in this let's have this index.tsx file, and let's make this as a client component first. Okay, and now let's create a component for that, so which is resume. Okay, and here I will be maintaining one state variable to have the scale visibility of the resume. Okay, so that is we will be zooming in and zooming out. For that to maintain, I'm just going to use this variable. Okay, so initially let's set to something like 0.8, and let's get the details of the resume, and select resume, and then the settings. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this settings. Fine, and now let's focus on the UI part. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside this fragment. So first here I'll have the div, and make this as relative, and make this display as a flex, justify this to be centered. Okay, and if it's medium, I just want it to be start. Fine, and now let's have some space here, so I will just use the flexbox spacer, and max width I'm just going to set it to 50, and here let's hide by default in the, and if it's the medium, I'm just going to apply this block. Okay, and now this div is mainly for this I'm just going to make this as a relative for this section of the showcasing the resume PDF. Okay, fine, and let's wrap this inside this section. Okay, and here I'm just going to calculate this height using the same way we did for the other thing, and subtract it from the navbar, right? Okay, so I'm just going to subtract this. Okay, fine, and also I'm just going to subtract it from this resume control bar rate as well. Okay, so here Okay, so fine, finally this is the thing, and overflow I'm just going to hide it. Okay, so here, and if it's the medium screen, I want the padding to be dynamic value with the value we have in our variable. Okay, so that is resume padding. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. That's the styling for this section. So here, first thing, we should have a frame or kind of outlet for this resume frame. So same way like we did wrappers for the other things, we'll have a wrapper for this. Okay, so I'm just going to name that as something like, iframe for resume. Okay, so right inside this I'm just going to create a new file. Let's name this as resume iframe dot tsx. Okay, fine, and yeah, so here let's create this component. So here I'm just going to name this as resume iframe. So here this is going to have multiple properties. So first thing is the document size, so which is going to be a string, and then the scale, which is of type number, and the children that should be wrapped inside. Okay, so this is of type react node. Okay, and then the just to have this enable pdf viewer, so which is optional. Okay, so I'm just going to have this as optional, and this is of type boolean. So let's get those values here, this document size, scale, and then the children, after which the enabling pdf viewer. Okay, fine. So first thing, we'll have to know whether this is the a4 or letter. So for that I'm just going to have this boolean variable. So is a4, so this is, if document size is a4, then I will know it's a4. Okay, and also here, if the pdf viewer is enabled, we should have this pdf viewer showcase, and we should get the iframe initial content. Okay, so basically what we will do is, like, we will try to have the width, and if it's the a4, it's going to have different width. If it's the letter, it's going to have, and also we'll have to load font families. Okay, those things, and also other things, where we'll have to have this frame ready. Okay, with the width and the based on the document size, so that also we'll have to take care. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first thing, let's define constants for the width of the letter and the a4 size, and also height of respective respective values. Okay, so it's better if I just define them inside this library. So I'm just going to create here a new file called something, let's say a constants. Okay, so here first thing, let's have the constants related to a4. Okay, so a4 width, so here I'm just going to say it as 595. Okay, and then the height. Okay, so height here, it's going to be 842. Okay, and then the width, pixel in pixel, then let's have the conversion. Okay, so here pixel per this, it's going to be 4/3. Okay, so just to have this conversion, so I'm just going to multiply with the conversion. Okay, so a4 width in pixel, so this is going to be multiplied by this conversion. Okay, fine. And same way for height as well. So here height, okay, so I'm just going to have this to be multiplied with this conversion. Okay, fine. And now this was for A4. Now let's have the constants for letter. Okay, so here letter width, okay, so it's going to be 612. And this letter height, okay, so which is 792. Fine. And now let's convert this into pixels. Okay, so here letter width pixel, I'm just going to multiply by this, and for height as well, so letter height this, so I'm just going to get this. So this is how we maintain the constant values for letter and A4. Okay, so now we have this. So let's go back to this iframe. So here first thing what I wanted is as I said, we'll have to load this initial content, that is if based on A4 or letter, we'll have to have outlet with width and some div stylings and all. Okay, so for that it's better if we have it as a separate component. Okay, so I'm just going to name that as, kind of like getting the initial frame content. Okay, so here let me define that component here. So let's name this as something like get initial frame initial content. Okay, so here this is going to have this is A4 boolean value, okay, as the input param, and here width we will get accordingly based on this value. Okay, if it's true, then I'm just going to get this width from our constants. If not, I'm going to get this letter width. And after this I'm just we'll have to load for all font families, but I'll come back to that later. Okay, so we'll have to have them all configured, but we'll see that later. So here we'll have to return this the HTML. So basically the font families and font sizes and those things I will load it later, so we'll come back to this. But first let's focus on the core thing. So this layout, okay, so this is going to having the HTML, okay, then the head, okay, and here once we have this, we'll have to have this all font families preload links added here, and after which the style, okay, again here all of family font faces should be added, and then we'll close this style. Okay, so we will eventually add this, but I'm just leaving it for now. Okay, and let me close this head, after which the body, so that's the main for us now. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this overflow to be hidden. Okay, and the width would be whatever we have in the width variable. Okay, and margin I'm just going to apply 0. Okay, and padding as well 0, and I'm just going to text size provide this to be none. Okay, so that is WebKit text size adjust, I'm just going to provide this as none. Okay, so that's this thing. So I'm just going to close this body, and here we'll have this div. So here in the empty div, okay, did I? No, I just, this is this, okay, fine. And I'm just going to close this body and then the HTML, okay. So here, and close this backticks. So this is the getting the initial frame, iframe initial content without the font families for now, okay, fine. So here I will get this. So after this I'm just going to get this inside one variable. So I'm just going to name this as iframe initial content and use this use memo so that we don't have to calculate again and again, okay. So here I'm just going to use this and pass this a4, okay, and this is going to depend on this is a4 value, okay, fine. And if this enable PDF viewer is true, we will have to return this dynamic PDF viewer which we will create, okay. So I'll come back to this, okay. So now let's create the width and height variables separately based upon this value. So if it is true, I'm just going to have this width of the A4. If not, I'm just going to have this letter width, same thing in pixel, okay. So here height in pixel and here the letter, okay. So now I have this. Now let's focus on this rendering the outline for this resume, okay. So this style will just have this max width. It's going to be whatever the value we have width multiplied by this scale, okay. And I'm just going to provide this pixel and then the max height. So here again this is going to be height multiplied by this scale, okay, and pixel. So this is the maximum width and maximum style for this div, okay. So here now inside this, here the inner div, now the div, it sets the iframe width and it will use the transform scale to zoom in and out the resume iframe, okay, fine. So this is this inner div. For this style width, I'm going to have this width pixel, height, okay, let me have this height pixel, okay, and transform, I'm just going to apply the scale and pass in this scale value. This is the style for this inner div. And also here I'm just going to apply this origin top left and background to be white and have this shadow effect, so larger shadow effect, okay, fine. And I'm just going to close this. Now I will have this frame, okay. So frame imported from react frame component. So let me add that dependency. So here it's nothing but the wrapper for iframe, okay. So okay, I'm just going to use that, okay. So let me import this. I'm just going to import this frame from react frame component, okay. And for this we'll provide this initial content and style and all. So initial content, it's going to be nothing but whatever we have in this is iframe initial content, okay. And style, I'm just going to set this width and height to be 100%, okay. So 100%, and this height, it's also going to be 100%, fine. And then the key, so we'll provide this key to force this component to remount when document size changes. Okay, so here if it's the A4 is A4, I'm just going to provide this A4, and or else we are going to provide it as a letter. Okay, and inside this we will have this children. Okay, so this is the here for now I'm just going to have this empty fragment. Okay, so this is the resume iframe component. So let's do one thing, I'm just going to load this iframe dynamically. Okay, so using this next dynamic. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as iframe csr. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap this inside this dynamic, and here let's provide this thing, and here I'm just going to have this ssr set to false. Okay, fine, now the frame that we want is ready. So let's go back to this section. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this resume iframe csr. Okay, and here document size, it's going to be the settings dot document size, and scale also I'm just going to provide the value present in scale, and this by default I'm just going to provide this as false for now. Okay, later we'll change this. Okay, fine, and in this we will have to have this PDF showcasing the resume. Okay, so this again we'll have to create a separate component for this. For now let's see is there any error. Okay, no. Okay, fine, this I'll have to use this. Okay, so here let me remove this, and I'm just going to use this. Okay, so now you see at least the iframe in the form of the A4. So this is what we wanted. Now inside this we will have this PDF component wrapped. Okay, and first we'll focus on the rendering the contents of the profile. Okay, so let's go back, and same way I'm just going to create here the new file called resume PDF. Okay, so here in this folder, so let's create this. Okay, I'll do one thing. So I'm just going to create here folder inside this. So let's name this as resume PDF, and in this let's create this index.tsx. Okay, and now I'm just going to have this component. Okay, so let's name this as resume PDF. Okay, and this is going to have the inputs of type resume. Okay, so I'm just going to import this, and then the settings. So this is again going to be of type settings. Okay, then is PDF or not, so this is optional. So let me make this of again this is going to be of type boolean. So now let's me get this value. So resume settings, and is PDF. Okay, by default we're going to set it to false. Okay, fine, and here let me get this profile. Since we are focusing on profile now, I'm just going to get this profile from resume, and let's get this name from this profile. Okay, so fine, and here we'll need to install a react PDF renderer library to showcase to view in the form of a PDF. Okay, so which is going to give us the document view one page things. Okay, so I'm just going to install this. If you want more info you can just refer to that docs. Okay, so here I'm just going to install this, and once I have this I'm just going to concentrate on this rendering part. So first thing, we will use this wrap everything inside this document. Okay, so I'm just going to import this document. Okay, fine. And for this, the title, I'm going to provide it as the name, so which is nothing but whatever we got from this profile. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this title. Okay, and author, here I'm just going to attach this name, and the producer, so here I'm just going to say just this, I'm just going to say this. Okay, fine. And now let's have this page component. Okay, and size, it's going to be if document size. Okay, so basically let's get this document size from settings. Okay, so here I'm just going to get that document size. Okay, and we'll use this here. So if this is equals to A4, I'm just going to provide the shape of this to be A4. If not, we'll provide it to be letter. Okay, so yep. And the styling part, let's color, I'm just going to set it to default font color. So that what I'm going to do is we have already this in the settings slice, so let's import that. Okay, so here, yep, that's thing, this color. Okay, and font family, fine, whatever default we have from the settings, I'm just going to get that font family, and also this font size. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to pass this here height, it's going to be, I mean, this font family, and then the font size, so this is going to be the font size. I'm just going to add here the pt. Okay, fine, and then if we wanted to add the additional styles, we'll come back. Okay, so for now these are the things. If it doesn't look good, we'll come back to this. So after this, inside this page, let's, if theme color. Okay, so we'll have to showcase the view for at the top, the theme that we have selected, right? So for that we will have this view. Okay, so here based on that, so basically settings dot theme color, and I'm just going to have this view render this component. Okay, so here the style for this width, it's going to be the spacing, I mean, so we will have styling exclusively hard coded for this renderer in the form of a list, so that will make it look good. So this what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have here the new file inside this resume pdf itself, so called the styles dot ts, so exclusively to have the stylings customized to this react pdf renderer. Okay, so first is I'm just going to import this style sheet from this renderer. Okay, so once I have this, and also I'm going to define this spacing for that. So here we will have the spacing for this. I'm just going to provide the list for this, and also the style. So let's create the styles object as well. So I'm just going to create here the styles. Here let's create this, and we will provide values of displaying flex row between column and icon. Okay, so let's add each of them. Flex row, so here I'm just going to have this here, the display to be flex. Okay, and the direction. Okay, so direction, let's row. Okay, fine, and then the flex row between. So here this two, it's going to be same, so except that the space between will have justify content to be space between. Okay, fine. Then the flex column, so here display, I'm just going to have this flex. Okay, and direction, it's going to be just the column. Okay, and then the icon, so I'm just going to have here the icon width to be 13 pt units. Okay, and height here we'll have 13 pt. Okay, and here fill the text neutral, we'll have this text neutral color, so I'm just going to have add this hexa code. Okay, fine, and now here the spacing, so I have just taken the values from Tailwind CSS spacing design system, which are present in REMs, and then converted into OPTs. So here one REM is nothing but 12 pt, so you convert accordingly. So here the values. Okay, so you can just take here after I provide the link for this. Okay, not an issue. So these are the converted values into pt units. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to make this as a constant values. Okay, fine, so this is the style. So now let's go back to this here. First, for this page, I'm just going to provide this styles of flex column, so I'm just going to import the styles. Okay, so yep, so here I'm just going to provide him the direction to be flex column. Okay, and for this spacing, so spacing also I'm just going to import. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide the full value. Okay, and height, let's provide the spacing of 3.5. background color, I'm just going to pass in this theme color, so here let me have this theme color value. Okay, fine, so that's the view for thing, and I'm just going to close this view here. After this we'll have the view for main body. Okay, so here let's have this view for that, and for styling, so this is going to be direction of flex column, and the padding, so I'm just going to add this padding. Okay, so fine, so this is the padding, and now inside this we'll have to wrap this respective sections component. So here first the profile, and then the work, education, project, skills, and those things. Okay, so that is what here it's going to be. So if I just say here profile component. Okay, so now let's have a look at the output and see if there is any change. Okay, fine, so here this is where we'll have to render this the profile thing. So we'll focus first on the profile required for the showcasing on the resume part. Okay, so here for that also, let's define a new component inside this resume PDF. So I'm just going to name this as resume PDF profile.tsx. Okay, so first thing, let's have this component named as same thing. So here resume PDF profile. Okay, so here this is going to have this same thing, profile, which is of type the resume profile as the input along with the theme color. So here this is going to be string is PDF. So here this is going to be a boolean. Okay, and I'm just going to get those values here. Profile theme color is PDF. Okay, fine. So now let's get those details first. That is the name, email, phone number, URL, summary, and the location from this profile. Okay, and then the icon props. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this email, phone, and the location and URL. This for this icon props are to be showcased. Okay, so now the UI part, like we had the separate components for showcase in the form for input and those things. Even to showcase here on this PDF, we'll have a separate component for section, text. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have one wrapper component called PDF section. Okay, so basically it's nothing but we'll use the view component from that renderer and wrap, and if it's a heading we'll have the some style, if not normal style. Okay, so let's have that inside this folder itself. So let's define that inside this common folder. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this index.tsx. so first thing, this PDF section. Okay, so resume PDF section. Okay, so here this is going to receive the theme color, which is of type string as the input. Okay, and is it heading or not? Okay, fine. And this is again optional, and this is going to be of type string. Then the style, this is going to be of type style. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from that React PDF types. Okay, so here this is going to be of type from this React PDF types. Okay, fine. And then the children, so which is going to be of type React nodes. So let me have this theme color, heading, style, and children. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to we'll have to use this. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap everything inside this view component and the style. Let's import this styles. Okay, so it's going to be the direction of the column. Okay, and the gap I'm just going to again the spacing as well. So okay, so here I'm just going to provide the value present at second string. Okay, and then the margin top. So here I'm just going to add the spacing of this, and then the style we receive as the input param. Okay, fine. And now based on heading, so again we'll check here if it's heading. I will have to have the custom styling for this view. Okay, so here basically this is going to be row now. Okay, and align items, let's align center, and let me close this. Now if there is a theme color, okay, so here for this styling now, so first thing, height, so I'm just going to set this to something like 3.75 pt, and width, let's add more width, so I'm going to set it to 30 pt. Okay, and the background color will be whatever the theme color we receive, and margin right, I'm just going to have spacing of this 3.5. okay, fine. And I'm just going to, so this if there is a theme color. Okay, and after this the text. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this text component. Okay, and for showcasing the heading. Okay, so font weight, I'm just going to make this to be a bold, and letter spacing, let's say 0.3 pt. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to close this. I'm just going to close this, and inside this I will showcase this heading value. Okay, and after this the children. So this is the PDF section component, so we would need the same way for the text as well. So I'm just going to quickly have the component right away here. So here the resume PDF text. Okay, so again this would bold. Okay, is it bold or not? So this is going to be a boolean optional. Okay, and then the theme color, so here again this is going to be string, and then the style. Okay, this is going to be of style. Okay, and the children, which is going to be of react node. Okay, so here I'm just going to default, I'm just going to set this to false. Then the theme color style, I'm just going to set it to empty object, and then the children. Okay, fine. And now inside this let's return the text component. Okay, so here the styling, so color, I'm just going to, if theme color or else the default font color from that settings. Okay, fine. And then the font weight, if bold is true we will provide bold. Okay, if not we'll just have this normal, and have this additional styles we receive as the input param. Okay, and I'm just going to wrap this children inside this. So this is the PDF text. Now let's go to this profile component. Okay, and we'll wrap everything inside this PDF section. Okay, and this style, let's have this margin top provided. So here I'm just going to provide this spacing of let's say 4. Okay, fine. And here inside this, now we will have this PDF text bold. I'm going to set it to true. Okay, and the theme color, let me pass this theme color value. And the style, let's say the font size, I'm just going to set this to 20 pt. Okay, fine. And in this we are going to wrap this name. Okay, so this is how we showcase the text. Okay, so now let's just see the name thing. Okay, so here we have this ready profile. So let's go to this resume builder and to this resume file. Okay, first thing I'm going to have here, this is the component which we have just created. Okay, so basically resume PDF profile. Okay, there is some issue. Okay, here I just have to provide that values for this. It's going to be, sorry, this is, we have used that in, we will wrap this inside resume PDF. So here I'm just going to use this resume PDF. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this resume and the settings. Okay, and this settings value and is PDF. I'm going to set this to be false for now. Okay, fine. And now if you go to this inside, here we'll have to first use this resume PDF profile component. Okay, so I'm just going to import this from the just we have created. Okay, so here let me remove this resume PDF profile, and we'll have to provide values for the profile, then the theme color. Okay, so here, and then is PDF, whatever value is present in this is PDF. Okay, so this is the PDF profile. For now we have added just the name. Let's see at least if we're able to see that. Okay, so here I'm just going to the output. Yes, you see now if I change this, you see the immediate changes. And also we added view for this background color, which we set the theme color. Okay, and if I just provide this here, you see automatic changes in the preview part. Okay, so now name is looking good and changing. So we'll do the same for the rest of the values, that is objective, email, phone, and website and location, and see their changes. And also we'll have to be careful here while we are trying to showcase for email, phone, website, and icon, because we'll have to showcase the icons for these things. So it's very important that we take this into consideration. So now let's go back. So here now let's go to this resume PDF profile, and let's continue with the other properties that we have to showcase for this profile section. Okay, so next is the summary. So here I'm just going to say if this is true, then I'm just going to wrap this again inside this PDF text and showcase this as a summary. Okay, so here, fine, and let's have a look at this now. Okay, so here this is the summary. Now you see automatically whatever we have here, and I'm just going to say let me, yep, yeah, you see here, fine. So summary, it's looking good. Okay, so now let's go ahead with the other things. So after this, we will wrap everything inside this view. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this and the style. Let's make this as styles to be flex between. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this flex row. Okay, I should import this. Let me import this styles. Okay, here, fine, and here I'm just going to flex row between. Okay, and here let's have this flex wrap. So here I'm just setting this to be a ramp, and let's have some margin top so that there will be space between the summary and this. Okay, here I'm just going to add 0.5. Fine, and now let's inside this, what we will do, we will iterate through that icon props list. Okay, and based on that I'm just going to if keys url, then we'll showcase a github, if not we'll showcase the LinkedIn icon on those things. Okay, so basically you'll understand once I write this. So here let's go through this icon props list. Okay, and get this key and then the value. Okay, so here if there is no value, I'm just going to return null. Okay, and now let's add this, get this icon type. Okay, so icon type, this it has a key. Okay, which is the icon types. I'm just going to import this from the PDF icon. So basically to showcase this icon like we did for the the text, same way we'll have for the icon as well. So it's better if we create a separate component for each of them. So let me have that PDF icon component. So inside this common folder itself, I'm just going to create here the new file. I'm just going to name that accordingly what it means. So that is PDF icon. So here icon.tsx. Okay, so first thing, let's name this component name as the same as that, so which is the resume PDF icon. Okay, so here this will have some props as the input for this component. So first is the type. So what is its type? Okay, so it's going to be the icon type. So I'm just going to define that type here as a strings. Okay, so here icon type. Okay, so this can be so let me have this. Okay, so this can be email, or it can be a phone, or it can be a location. Okay, then url, or then it's a url of a github type. Okay, then finally the LinkedIn. Okay, so fine, and yep, so this is the if we have more options, we can just add here in the types. Okay, for now these are the things we are restricting to. Okay, now here this type, it's going to be icon type. Okay, fine, and then the is PDF boolean property. Okay, and now let's get this. So here the type and is PDF. Okay, fine, and now inside this let's get this path. Okay, so here path to that type. Okay, so for that we will have this path list again. So I'm just going to have the list for the same thing. So here just on top of this, let's define a const list, object list for that. So here I'm just going to have this type to path D. Okay, so basically this will have the paths to this email, phone, location, URL, GitHub and LinkedIn. So these are the constant. I'm just going to add this in a font. Basically I'll take this path from the font Awesome Pro. Okay, so and I will add that in the link in the description, so you can take it from there. Okay, so I'm just going to add this now. So once I add these paths, I'm just going to map that each path to this properties. Okay, so these are the paths. I'll just add inside this link below, so you can refer that from there. Okay, no need to worry about that. So now let's map each value to respective one. So here email path. Okay, then the phone. So I'm just going to match to the respective properties. Okay, location path. Okay, and URL, I'm just going to add this URL path, then the URL GitHub. This is going to be GitHub. Okay, so finally this LinkedIn. So here I'm just going to have this. Okay, fine, and this is the type to party. Okay, so now if you go to this icon, I can just take based on the type of that. So here whatever type we receive as input param, so this is going to give us that path, and if it is a PDF, I'm just going to render it as the PDF icon. Okay, so again for PDF icon, let's have this quickly this component. So I'm just going, this is going to be simple SVG wrapped inside this. Okay, so here we will be receiving a path as the input. Okay, so which is again this is of type string. So I'm just going to mention this, and let's use this SVG. Okay, so this SVG I'm going to use it from from the React renderer. Okay, so here I'm just going to this view box, I'm just going to have this simple straightforward. Okay, so color. Okay, and then the style. Here let's pass this width and height. Basically I'll just get it from the styles icon. So here let me get that. So width, height, and fill from this styles dot icon, and that is what I'll be passing values to this style. Okay, fine, and now inside this let's provide this path and also fill value. Okay, so this is how we'll have this SVG icon. Okay, and here it has to be this, and let's close this. Okay, so this is the PDF icon, and the same way the SVG icon I will have here. Okay, so here same thing, it's going to receive the path D as the input. Okay, so it's just the way we render, it's going to change. Okay, fine, so I'm just going to have this SVG, and here the view box, it's going to be the same, and then the style. So again I'll just pass this width, height, and fill. Okay, and inside this let's have this path. Okay, I'm just going to provide this path D, which is the input for our component. Okay, so fine, and here let's have this namespace. Okay, so here this is going to be just the straightforward the standard SVG's organization. Okay, fine, so fine, so this is the small components, you don't have to worry much about this. So now we have this components to render accordingly, if it's a PDF or if it's an SVG. So here I'm just going to use this PDF icon component, and provide this path the value. Okay, fine. And if not, I will use this svg icon component, okay, and provide this thing. So this is the pdf icon. So now going here to this profile, now I'll just use this value. Okay, so this is going to be of type icon type. Okay, fine. And now if this key is url, okay, again we'll check that if the value includes github. Okay, so that we'll know it is a specific related to github. Okay, then the icon type I'm going to set it to as the url github. Okay, fine. Else if we'll check for the linkedin part. So that is if value dot includes this linkedin. Okay, so here let's set this icon type to url linkedin. Okay, so that's how we decide the icon type. So once we have that, okay, so let's know whether should we use the link wrapper or not. So basically we'll have to add the link if it's the email or url or it's a phone, right? So I'm just going to have that list here. So let's name this as something like, should use a link wrapper. Okay, so this is going to be for email, okay, url, and then the phone. Okay, so here I'm just going to check if this including any of this in this key. Okay, fine. And let's have the wrapper for that. So here I'm just going to straight away define this wrapper. So this is going to have the children wrapped inside this, which is going to be react node. Okay, so fine. So now inside this, first is if it's if should we wrap a link or not. If not, I'm just going to straight away return children inside this fragment, this which is going to be simple and straightforward. Okay, if not, first let's have this source link to be empty string. Now here let's, based on the key, we'll have to decide the source value. So here if it's the email, okay, so if it's the email, then source it's going to be this email to. Okay, so sorry, mail to, and here we'll attach this actual value. Okay, that's the thing. And let's break from this. If it's the phone, then we'll have to add this I mean here inside this source it's going to be a tell and then the value. So here I'm just going to here replace this we'll just keep only a plus and digits. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do is let's have this regex, okay, which is going to keep only the plus and digits. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to, yep, fine. So this is the thing. Okay, and let's break from this. So this regex is nothing but leaving aside the plus and the digits, it's going to replace everything with empty space. Okay, fine. And default thing. So here in for this source it's going to be this value, and if it starts with this http, I'm just going to have this value, else I'm just going to add that https. Okay, so here and the value. Okay, this is how we get the source for each of the things depending on the key. If it's a key, email will have this value. If it's a phone, this is the thing, or else a url, which is a straightforward. Okay, fine. So once we have that, I'm just going to return that. Okay, so here let's have this resume. So this also what we'll do, we'll try to wrap inside this one component, kind of a link component for exclusively for the PDF. So like we did for the text, the same way I'm just going to create here just below this the component called a PDF link. Okay, so here, which is the resume PDF link. So I'm just going to wrap the content children inside the link component. Okay, so here, fine, and this is going to have the properties, the source that we'll have to showcase. Okay, and is PDF. Again, this is the boolean, and finally the children that we are supposed to wrap inside this component. Okay, so which is of type react node. Okay, so here now let's get this source is PDF and then the children. Okay, fine. Inside this if it's the PDF, I'm just going to render this. So nothing but this link, I'm just going to attach this source. Okay, so and the style, so style, I'm just going to have this text decoration. So it's better, sorry, this link is not from this next link, it is from the react PDF renderer. So here I'm just going to use this. Okay, and here let's text decoration, I'm just going to set it to none. Okay, so fine, I just don't want any. And inside this let's have this children. Okay, so this is the simple PDF link component if it's a PDF. Okay, if not, we'll just wrap inside this anchor tag. Okay, so here the href will be value present in the source. Okay, and the style same, I'm just going to pass in the same value. Okay, and let's open this in the new page. Okay, and finally this, I'll attach this as a no referrer. Okay, and let's have this children wrapped inside this. Okay, this is the PDF link component. Now we will wrap this inside this component. So that is, so let me import this PDF link. Okay, and pass in this source value. So and also this is PDF, so this is again going to be a boolean value, and inside this I'm just going to have this children passed. Okay, so fine, and this is the function we have this now wrapper. So here let me minimize this. Then after this, now let's focus on rendering that part. So here let's return inside this view. Okay, so key, it's going to be the value present in the key, and style, so let's make this to be showcased in the flex row. Okay, fine, and align items, let's say we will center it. Then the gap, so here I'm just going to have the spacing of 1. Fine, and now let me close this. So now inside this view we will have first the resume PDF icon. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass here the icon type. So basically based on that we'll be showcasing the icon. Okay, and whether it's a PDF or not. Okay, so here this will be showcased, and then after this the wrapper we have. So inside this, what I'm going to have is the PDF text, so which is nothing but the value of the value present in the value variable. Okay, so here this is going to be text. Okay, so here let's now pass this value. So this is the how we render the various parts, that is email, URL, phone, those things. Okay, so now let's have a look. Okay, so hopefully we should be able to see. Yep, now we are seeing this email and phone. Okay, so if I just change this, yeah, so here, and you see the icon accordingly for the email and also for phone, the icon. Okay, so here if I just see this, okay, and okay, fine. So this is the for phone and the email. Okay, so this one we'll see about this. Okay, so if you see here for website also, whatever we are changing, we are seeing the same thing, and for city as well. So you see here, so this is how we provide a live preview of the profile details for all the things. Now the name, objective, email, okay, phone, website and location is set, so which is looking good. So now the profile part is almost done of showcasing preview, so it's time for us to focus on the other components, which is next the work part. So we will focus on that part now. So going back, so here now going to this resume PDF. So this is where we'll have to focus on this other components. Okay, so first is like we created the component for the profile, so we'll have to create the component for each of them. So let's first create the component for the work experience. Okay, so here I'm just going to create here the new file for the work experience. Okay, so here work experience. Okay, so fine, so here let's have the component for that. So let's name this as resume PDF work experience. So here in this, again this would have the properties of the heading and the work experience as the list to show, and also the theme color. Okay, so fine, so let's complete this prop, so which is the heading. So this is going to be of type string, and then the work experiences, which is going to be a list of this resume work experience. Okay, and finally the theme color. So here the theme color, which is of type string. So here I'm just going to get those values, work experiences, then the theme color. Fine, so now inside this function we will wrap everything inside this section, so which we created. That's how it's going to help us for all the parts. So here I'm just going to use this resume PDF section. Okay, and pass in this theme color for this, and also the heading. So here the heading, I'm just going to pass the value whatever we have is the input to this PDF section component. Okay, first thing, now we will use this work experiences list to showcase each part. Okay, so let's iterate through this work experience and get the each value. So that is the company, job title, date, descriptions. Okay, so and also I want the index as a key value. Now for this inside this so what we will do, I'll try to first thing, we'll try to hide the company name if it is the same as the previous company. Okay, so this is, I'm just going to name this as hide company name. So if the index is greater than 0, and this company, so here I did miss this, so that's why we are seeing this issue. Okay, so here I'm just going to so if company is equals to this is equals to the work experiences of the previous index, that is index -1 dot company. Okay, fine. So this will, if it is there, if it's matching, then we will know whether, sorry, it has to be company name. So this would be true. So based on this, we'll hide this. Okay, so now let's focus on the view part. So here let's use this view component from PDF renderer. Okay, and key, let's pass in this index. Okay, and the style, so if this index is not equals to 0, then I will have the some margin top, so that there'll be some space. Okay, so that is I mean, it has to be inside this. Okay, I'll have this margin top. Okay, and some, let's say, spacing of 2. Okay, fine. And if not, let's have this the no styling for this. Okay, fine. So first thing, as I said, this hide, if there is not true, so I'm just going to showcase that company name here inside this resume PDF text. So here let's have this and also I'm just going to make this to be bold, so that to emphasize this is the title company name. Okay, so here, fine. So this is how we'll showcase the company name, and after which we'll have to showcase the job title and date. So let's wrap that also inside this view. And for this, the styling, so here I'm just going to make this as a flex row between. So let me import this styles. Okay, fine. And here I will pass this to be flex row between, and margin top, let's add if this side company is true, then I'm just going to add this negative margin, so which is the spacing of 1. If not, I'm just going to add this spacing of 1.5. Okay, fine. And yeah, now let's have this job title and the date wrapped inside this PDF text component. Okay, so which is the job title and then the date. So next is the date. Okay, so this is the view to wrap the job title along with the date. Okay, and it is a flex row between, so that there'll be extreme and each others. Okay, finally after this view, we need to have this view to showcase the descriptions in the bullet list. Okay, so again, like we'll have to create a component for showcasing a bullet list as well. So inside this uh, file, I'm just going to create the same way we did for a link and the text. Let's create the component for the bullet list. Okay, so here let's this I'm going to name this as bullet list. So here this is going to have the properties of the list of the items that we are going to showcase in the bullet list, and then should we show this bullet points or not, which is just the optional. By default we'll set it to true. Okay, so fine. So this is where, okay, items show bullet points, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, fine. Now inside this, okay, now let's wrap return everything inside this fragment. Okay, and iterate through this items list. Okay, so and get the individual item along with the index. Let's wrap everything inside this view, and the style, I'm just going to make this as to be showcased in the row part. Okay, so styles dot flex row, and the key, let's attach this as the index. Fine. So now if the show bullet points is true, then I'm going to have this bullet icon along with the text. Okay, so basically here we'll just use this PDF text component. so that is resume PDF text. Okay, and the style, let's say we'll have some padding left. Okay, so here I'm just going to add some spacing of, let's say, 2, and also padding the right. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to apply the spacing of 2. Okay, and then a line height, let's say something like 1.3, and bold, let's set it to true. Okay, fine, and here I will just close this I mean for PDF text. Okay, so here let's close this component, and now inside this I'm just going to have this for now bullet point. Okay, so here, so for now let's have this, I will change this later. Okay, to bullet point, actual bullet point. Fine, and after this we'll have to showcase the text. Okay, so that we will wrap inside this PDF text. Okay, and the style, now let's provide some line height for this. So here I'm just going to say something like 1.3, and flex grow, let's set it to 1, and also flex basis, so I'm just going to set it to 0. And here let's showcase this item. So here, fine, so this is how we'll showcase. If it's true, we'll showcase this bullet point and along with the text of the item. Okay, so this is the showcasing the bullet list component. So now if we go to this work experience, so we will use this component now. So here, after this view thing, I'm just going to have this view for that. So here, for this style, I'm just going to make this direction to be column. Okay, and add some margin top. Okay, so fine, so something like, spacing of 1.5, and here we'll just pass in this list to this bullet list component. Okay, fine, and which is the items, I'm just going to pass in this descriptions. So this is the work experience component. So now we'll try to fit into this file. So here like we did showcase for the profile, I'm just going to add the same for this work experience. So rather than showcasing individually like this, I'll do one thing. Since it's going to be same for project, education, and work experience, skills, and custom, I will better maintain one list for that, so that we can just iterate through that and showcase that as a single component by just changing this dynamic component value. Okay, so here let's name this something like, form type to component. Okay, so we'll see that output of the work experience just after a while. Okay, fine, so here this would be a function. So here we will receive the type which would be in the show form. Okay, so I'm just going to have this show form type imported from our settings slice. So let me import this, the show form. Okay, so fine, so this is going to be a type present in that show form. Okay, and this is going to be a function, and this has to return this JSX element. Okay, fine, so which is nothing but the component, and here it has to be this, that's why there is an error. Okay, fine, and now here let's provide the value for each of them. So first the work experience. Okay, so Okay, what is the issue here? We still see some issue. Okay, sorry, it has to be the return type. Okay, now, and it's the object. Now it makes sense. Okay, so for this we are going to use this component we have created, which is the PDF work experience, and heading I'm just going to pass whatever we have in this heading, so that we will get the values from the so here let's do one thing. I'm just going to completely have this inside this component. Okay, yep. Okay, so for heading, let me get this value from settings. So here this form to heading. Okay, and I'm just going to pass the respective value for that work experience. So here it's going to be this heading. Okay, and now the work experiences, this is going to be again I will take this value from this profile, sorry, resume. So this is going to be work experience, and I'm just going to provide this to this component. And finally the theme color, so here I'm just going to pass the theme color. So what is the issue? Okay, it has to be this JSX component, right? So we always miss this. Okay, fine. And so this is just the object with the type of, with the key of this type, so whichever is present in the show form, and the return type is going to be a or component, react component. Okay, so function. Okay, fine. So we'll have to do the same for other things. So quickly, for now we don't have any components for that, so I'm just going to have this empty fragments okay, showcased. Let's complete for each of them. So the projects, so once we create each of the components, we'll just replace this fragment with those respective components. Okay, so here the skills, and then the finally the custom thing. So now mostly the error should be gone after this. Yeah, so now we have this form type to component. So based on the type, it will give us the respective component. Okay, so this I'm going to use this list now. So basically and also here this is going to depend upon the order of the forms. So we would need to get the show forms order as well. So for that let's get the first the forms order from settings. So forms order, and after this I'll just have this showcasing of the forms order. Okay, so here let's have this const show forms order. Okay, so here I'm just going to filter this if this form present in this forms to show. Okay, so basically again this I'll have to get this from settings. So here form to show, and I'm just going to pass this so that we'll know which one to show and which one not to show. Okay, fine, and then their order. So now let's use this here after this profile. So right after this I'm going to use this show forms order list, and get the each form, and we'll have to get this component first. So this is going to be this component. Okay, and we'll use this now the object which we have created, which is the form type to component. So given the form key, it's going to give us the component for that. So and I'm just going to return this component and key. Let's pass this form value. Okay, fine, and now let's have a look. Okay, so hopefully we should see we have not added this form for the work experience, so we'll have to focus on that. So like we did have the form for profile, so we'll have to add for the work as well. So let's add for the work. So I'm just going to create in here the new file. Let's name this as work experience form. So here work experience form dot jsx. Okay, so let's complete this component so that the left part to add the work related details will be complete. So once this is complete, we'll go and see the output. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to have this component named as work experiences form. First thing, let's get the details of the work experiences. Okay, so using our app selector and calling this select work experiences. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this as work experiences. So here let's use this selector and get this select work experiences value, and again the dispatcher to update the values that we will be changing. Okay, so here use app dispatch, fine. And then we should try to show the delete icon only if the work experiences that user is trying to add is greater than 1. So just for that, I'll just have this boolean variable to just showcase the delete icon or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this based on the length of the work experiences. Okay, so now let's focus on this UI. So here we will have to have the general form now. So we had this base form, so this is going to be the again the form with the additional things. Now here we'll have the button along with the children. So basically we'll have to have togglings and those things, right? So this we will cover as a simple wrapper in that, and we'll use that. Okay, like we did for the base form, same way I'm just going to create here the new component inside this here I'm just going to name that as a form. Okay, so here let's name this as a form. So this is going to receive props, like as I mentioned, uh, the actual form to show, so which is going to be the show form type. Okay, and then the addition optional value, what is the button text. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as the optional, and then the children's to wrap inside. So this is going to be React node. Fine. So first thing here let's get those values: form, add button text, and then the children. Okay, fine. And first thing, should we show form or not, and what is the heading of that, and then to toggle that, we'll have to have the dispatcher to update in our state, and also to set the heading, that is to update the heading if in case user wants different things. So we need those all in this component. Okay, let me get one by one. So first is the show form or not. So I'm just going to get this using this app selector, and let's get this select show by form. I'm just going to provide this form as the input for this. So this is going to give me the value whether to show this form or not, and then the heading value. So here again I'll use this use app selector, and here I will use this select heading by form, and I'm just going to provide this form, and it's going to give me this heading. And let's have this dispatcher to update the values in our state accordingly. Okay, so here, so as I said, we'll have the two functions. One is first the toggling this visibility of the form. So here set show form. So here this is going to receive this show form, which is of type boolean. Okay, and I'm going to dispatch this accordingly to this change show form. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this field, which is nothing but the form that we received as the input, and then the value, which is the show form value. Okay, and next is to change the heading. So here we are going to receive the string as the input for this function, and I'm just going to update that using this change form heading, and I'm just going to pass this field, which is nothing but the form, and the value, which is the heading. Okay, so this is the these are the functions which is going to update our state. And finally, to know whether it's the first form or last form. Okay, and also we'll have to handle the moving up or down. So let's capture them as well. So is it the first form? So this is we are going to get using this select is first form. Okay, so we have this thing as well, and I'm just going to provide this form. Okay, and same thing for the last form. So here the select is last form, and I'm just going to pass in this form. Okay, fine. And then the function to handle the moving click. Okay, so here nothing but we'll just have to change the forms order. So here, as I said, type it's going to be either up or down. So basically here, okay, as an input, and here I'm just going to dispatch this change form order, and I'm just going to pass in this form along with this type. Okay, so this is the function. And then the let's icon. So basically we'll have to have this icon. So this is going to be a list of the icons based upon this work experience. So we'll have this distinct icons for each of the section. So for that what I'm going to do is let me have this list like again. So I'm just going to maintain this list here. Let's name this as form 2 icon. So basically just the for each form the icon. Okay, so here let's have this icon object. So here, so this return type. Okay, section in this show form. Okay, and here return type it's going to be this building office icon from hero icons. Okay, and I want it to be outline. Okay, fine. And now let's have this for each of the thing. For work experiences, this is going to be a office icon. Okay, and for education, this is going to be this academic cap icon. So fine. And this for the projects, we will have this light bulb icon. Okay, and for skills I'm going to have this wrench icon. Okay, and for custom also let me have the same icon. Fine. So fine, now we have this form 2 icon object. So now let's use this based upon this form. Okay, so here and here let me get this. Fine, so this is going to give me the icon based on the form. Okay, now let's focus on the rendering parts, and I'm going to wrap this inside the base form. Okay, and the styling for this let's provide this transition to be opacity. Okay, and for the duration of let's say 200. Okay, and here if you have to showcase this form, I will have this some padding at the bottom, let's say 6. If not, I'm just going to have less padding, and the opacity I'm going to have this say something like 60. Okay, fine. And now inside this base form let's have this div. Okay, and make this display as a flex, and items I'm just going to center and justify let's say between. Okay, and have the gap of 4. So first thing we'll have to have this icon, along with the text for that heading. Okay, so that will have this inside this div. So here let's make this again the flex and the grow and items. I'm just going to center them and have a little gap between them. So as I said, the icon first. Okay, and the styling for this, let's say height and width, we are going to set it to 6. And the text color, I'm just going to have this gray color, let's say some medium gray color. Okay, and this area hidden, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, fine. So this is going to be the icon for the form, after which the input. So basically here the input for the sorry, this is going to be just the input. Okay, the input for the heading. Okay, so where the user can change this and also see what is the actual title for the heading. Okay, and here the styling, let's make this display to be a block, and the width, I'm just going to have this full, and let's have the border at the bottom, and I want the border to be transparent, and the text size, let's make it as a large since it is the heading, and the font type, let's say something like semi bold. Okay, fine, and let's have some tracking white. Okay, and the text color, let's make this a dark gray. So I'm just going to apply this 900. Okay, and I just don't want any outline, so I'm just going to apply this outline none. And the hover effect, let's say some we'll have this border color change to gray color, so lighter gray color. Okay, and also on hover, let's have some shadow effect. Okay, and again on focus, I'm just going to have this border color change it to 300, and again focus, let's add this shadow. Okay, so that's the styling for this heading. Okay, and the value, it's going to be the value present in heading. Okay, and here on change, I'm going to call this function, which is the thing which we have written, which is the set heading, which is going to update our state. Okay, so here I'm just going to provide this value. So this is how we showcase for each section the icon associated with that section and the heading of that section. Okay, fine, that's this div for. So after this div, we'll have to display some icons. Basically, if it's the not first form, then we'll have to have this move icon button. Okay, and if it's the last or not the last form, again we'll have to have this icon button. Okay, and obviously we should have the show icon button for each of the form. So this div is going to handle that part, so I'm just going to add this inside this. Let's make this as a flex and items to be centered. Okay, and I want a little gap between them, so something like 0.5. so here it's, if it's not first form. Okay, so I will showcase this move icon button. So basically for this also we should have the separate components. Okay, so since it's the icons we have 2 or 3, so it's better if we have separate component. So inside this form itself, I'm just going to create here the new file called icon button, and whatever code is associated with this button types and the handling button components we'll have inside this. Okay, let's first have the component for this on the move icon button. Okay, so here move icon button. Okay, so here this is going to receive some props. Okay, so basically the type, so here type can be of up or down. So here I'm just going to mention this type here, move icon button type, so it can be up or down. Okay, so I'm just going to mention the type here, move icon button type. Okay, and then the size of this button, should it be small or medium, and this is the optional. By default we'll set it to medium. Okay, So fine, and then the on click, what should we do on clicking of this button? So here this is going to be the type. Here move icon button type, and this is the callback function for handling the on click event. Okay, so type size, let's set this value to medium, and this on click. Okay, fine. So here first thing, here we'll have to have the text for showcasing on hovering it, kind of like tooltip text, and also based upon the size that we receive as the input param, we'll have to adjust height and width of this, and again icon, so it's going to be changed based upon if it's up, we'll have to showcase the arrow small up icon. If it's a small, we'll have to showcase the down icon, right? So let's maintain the variables for that. So here tool tip text. Okay, so this is going to be for this type is up, so then this is going to be move up. Okay, if not, it's going to be this move down. Okay, and then the size of the class, that is the height and the width. So here I'm just going to maintain it the variable way so that it will be clean. So if it's the medium, we'll have the height something like 6 and also width to be 6. If it's a small, we'll have this height and width to be 4. And now the icon, so here if it's the up, I'm just going to have this arrow down, arrow small up icon. Okay, fine. And if it's the otherwise, it is going to be the down icon. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this let's, I think it'll look better if it's the outline, so I'm just going to change this to outline, and also here the same thing, I'll have this. Okay, I'm just going to comment this. Okay, fine, so this is the icon. Okay, fine, and now we will focus on the rendering part. So here this is going to be icon button, so it's the same for the other buttons as well, for deleting the button and also bullet list icon button. So it's going to be the same and repetitive, so it's better I'm going to create exclusive component for the icon itself. Like basically we pass in the as a children the icon component along with the text that we wanted to showcase for the tooltip, so it's going to be better. And also since every button will have to showcase the tooltip text on hovering, we will wrap the tooltip component inside that button and use that here, so that we'll be handling the tooltip and also the common section of the code will be moved to separate component. Okay, so for that first we need the tooltip component, right? So what I will do here is inside this components folder, I'm just going to create here the new file called first for the tooltip. We'll handle the tooltip first, then I'll come back to this buttons and icon button component, and we'll come back to this move icon button. Okay, so fine, tooltip, this is a simple tooltip component that shows tooltip text center, below children, on hovering, and on focusing. Okay, so here first let's mention this as the client. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to name this as the component name as a tooltip. Okay, and here the props for this, it's going to be the text to be showcased, and also the children's. Okay, so here react node. Okay, fine, and now here I'm just going to get those text, the children. Okay, fine, and now here inside this we'll have the references for the tooltip and the span that will be wrapping, and also the tooltip position. So for that also we'll need a local state variable which will have the top and the left parameters to tweak. Okay, and then the whether to show the tooltip or not, again for toggling, again the state variable. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this span reference, so we'll use this use ref hook. Okay, so this is going to be of type span element, so default let's set this to null, and then the tooltip reference, so here div element, so this is going to be null. Fine, as I said for tooltip position, so we'll have this state variable for that, so which will again have the top and left as a properties tooltip. So here set tooltip position. Okay, so let's have this top set to 0 and the left set to 0. Okay, fine, as the default values, and whether to show or not a boolean variable. So by default let's set this to false. Okay, fine, and then the function just to show and hide, let's have this for toggling just to have this function. Okay, so let's here we are going to just set this value to true. Okay, and then the hide tooltip. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this value to false. Fine, so this just to toggle this show value. Okay, fine. Now let's focus on the UI part. Okay, let's wrap everything inside the wrap, since we unattach this ref, so which is the span ref. Okay, and here on mouse hover, okay, we'll have to sorry, on mouse enter, I'll have to call this show tooltip, so that it's going to show the text of the tooltip. Okay, and on mouse leave, I'm just going to call this hide tooltip function. Okay, and on focus show tooltip. Okay, and then on blur I'm just going to hide this tooltip. Okay, fine, and now on click I'm just going to hide this tooltip. Fine, just to handle where the element, just to on click, we're just going to hide that. Okay, fine, and inside this the children, after this if show is true, then we'll have to have the text showcased. Okay, so this I'm just going to show this inside this create portal from React DOM, and have this div for that. So reference, I'm just going to attach this tooltip reference. Okay, and role, let's say this is the tooltip, and the styling, let's make this as absolute. Okay, and it should left and the top I'm just going to apply 0. Okay, and have z index 10. Okay, and width, let's say max, and have this rounded corners empty. Okay, and background, let's say some gray color, and padding in the x direction and y direction I'm going to have 0.5 and 2 respectively. Okay, and text, let's make it a small, and color I want it to be white. So that's the styling for this tooltip text. Okay, and here the left and this I'm going to change based upon this tooltip position dot left value, and also this top value. So here that's why we were maintaining one state variable for that. So tooltip position dot top pixel. Okay, and now inside this div I'm just going to showcase this text. Okay, and here let's provide this as body. Okay, so this is the tooltip component, and also here based upon the show variable value, we will have to set the tooltip position to be right below children and centered. Okay, so for that what I will do is I will have one use effect which is going to handle that. Okay, kind of hook. Okay, so here, so first let's get the span reference. Okay, and also this tooltip. Okay, so here this is going to be this tooltip ref dot current. Okay, so if both are active, so here span and this tooltip, then we will get the first the rectangle, so which is nothing but the get bounding. I'm just going to call this function. Okay, and let's have this top offset. So here this I'm just going to set this value to 6. Okay, and now the new top, it's going to be, now the value, it's going to be the rectangle dot top plus the whatever height it has. Okay, with additional the top offset that we are adding. Okay, and now the new left. Okay, so here new left, it's going to be rectangle left minus whatever the tooltip offset width we have. Okay, so I'm just going to divide by off and also the width of the rectangle. So that's the new left and new top position, and then we will set this tooltip position. Okay, so here top, it's going to be the new top. Okay, and then the left, it's going to be the new left value. Okay, and this would be applying on change of this show value. So this is the hook which is going to handle for the position of the tooltip. Okay, so this is the tooltip component, so we have this ready. So now let's focus on the button component. So I'm in this component folder itself, I'm just going to create a new file called button.tsx. Okay, so here in this we will have first the normal button, and then we'll have the icon button. Okay, so here let's have this normal button, so I'm just going to name this as a button. Okay, so here the props for this, it's going to be of button props. Okay, so let's mention the type for that. So here first the react button props. Okay, so here this is going to be nothing but the component props of this button. Okay, and then the we'll have this anchor props as well. So basically this anchor props, which is the react dot component props of this anchor tag. Okay, so now this button prop, it's going to be either of them. So this is the button props, which is the react anchor props or react button props. Okay, that is the props type, so I'm just going to mention here. And here now if this is the anchor, then I will just have to return href in the props. Okay, so basically let's have the function to just confirm whether it's anchor or not. So here is anchor, this is going to receive the prop, so which is going to be again of type button props, and here it's going to return props is the react anchor props or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to return the href in the props. Okay, so let's use this now. Is if it's anchor by passing in this props, then I'm just going to have this props attached this to this anchor tag. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this props passed, else I'll have this button returned. Okay, fine, and the type it's going to be the button, and I'm just going to pass this props. So this is the button component. Now let's have this icon button. So here icon button, so here we'll expect the icon button props here again. For this I'm just going to have one type for this, so here I'm just going to define the type for that. So let's name this as icon button props. So here this is going to be button props additionally with this properties. So size of that, so let's make this as optional, and it can be either the small or the medium. Okay, and then the tooltip text. Okay, so here this is going to be a string, so this is the prop. So now let's have this. Okay, so basically here from this icon button props. Okay, so I'm just going to get those values, which is the class name, size. So by default let's set this to medium. Okay, and then the tooltip text, then the whatever rest of the props. Okay, so here I'll wrap everything inside this tooltip component which we have just created. Okay, and the text I'm just going to pass here the tooltip text. Okay, and now inside this we will have this button component which we have just created above wrapped inside this. So here the type I'm going to provide this button. Okay, and the styling, let's use the cx utility, and first let's make this to be rounded full. Okay, and I don't want any outline, so outline none. And however, let's say background color, change it to gray color, something like lighter gray, and focus visible, I'm just going to have this background gray color set to 100. Okay, and now based on the size, so if it is medium, so if it's a medium I'll just have this more padding, so that is something like 1.5. if not just the will have the padding of 1. So fine, and whatever additional class names we receive I'm just going to pass this to this, and now let's attach this additional props. Okay, and close this button. So this is the icon button component. So now we have this ready. So I'm just going to this icon button file, and now let's make use of that component here, so which is this, and I'm going to pass this on click. We will just pass this on click function that we are receiving as the input for this by passing in this type. Okay, and tooltip text. Okay, so this is going to be the tooltip text, and then the size okay, fine. So this is the icon button. Now the children will have the will add the icon and also the text of the for us in the span only small devices, just to showcase the tooltip text. Okay, so here let me icon. Okay, so styling for this, let's make this based on this size class name. I mean whatever this will be passed. Okay, fine, and then the text color, let's make this to be a gray. So I'm just going to make something like a medium, and yeah, that's the styling. And area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, so this is the it has to be hidden. Okay, so this is the icon, and here let's just showcase this text. Okay, so here I'm just going to showcase this tooltip text. So this is the move icon button component. So maybe now if we go here, we'll have to use this, and also same way I will have to have the this show icon button as well. So first let's use this move icon button. Okay, and here the type, it's going to be the up. Okay, and on click we'll have to pass this handle move click function. Okay, so here again now if it's not the last form, then we will use this same move icon button. Okay, and now this type it's going to be the down. Okay, and on click I will just provide this handle move click callback function. Okay, fine. And now here we'll have to have the button kind of high button where which is going to help us toggle this section. Okay, so that also I'm just going to create the component for that. So let's create inside this icon button itself. So I'm just going to have this component. Okay, here let's name this as show icon button. Okay, fine. And here it's going to receive simply the boolean prop along with the callback function to update that. So basically this callback function to update show value. Okay, and let's me get this set show. Okay, fine. And here, so the tooltip text. Okay, so it's going to be same. We'll be using this icon button component itself. Okay, so we need the tooltip text. So if it's show true, so I'll have this text hide section. If not this so show section. Okay, fine. Now the on click just the callback function. Okay, here I'm just going to toggle this value present in this show. Okay, so fine. Now let's wrap everything inside this icon button. So here I'm just going to use this and on click, let me pass this on click. Okay, and then the tooltip text. So this is going to be the above variable value, and inside this the icon. So here let me have this icon. Okay, so here if it show is true, I'll have this icon. Okay, so okay, if not I'll have this /icon. Fine. And here let's have the styling. Okay, height and width set to 6. Okay, and the text color, let's set it to gray color. Okay, something 400. And yeah, and I'm just going to have this set to true. Okay, and then the span text. So here we'll just showcase this tooltip text. Okay, so this is the show icon button. So now let's go to this. Okay, so here we will use this show icon button here now. So here icon button. Okay, and for show I'll just pass this show form value. So here this, and for set show we have this set show form. So I'm just going to pass that as a function for this. Fine, this is the div to showcase those buttons to move and also hide the toggle the visibility of it. Okay, fine. After this div, now we'll have to have this main showcasing the I mean the expander with the children's wrapped inside this. So this what we will do, we will wrap inside this one more wrapper. So basically that wrapper is the if basically that will have that wrapper with the transition animation changing based on height. So basically if expanded is true, it slowly expands its content and vice versa. Okay, so that's the wrapper for that. So let's create inside this component itself, I'm just going to name this as something like uh, expander with the height transition. Okay, so fine, so the name itself conveys what is its purpose. Okay, so I'm just going to have this. Let's quickly create this component. So here expander with height transition. Okay, and now this is going to receive the expanded, which is of type boolean, and then the children, which is going to be of type react node. Okay, so let me complete this so that the error will be gone. Okay, and let's get this values children's. Fine, so now here let's wrap everything inside this div. So here the styling for this, let's make this to be a grid. Okay, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and transition it's I'm going to apply in this all direction. Okay, and for the duration of let's say 300. Okay, and here if expanded I will have this visible. Okay, if not it's going to be this invisible. Okay, fine, that's the style. Okay, and this style now the grid template row. So basically this rows I'm just going to set based on if it's expanded. I will set this to be 1 fr. Okay, if not 0 fr. Okay, fine, and now inside this we'll just have this children wrapped. Okay, so it's nothing but I will just wrap this children inside this div. Okay, this is a simple div. Okay, fine, now let's go here, and now I'm just going to wrap the children inside this thing after this div. So let's use this component. Okay, and expanded I'm just going to pass in this show form. Okay, and inside this let's wrap this children. So this is the how we wrap the children inside this. And finally now we'll have to have the icon, like if it's the show form and also the add button text is present, then we'll have to have a button which is going to help us add more forms of that kind. Okay, so basically if work experience, you have entered work experience for one, but you have worked elsewhere, so you need an option or a button to add one more work experience, right? So this button is going to help us for that. So here I'm just going to based on if this is show form is true and add button text is there, then that's when this button will be displayed. Okay, so this I will wrap this inside this div. So let's add some margin at the top and flex, and it has to be in the right end, so justify in. Okay, fine, and this is going to be the button. So type, let's make this to be a button. Okay, and on click I'm just going to call this dispatch to add a section in form. Okay, and pass in this form to this. And now the styling for this, let's make this a flex. Okay, and items are centered. I have this rounded medium. Okay, and background I want it to be white, padding y let's say 2, and left 3. Okay, and right let's say a little more, and text size let's make this to be small, and the font type to be a semi bold, and the text color, let's say gray color. Okay, darker gray. I'll go for darker gray, and have this shadow effects, so smaller thing. And I want the ring to be there, and let's apply the ring inset. Okay, and ring color, let's say a gray color, something like 300. Okay, and hover, let's change this background color, so gray color I'm just going to set 50. Okay, fine, that's the styling for this button. Now here inside this we'll have the small plus icon. Okay, and here I'll just have this small icon. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this margin left, negative margin. Okay, and margin right as well, I'll have something like 1.5, and height and width I'm just going to set it to 5. Okay, and the text color, let's say gray color, lighter gray. Okay, and let's close this component. Okay, and here I'll just showcase this add button text. Okay, so that's how we showcase the button to add a new section. Okay, so yeah, fine. And here it's better if I make this icon to be outline. Okay, so I'm just going to, so that it looks good. So here I'm just going to, yep, the small icon. Okay, so this is how we have this component, so which is the form component. So now let's go to this. So here we'll have to wrap everything inside this component. So that's how we take care of the additional parts in the form, that is the visibility button, and moving up or down, and a button to add, and then the whatever comes in between will be handling in this. Okay, so here let's import that form. Okay, so here form I'm just going to pass in this work experiences, and this add button text, so I'm just going to say this as add job. Okay, let's make this as capital. Okay, fine. Now inside this we will iterate using this work experiences list, and get the each detail, so company, the job title, then the date, descriptions. Okay, so here descriptions, and then the index. Okay, so now here we will have to have the function, to handle the work experience change, and also should we move up or not, should we move down or not. Okay, and that this will, because we'll have to I mean update our state accordingly, right? Whatever the value that the user is entering for particular work experiences. So now the main things, the input forms, so the actual things associated to taking the input from the user in the form of the form, which will be nothing but input for the company, job title, date, and bullet list text area for description and all. So that also we will wrap inside this form section. So basically that's the component which is going to help us, like should we showcase the move up, or should we showcase the move down, and should we show the delete icon in that, and what is the delete button tooltip text, and the children's to be wrapped inside that. So that is the main thing, so which is going to help us achieve that. So let's create the same way like we did here inside this for the form. So I'm just going to minimize this, and here I'll create this component, so which is the form section. Okay, So here, as I said, so if I just mention the props, you'll understand what is its purpose. Okay, so here first thing, the form that we'll have to show, so this is the form. Okay, and then the index, which is of type number, and show or move up. So should we show this or not? So this is going to be boolean value. Then the same thing for the down, so show move down, so this is again going to be a boolean. Then the showcasing of the delete icon, so here this is again a boolean. And then the what is the delete button text. Okay, so here delete button tooltip text. Okay, so here I'm just going to text. Okay, so let's make this small. Okay, fine. And this is going to be string. And finally the children's. Okay, so this is going to be React node. Now let's get those values. Form, index, move up, move down, and delete button tooltip text, and then the children. Okay, fine. So this is very important component. First we'll get the dispatch, so which is going to help us handle the deleting and also the moving thing. So here let's get the dispatch here. So dispatch, so here I'm just going to use this app dispatch. Okay, and let's have the functions to handle the delete click and also the move click. So here the handle delete click, so this is going to just call this delete section by index. Okay, so here I'm just going to delete section in form by index, and I'm just going to pass in the form along with the index. Okay, so this is going to take care of deleting that section. Okay, and then the moving thing, so here I'll have this handle move click. So here this is going to take care of changing the order, so that is move section in form. Okay, and here I'll have to pass the form and also the direction and then the index for that. Okay, and here this is going to receive that direction, so as the input. So I'm just going to, this is going to be of type either up or down. Okay, fine. Now let's focus on the UI part. So here let's wrap everything inside this fragment. So first thing, if index is not 0, I wanted to have border on the top. Okay, so I'll have this here, if index is not 0. Okay, I will have this div, which is nothing but to add the border at the top. So let's add some margin on the top and bottom. Okay, and as I said, I want the border and border to be dotted. Okay, so and color, let's make this to be gray color. Fine, so that's for the adding the border. Now let's focus on the main div. So I'll wrap everything inside this div and make this to be a relative and grid. Okay, and let's apply this grid calls of 6. Okay, and I want gap to be 3. So first we'll just wrap this children. Okay, after this this icons thing will handle. Okay, so everything will go inside this div for the icons part. Let's make this to be absolute. Okay, and it has to be at the right 0 and the top 0 top right. Okay, and make this flex and a gap of something like 0.5. Okay, first for the move icon button. Okay, so here styling, let's say I'm going to apply this transition all. Okay, and for the duration of 300, and here based upon this show move up, I will have to have this the invisible and opacity set to 0. Okay, and the same thing for the move down. Okay, so it's just the I'm going to apply the margin at the right to be 6. Okay, so now the icon inside this, so I'm just going to have this move icon button component which we have created. Okay, and type I'm just going to mention this as up, and size is going to be small. Okay, on click I'm just going to call this handle move click. So here handle move click, and direction I'm just going to pass here the up. So this is the move icon button. Okay, so same way after this div we'll have to have the move down icon. Okay, so here I'm just going to copy this div, and this is for, so here I'm just going to remove this margin right thing. Okay, and now the type here it's going to be down, and here the direction is going to be down. So that's the difference. So now we have this up icon and the down icon button. Okay, so after this div, then the icon to delete this. So basically I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so here now it's going to be show delete, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine, and here we'll have to use this delete icon button. So for this also we have to create this button for that. So I'm just going to create in here. So let's name this as delete icon button. Okay, so here this is going to receive the on click callback function, and then the tooltip text as the input params. So this, let's define the definition for that. So callback function, and then the tooltip text. Okay, so here this is going to be a string. Let me get this on click function, and then the tooltip text. So first yeah, it's going to be straightforward because we did for, I'm just going to wrap inside this icon button, and on click let's provide this function. Okay, and tooltip text, so I'm just going to provide this tooltip text props. Okay, and then the size I'm just going to mention this as a small, and now here I'll just have this trash icon. Okay, so here the styling for this, the height and width, let's set it to 4, and here as well for 4, and the text color I'm just going to set this to gray color 400. Okay, fine, and area hidden, let's set this to true. Okay, and this span. Okay, so here I'll just showcase this tooltip text. So this is the delete icon button. So now let's have this used here. So I'm just going to use this delete icon button now. So let me import this delete icon button, and for this we'll just have to pass this and on click, and also the tooltip text. Okay, so here I will just call this delete sorry, this handle delete click. Okay, and then the tooltip text. Okay, this is going to be a delete button tooltip text. Okay, so this is the form section component. Now let's go to this work experiences. Okay, so now we will wrap everything inside this form section component. Okay, first thing, as I said, we'll have to have this function which is going to handle the change that user is making, and we'll have to eventually update that state in our regex state, right? So I'm just going to have here one function. So let me name this something like, handle work experience change. Okay, so here let's spread this whatever we have in this field with the value. Okay, and this is going to be of type uh, this create handle change hogs with the descriptions which we have already created. So change hogs with description. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this type to be resume work experience. Okay, so this I'll have to import this from our resume form type. So let me import that. Create handle. Okay, I think I have not created that, so it's better if I just create that. I'm just going to create inside this here we'll have this new file called types.ts. So I'm just going to create this type for this. So here create handle change arcs with the descriptions. Okay, so here this is going to be generic thing. Okay, so here this is going to have this field of type so here let's use this exclude key of t. So I'm just going to exclude this descriptions. Okay, fine, and then the value, so which is of type a string, or it can be this field. Okay, with the descriptions and value. Here it's going to be a string array. So this is the type. So maybe now if I just import this, it should work. Okay, fine, and this resume work experience I'll have to import it from regex types. Okay, so here this is going to be let me import this. Yeah, okay, fine, and descriptions, I'm just going to close this. Okay, fine, and now inside this let me close this. Yeah, here the function. Okay, so I'm just going to use this dispatch. Okay, and call this change work experiences and pass in this index along with the field and then the value, and I'm just going to pass this as any. So let's check this. Yeah, so that's the thing, and there is still an issue. I'll check this. Okay, yeah, fine, and after this we'll have this, should we show move up or not. So this is going to depend completely on this index. So here if it's not 0, this is going to be true, and the same thing for down, the index is not equals to the last thing, so that is work experiences dot length minus 1. Okay, fine, now let's focus on this returning this. Okay, there is, okay, the issue is I'll have to create everything inside this. There's a reason we are seeing this issue, so let me remove this, and I'm just going to have in here. Okay, fine. So my bad. Okay, fine. Now let's wrap everything inside this form section. Okay, so here the key, I'll provide the index, and form, it's going to be the work experiences. Okay, and index, then the show move up. So whatever we have in this support variable, I'm just going to pass that, and show move down, same thing, show move down. Okay, and show delete. So here I'll just pass this. Okay, and the delete button tooltip text, I'm just going to pass this to be a delete job. Okay, so fine. And now inside this we should have the inputs for the each of the things, for company, job title, date, and description. Okay, so here input, so I'm just going to import this first. Okay, fine. And here the label, it's going to be the company. Okay, and the label class name, I'm just going to have this span set to full. Okay, and the name, it's going to be the company, and the placeholder, let's say XYZ company. Okay, fine. And the value, it's going to be just the company. Okay, on change, I'm just going to call this function, which is the handle work experience change. Okay, and close this. So this is the, so we'll come back to the other inputs. We have this work experiences form. So if you just go to this, I mean, we'll try to use this now inside this file. Okay, so basically in this resume form, we need to have the, so we were showcasing the profile form, now we should try to showcase the work experience form. Okay, so same way like we did for the in the preview part, like we maintained one object, I'm going to do the same here. So here let me have this form type to component. Okay, so here form type to component. Okay, so here the type is in the show form. Okay, and it's going to be the function jsx element. Okay, and here the work experiences, I'm just going to attach this work experience form. Okay, and for other things we don't have any, so I'm just going to set this to I'm just going to return this let me return here the empty function. Okay, fine. And same thing for this, because we don't have it for these things. And then the skills, just the empty fragment component, and then the custom. Okay, so now we have this, and I'm just going to use this to render that component. So here if I just use the forms order. Okay, so I'm just going to get this forms order here for using this app selector, and I'm just going to pass in this select forms order. Okay, so now let's iterate using this forms order dot map. I'm just going to get this form. Okay, fine, and let's get the component based on this form. So that is component form type to component. I'm just going to pass in this form, and let's return this component. Okay, and the key, I'm just going to set this form. Okay, fine. So this is the how we pass based on this form type different component. So now let's see this work experiences thing. So hopefully we should see this in the our output. Okay, yep. Yeah, you see here the work experience component. We have this. If I just click on this delete, it's working fine. And also, if you remember, we did had this preview part component for work experience, and after realizing that we don't have this form, so we came back to this section to add this. So now we have both in place, and we are seeing this work experience. So if I just change this, you see here, I'm just going to change this to experience. Yep, and if I just hide this, we should not see this. Okay, so it's working fine. And now if I click on this, it's going to add this new thing. So here, and I can just delete this. Okay, fine. And here this the other parts will have to add. As of now, you saw we just added the company as the input. Now we'll add the other things for the job title, date, and then descriptions in the form of the bullet list. So let's go back in the work experience form. So now we'll add the other inputs. So after this, let me just copy this. And this is for the job title. So I'm just going to change this label to job title, and here let's have this span of 4. Okay, and here the name of this, it's going to be the job title. And okay, and here this is just, let's say, the placeholder, something like software engineer. Okay, and here the value, it's going to be value present in this job title, and this is going to remain the same. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so yeah, we have this job, and if I just give, yep, you see here the company name with the sorry, the job title, and this is the company name. It's looking good. So now we'll add this date thing now. So here, now for the date, so I just have to change this label to date, and here let's say this span of 2 columns. Okay, and this name, it's going to change to date. Okay, and here the placeholder, let's say something like something, I'm just going to say. Okay, fine, and this value, it's going to be date. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, now the date is seen here. Okay, and now if I just change this to so let's remove this. Okay, so if you, yeah, so I'm just going to have this. Okay, fine, so this is also looking decent. Okay, so now let's add the other things. So after this, now the main thing, the descriptions. So this is going to be a bit complex component. So basically this is the where we'll have to provide an option for the user to enter each description in the bullet point form. So we need that on clicking on enter and all, everything should start with the bullet point and all. So what we will do is we will create here the new component inside this input group thing. So I'm just going to name that as something like bullet list text area component. Okay, so let's create that bullet list text area. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to extend this string. Okay, and this is going to have this input props of string array. Okay, fine. And now here I'm just going to, and also additionally I'm just going to add in here the show bullet points property. So here I'm just going to add something like this, bullet points, which is optional. Okay, by default we'll set this to true. Okay, so this is of type boolean. Now here let's get those all values here. First the label. Okay, then the label class name. So I'm just going to rename this to wrapper class name, then the name, and then the value. So here value, let's change this to something like bullet list strings. Okay, this is going to be empty array by default. Okay, and then the placeholder, then on change callback function, then finally this show bullet points, I'm just going to set it this to true. Fine. Now inside this first thing we'll try to get the HTML from bullet list string. So basically we will take the that bullet list strings list and wrap everything, each value inside this div. Okay, for that I'm just going to have here a small function for that. So here let's name this as get HTML from bullet list strings. Okay, fine. So here we will receive bullet strings list bullet list strings. Okay, let's make it clear. Okay, bullet list strings as the input, which is of type string array. Okay, so here I'm just going to check whether its length is greater than 0 or not. Okay, so if it is equals to 0, I'm just going to wrap and inside the empty div and give. So that is, I'm just going to give this empty div. Okay, fine. If not, we will iterate through this each value. So that is, let's get the each text. Okay, and I'm just going to append this div to each thing. Okay, so here inside this, let's have this text, and I'm just going to close this, and I'm just going to join completely after this. Okay, so this is going to give us the all list in the form of the divs. Okay, for each value. Okay, so here I'm just going to first get that. I'm just going to get this HTML, and here use this get HTML from bullet list strings, and I'm going to pass this here. And now let's wrap everything inside this input group wrapper, and the label will provide here the label as a input we got. Okay, and then the class name, it's going to be nothing but the wrapper class name. Okay, now inside this I will use this react content editable. Basically it's going to help us to edit the content of a div element. Okay, so let me install that. Okay, so here let me install this react content editable. Okay, so and here I'm just going to import from that. So let me import this, so which is the content editable, and here I'm going to use in this input group wrapper. So basically let's use this, and for this the content editable, I'm going to set this to true. Okay, and the styling for this, let's if here this input class name. Okay, and I'm just going to add this cursor to be of text. Okay, and here we will have this to be list item. So okay, so here div, I'm just want this to be of type list item. Okay, and here if show bullet points is true, then I will have here padding at the left, let's say 7. Okay, if not, so we will just say a list. Okay, so here in this way I'm just going to set this, which is list, it's going to be the this. Okay, so fine, so that's the styling for this. And now the placeholder, so okay, so wait, yeah, so the placeholder, so I'm just going to provide here the placeholder. Okay, and let me close this. Then the on change callback thing, so here on change, here let's first, and if the type is equals to the input, so here if type is input, I'm going to get the inner text first. So here from this div element, so which is the current target dot current target as html div element. Okay, and now let's get this new bullet list strings. Okay, so here new bullet list strings. Okay, so here for this again, to getting the bullet list strings from inner text, I'll have one more helper function here. So let's name this as get bullet list strings from this inner text. Okay, so this is going to receive this inner text, which is of type string, as the input param for this. And here first thing, I will get the inner text with a normalized line break. So again for that, we'll have some helpers, to just handle the line breaks and all into those things. Okay, so here let me have this normalized line break. Okay, so here this is going to be function with the string as the input. I'm just going to here replace this slasher slash n. Okay, so here with this line break. Okay, so again this is line break is going to be this normalized line break, just the slash n. Okay, I'm just going to maintain this as the string. Okay, so so this would be replaced replaced with this, that is slasher slash n will be replaced with the slash n. Okay, so here I'm just going to this is going to give us the normalized line break. Okay, so here let me name this as inner text with the normalized line break. Okay, so line break. Now here I'm just going to pass in here the inner text for this. Okay, fine. And now here whenever we try to press enter to enter the new line, Chrome by default uses the slash and slash and adding up to the two lines. So here we'll have to address this and make sure that we dedupe it, that is slash and will make it look like a slash and. Okay, for that also what we'll do, we'll just have one function which is going to replace the slash and with just a single thing. Okay, So I'm just going to name this as dedupe line break. Okay, so here same, so this is going to receive string, and I'm just going to replace here this two slash n's, okay, with this normalized line break. Okay, fine. So let's get this. So basically here I'm just going to get this new inner text by passing this to dedupe line break function. Okay, and now here if this new inner text is matching to this normalized line break, I'm just going to have this as an empty string passed. Okay, else we will get strings by a line break. Okay, so that also will have here just the split. I'm just going to split based on that. So here get strings by line break. So here again this is going to be a string as the input param. I'm just going to here split based on this line break, and let's return this. So basically return get strings by line break, and here the input for this would be new inner text. Okay, so this is going to give us the bullet list strings from inner text, and we'll use this here. So here I'm just going to use this function, which is the get bullet list strings from inner text, and here I'm just going to pass in this inner text. Okay, and I'm just going to trigger this on change callback function by passing in this name along with this new bullet list strings. Okay, and after this I just have to provide the HTML for this, so which is nothing but the HTML content. Okay, so fine. This is the okay, there is some issue with the placeholder. Okay, let me comment for this for now. Okay, fine. So this is the bullet text area component. So now we'll make use of that inside our work experience. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this. Let's import this. So basically a bullet list. Did we not export? Okay, let's, yep, I'm just going to export this. Now let's go here. No, this is going to be bullet list text area. So label I'm going to provide this as a description. Okay, and label class name, let's say this occupies full column span. Okay, and the name is going to be the descriptions. Okay, and the placeholder I'm just going to have this bullet points. Okay, and the value, let's say whatever we have in this descriptions, and on change we are going to call this handle work experience change callback function. Okay, so this is the complete work experience form. So now let's go and have a look at this. Hopefully we should have this. Yep, you see here we have this description. So let me edit this. So now if I say point 1, okay, now every line is starting with the new bullet point, so which is good. So this is what we wanted exactly. Okay, fine. So the description is also looking good. So overall let me just delete this. Okay, so overall the experience component and its a preview on the right part is looking good and decent. So now let's focus on the follow-up component, which is nothing but for education. So we should have both this resume form for that education, and also the same preview view in the right part as well. So let's focus on that now. Well, then I'm going to create the same way like we did create for the work experience form. I'm just going to create here the educations form. Okay, so here let me name this as educations form. Okay, fine. And here let's create the component. It's going to be straightforward because we have already implemented like this form, which has nothing but the work experience form. So it's going to be almost similar with just the details changing to this educations. Okay, so here let's get this educations details. Okay, fine. And then the dispatcher. So here use app or dispatch. Okay, fine. And the same thing, just to show delete or not, this is going to depend upon this education's length. So fine. And then the form name, which is the educations. Okay, and to show the bullet points or not, here we'll use this select the show bullet points. Okay, fine. And yeah, now let's focus on this UI part. Okay, so basically it's going to be the same this one. I'll copy this and I'm going to change accordingly to this educations form. Okay, so here let's import this. And here now the form, I'm just going to mention what we have in this form variable. And this is going to be now had school. Okay, and this is going to be educations. And here we'll change this to first thing the school, then the degree, then GPA. Okay, fine. And now this will have to import, and now this is going to be education. And now here it will be educations. Okay, fine. And here this is going to be educations dot length. Fine. And now just to have the function to showcasing the bullet points or not, so I'm just going to have this handle show bullet points. So we'll receive a boolean type as the input param for this, and we'll accordingly dispatch that change show bullet points. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this form and the value. Okay, fine. And yeah, that's the function. Now here we will import this form is going to be the educations now. Okay, and the rest of the things are going to remain same. I'm just going to change this to delete school. Okay, and let's import this from this. Okay, and now the label, it's going to be the school. Okay, and here I'm going to have this column span set to 4. Okay, and name is going to change to school. Okay, and here let's just say, okay, fine. And value, it's going to be school. Fine. And here the label it's going to be the date, and here let's have the column span set to 2. Okay, and here the name it's going to change to date. Okay, maybe, yeah, no problem, we already have that. Okay, fine, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so that's for date, and then we should have this input for the major and the GPA. So here I'm going to change this to degree and major. Okay, and here let me change this to 4, and the name it's going to be the degree. Okay, and I'm just going to here mention this Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering, something like this, just a placeholder. Okay, and the value here it's going to be degree, and then after this the input for GPA. Okay, so here the label is GPA, and the name is going to change to GPA. Okay, and placeholder, let's just say something out of 10, something, I'm just going to provide some value here. Okay, and here the value it's going to be whatever we have in this GPA variable. Fine, so now here let's have this div for having the additional information, basically optional, to give us the additional information. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap this inside this div, and let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to have this column span set full. Okay, let me wrap this inside this. Okay, and let me import this, and now here label I'm just going to change this to additional information, and here I'm just going to provide this as a label, and here the name is going to be description, and the placeholder just I'm going to add here, feel free to enter something like additional activities and so on, something like this. Okay, fine, and here on change, fine, and now show bullet points will pass this value. Okay, fine, so after this thing I'll have this the bullet list icon button. Okay, so just to show it or not, so basically here let's make this to be absolute. Okay, and left some margin, so let's say something like rems. Okay, and the top also let me add this something 0.07 rems. Okay, fine, and now here I will have this bullet list icon button. So basically this is to just help us toggle the showcasing of bullet points. So I'm just going to create that inside this here in this icon button. Let me create that component. Okay, so here let me name this as something like bullet list icon button. Okay, so and this is going to have the input props, the onClick callback function. So here it's going to be a boolean value, so I'm just going to say show bullet points, which is of type boolean, and return type is void. Fine, and then the show bullet points, which is the of type boolean. I'm just going to get this and show bullet points. Okay, fine. So inside this, let's have the tooltip text based on that thing. So here I'm just going to have this: if show bullet points is true, then I will have this hide bullet points as the tooltip text. Okay, and then vice versa, show bullet points. This is the tooltip text. Okay, now this icon, so let's wrap inside this icon button component. Okay, so here on click, I'm just going to pass in the parameter, which is on on click of show bullet points. Okay, and here the tooltip text, I'm just going to provide this tooltip text. Okay, and the size, let's make this to be small. Okay, and the class name, so here if show bullet points is true, then we'll have some background color. So here I'm just going to have this sky color, else nothing. Okay, fine. And now inside this we'll have this list bullet icon. So basically what I will do, yeah, basically this list bullet icon from this hero icons. Okay, so this one, and let's provide some styling for this. Okay, that is height and width, width. Okay, and now here based on if show bullet points is true, I'll have this text color set to gray, something like above medium. Okay, or else the lighter gray color, so something like 400 would do the job. Okay, fine. And then the finally this area tags, I'm just going to set this to true. Fine, that is the icon. And then the text for small devices, this span, so I'm just going to wrap this tooltip text. So now this bullet list icon button is ready. So now let's go to this education form, and here inside this div I'll use this. So let's import that bullet list icon button, and here show bullet points, I'm just going to provide whatever we have in the above variable, and on click I will call this handle show bullet points. Okay, so this is the educations form component. Now let's check this out, and here now instead of this I'm just going to provide this educations form. Okay, let me remove this. Now let's have a look. Okay, so going to the output, coming down, yeah, so this is the educations form with the school. So if I just here we don't have anything for this, that's why we are not seeing, and this is to just to I mean this is to toggle the bullet points. Okay, so fine, we'll come back. So this is the form for this education. So now let's focus on this preview parts, so then it will be clear for us. So school, date, degree, major, GPA, and this additional information. Okay, so going back for inside this resume, so like we did have the for profile, we'll have to create for the education as well. Okay, so let's create the new file here. So I'm just going to create here the new file which I'm going to name this as resume PDF education.tsx. okay, fine. And here let's have the component for that, resume pdf education. So this is going to have the same heading, the string. So it's going to be pretty much the same like we had it for the work experience. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this. I mean, yeah, let's copy. I'm just going to change the name and those things. Okay, so here now it's going to be education. Okay, and now instead of this work experiences, we'll be receiving the educations. Okay, and this is going to be of type resume education. And here I will be changing this to educations, then theme color, then after that they show bullet points. Okay, so here show bullet points. Okay, and here I'm fine. So that's the thing. And now here this is going to remain the same, and now this is going to be educations list. And here we will get this school, degree, and GPA. Okay, fine. And now here the hide school name. So I'm just going to change this again. This is going to be school, this is going to be educations dot school. Fine. And let's have showcasing the descriptions. Okay, so here I'm just going to descriptions dot join. If this is not equals to empty string, will showcase. Okay, fine. And now in this view let's remove this margin top styling. Okay, and this is going to be school name, and here it's going to be the school. Okay, and now here this is school name. So for first thing we'll showcase the GPA. So basically here I'll have to change this completely job title. Okay, this is going to be the GPA. Okay, so if this degree, okay, and GPA is there, then this is what I'll be showcasing. Okay, so number GPA. Okay, if this is there, I'm going to showcase this value. Else will just showcase this GPA. Okay, fine. And here else I'm just going to have this degree. Okay, this is showcasing if there is a GPA will showcase this, else will just showcase this degree. After this the date. Okay, fine. Then based on show description, so basically here show descriptions, then we'll be showcasing this view. So I'm just going to take this here, and this is going to be bullet list, and also I'm just going to pass in this show bullet points. Okay, so let me, yep, fine. So this is the education's resume PDF education component. So now we will use this here, that is I will just use this this education's PDF component which we have just created. So basically here I will have this resume PDF education. Okay, and here now the heading it's going to be this form to heading of educations, then the educations list. I will take this, okay, education. So I'm just going to pass this here, then the theme color. Okay, so whatever we have here. Okay, then the show bullet points. Let's pass this show bullet points. So this we will get it from settings. Okay, so I'm just going to get this show bullet points, okay, of this educations, and let me close this. Okay, so this is the education. So now hopefully we should be able to see. Let's go to the output. Okay, so you see here, this is the education, and the university name, and then the degree along with this GPA, and the date, and then in the bullet points. Okay, fine. And now if I just, okay, this isn't working, so I will check this. Okay, fine, we'll come back to this. Bullet points hiding is not working. We'll come back later. So basically, okay, fine, this is not working, so I'll come back to this. Now the education is done, after which we'll have to focus on this projects, right? So let's do the same for projects component, and here the toggle thing isn't working. Let me have a look at that first, and then we'll move on to this projects part. Let's go back. So for toggling the bullet points, here in the bullet list icon button, we'll have to pass in this toggle value. So that's where we are not seeing the change of value in this show bullet points. Now let's have a look. Hopefully it should work. So here, yep, fine, it's working fine. So now let's focus on this projects form. Okay, so here I'm just going to create in this the new file for projects. Okay, so here I think it's going to be pretty much the same like the others thing. So I'm just going to copy this, and we'll make changes accordingly. Okay, so here first thing, let's change this to projects form. Okay, and here we'll get this projects, select projects. Okay, and show delete here. So wherever there is educations, I'm just going to replace this with the projects. Okay, fine. And here let's remove this, we don't need this. Okay, and here I'm just going to provide this to be of type projects. Okay, and here we'll have to replace this school with this project. Okay, and now we'll have only project date and descriptions. Okay, so fine, now this is going to remain same, and here in place of this change educations, we'll have to call this change projects. Okay, let me import this. Okay, did I not export this? Okay, let's go to this resume slice. Okay, I think I forgot this. So don't I have for projects? Okay, for projects I have not created. So I'm just going to create that. So let's create the same we did for the other things like change educations and all. Okay, so here, yeah, below this I'm just going to create for projects. Let's copy this and we will edit this. So let's name this change projects. Okay, and here this is going to be of type project. Okay, and here I'm just going to get this projects of index, and let's rename this to project. Yeah, so that's how we change. Yeah, simple. So I'm just going to export this. Okay, so yep, I'm just going to export this. Now we'll use this inside this projects form. So let me import this change projects. So fine, so that's how we are going to dispatch the updates to this our state. Okay, and here we no longer need this for bullet points, and here this is going to be projects. Fine, and yeah, and now let's change the text related to this projects, and this is going to be delete project. And now here the first input for the project, so let me change this to project name. So let me change this to project name, and the name of this will change this to project. Okay, and here let's say xyz project, and value it's going to be the project. Okay, okay, and here we'll have to change this I will change this to handle this has to be of project. Okay, okay, and yeah, maybe it's better if I change this naming also to handle project change. I will change this accordingly here. Fine, so that is the first input for taking the project name, and then the date it's going to remain the same, so I'm just going to change this to project change. Okay, yep, fine, and finally the so we no need this inputs, and also this bullet text area I'm just going to have this and completely remove this div. Okay, so then just the label I'm just going to change this to description. Okay, and then the placeholder, let's change it to something like bullet points. Fine, and finally this I have to change this to project, and here we don't want this. Fine, yeah, this is ready, projects form, and now let's use this here inside this. I'm just going to provide this projects form. Okay, now let's have a look. Yeah, this is the project, and project name, date, and then the description. Okay, we don't have any. Fine, Okay, this is the education, and for project we'll add this resume PDF project component. Okay, so here same way I'm just going to create inside this new file called no, I'm just here inside this I'm just going to create new file. Let's name this as PDF project. Okay, now it's going to be the almost the same as the other components. So I'm just going to take this, okay, and we'll make some modifications in that. Okay, first let's change the name of this to project. Okay, and inside this headings, and here wherever we have education, I'll change this to projects. Okay, and even this bullet points, I don't want this as a props now, and here it's going to be resume project array. Okay, fine, and here the educations wherever I have, I'm just going to replace this with this projects, and now we'll have only project, date and descriptions. So let's change this. Okay, and here no need of anything this. Okay, and here first thing, let's remove this completely, and no margin, I'm just going to have this spacing, let's say some 0.5. Okay, and inside this first PDF text will have this project name. Okay, so I'm just going to showcase this project, and let me set this bold to true. Okay, so that is the first PDF text to showcase the project name and then the date. Okay, and here let's remove this completely. Okay, here, and let's remove this for showcasing, and also I'm just going to remove margin top from 1.y to 0.5. Okay, and here no bullet points, we'll just provide this items descriptions. Okay, so this is simple PDF project component, and let's use this here. So here I'm just going to import this in place of this empty fragment, PDF project. So for this, the heading, it's going to be a form to heading of projects, and then the projects, here we will just take it destructure from the resume. Okay, and here let me add this projects, and finally this theme color. Okay, so I'm just going to pass this theme color. So this is the PDF project. So now let's have a look. Yeah, project is visible, and if I just add this is the title. Okay, and this is the date. Okay, and then description. Yeah, fine. So this project is form, and the preview is also good. So next thing is for the skills. Okay, so same way we'll have the forms first for the skill, and then the preview PDF preview for the skills. So let's go back.